Welcome to the Road to the NHC, the weekly show that's your ticket to the 2025 National Championship in Las Vegas, Nevada. Each week, we're going to dive into the world of online tournament play and showing you how to navigate through feeders as well as qualifiers. My partner, as usual, to the Road to the NHC is none other than David Harrison, the 2022 champ. David, what is going on? It's hot as hell here in Florida. I can tell you that right now.
Yeah, well, stay cool. I'm sure you're well air conditioned today. And yeah, this time of year in South Florida, it can be rather warm. I've been down there before. So TGIF, everybody. TGIFF is what I really like to say. And I hope everybody has a good weekend. I'm looking forward to today's show because I seem to have a lot of confidence today. And yeah, so I am ready to go. I think we're going to do very well today and pick some winners. And I'm confident that I'm going to pick up some tour points today. So,
all right.
Anybody who wants to jump on the bandwagon, and you got to have confidence in this game.
You do. You do.
You can't go into a tournament, lacking confidence. So.
No, you can't. I hope I can pick up some tour points as well. It's much needed. I'm in fourth place right now.
Yeah, you need them. Yeah. You got. You're in fourth, I think now, right?
I'm in fourth right now. I've slipped a little bit, but not too far out. Nothing. A good couple of showings wouldn't put me back on the lead. So I can promise you that for most of us that are, probably in the top 20, it's super important, right? And even more than that, right? What place are you in right now?
Oh, I'm kind of dropping out. I'm like in 51st or 48th. But here's the thing. I'm only in the first half tour leaderboard. I'm only like 3,000 points behind. And now that ends September 2nd. So it's a couple of weeks away. So if I can pick up some good tour points, and then I'll just play more NHC contests rather than I'm trying to get a BCBC seat for less than a 10K. Yeah. And I saw you in one of my contests last week, and we both came up a little short. But So we got a chance. The more tour points you can accumulate, the top three for the first half leaderboard get either $10,000 or the BCBC seat. Top three first time. Yep. So I'm in contention, and you're right there.
I'm right there. I need to have a good couple of weeks, so I'm going to try certainly. And there is I think there's a tournament over at Woodbine tomorrow. That's an NHC event as well. So I'm going to try to get back doing that as well. What's up, Chris? What's up, Mike? How are you, Gary? So in case people don't know what we do here, we're trying to teach people basically how to follow the tour, get on the tour. $50, go to ntra.com, and then if you do that, then you want to put some money in your My Horse Players or your horseplayers.com or horsetourneys.com, and it's easy to do so. And what we're doing today is we're going to go through the feeder with you, and the feeder is an $18 to enter. Make sure you have an NTRA account, and then it's races 3, 4, and 5 at Saratoga and races 2, 3, and 4 at Monmouth Park. And I do believe we've got live streaming at Monmouth Park. We do. So we'll be able to show you those races live. Big shout out to Monmouth Park and a big thank you. And for supporting horse racing and the horse player. What's up, Joe? So I'm going to play in that tourney like Chris has got there. And then, of course, you've got today, tomorrow, and Sunday to be able to gather some points. And you have to finish in the top 10%. And I think last Sunday I finished 16th, and I needed to be 13th, I think, to get points. So
yeah, you were right. I noticed you were really close.
That's frustrating. That is super frustrating,
Yeah, and you can't, Scotty, let the frustration get to you. It can easily get to you, right? Yeah. I mean, we have some tough beats. I mean, last year twice, I missed getting a seat by like 80 cents one time and $1.20 the next time. And then I decide, well, it might not be my year. It might not be my destiny this year. But then I plugged away and I got one late. But besides, I have a little bling with me today that I wanted to show you to encourage everybody to join the tour. So let's go over the NHC perks that you get by getting that seat. you get airfare, right? Reimbursed $500 travel credit, and you get a 4-night stay at the Horseshoe.
Yeah.
And Thursday evening, they have a welcome cocktail party, and that's free appetizers and free booze. All right. Yeah. So there's another perk. And for the days of the tournament, you get served breakfast in the morning. You get complimentary lunch. And then Sunday, you get the awards dinner, and it's free food and drinks also. You get the cocktail hour before. I mean, just for that alone, even if you don't want to take the tournament seriously, you can go there and have fun, which is fine. But just so I can give you some incentive, I forgot. My wife was saying, "Did you tell everybody about the NHC perks of winning?" I'm like, "Oh yeah. This will be good." So here's a little incentive to win. I brought a little bling with me, so you get one of these as a winner. Well, actually, no, final table. So if you see this hat, finishing in the top 10 at the final table, you get the final table hat, which is a good souvenir. And then they send you this. This is even better. So I've got an NHC hat here, okay?
Right.
And it's my name on the side. Can you see that?
Yep.
David Harrison, 2022 champ. It's got NHC champion on the back. Hold on a second.
I would never take it off.
Yeah, I try not to wear it because I usually wear hats like that to do my workouts in the morning. And then you get my dome sweat gets on it. And then, no, that's going to go in the showcase. And plus, you get to go to the Eclipse Awards and you get a Eclipse Award trophy, which is effing fantastic. I mean, it sits on my mantle. My wife tries to take it down and put it in my office. I'm like, that's a big accomplishment. They also send you this little guy. First place, National Horse Players Championship. You got a little cup there.
Nice.
Right. Then you also get a ring presented the next NHC at that awards dinner. Okay, so that's another one. Then I got and I'm sure Paul Kalia and Mike got one, a trip from the good folks to Santa Anita. Good folks at Santa Anita. Nate Newby, Tom Quigley and the gang. I got to sit in the Eddie Logan suite with all the tournament players and the high rollers. It was a fantastic time. They paid for my airfare, hotel. And, there you go. There you go. So that's why I want to win it again.
By the way, the ring, does the ring have the same value as a Super Bowl ring? I'm assuming. Are you going to cash it in one day?
Well, yeah, I wanted to get it appraised, but I have it in a vault. I only bring that out for special occasions. That's like going to the NHC. If I go to a live track tournament. But I'm very careless with stuff like that. So my wife said, you shouldn't let that ring get out of the vault there. I'm like, yeah, you're right. So, you want to see Chris wants to know where the trophy is.
There okay, let's see it.
My wife wanted it off the mantle because we had relatives coming over who were like Puritans or very, very religious people, and they're totally anti-gambling and anti-drinking. So then they would ask a question about this?
Did they light on fire when they went to your house?
No, I was hiding in the basement. So here you go. There's the Eclipse Awards, and it's fantastic.
I think there's that trophy there. Was there some really handsome guy that handed that to you when at the awards ceremony?
Yeah. I had some guy named Scotty who I never met before hand me great introduction at the Eclipse Awards. And the Eclipse Awards is like my wife and daughter thought they were like, they told me at the end of the night it felt like they know what it feels like to be a celebrity. That was just unbelievable. And, a celebrity among the horse community. But the Eclipse Awards is so much fun. I took a great photo with Todd Pletcher, Mike Rapoli, Angel Cordero, and Jose Gomez. And I chatted with them for 20 minutes. It was just like a dream come true. And then I got to meet Scotty McKeever, which is probably the highlight of the night.
That's where we met.
There we go. If you don't need any more incentive, there you go. Yeah, so try to join. And if it happened to me, it can happen to you.
By the way, you want to hear some even really exciting news that Chris Walsh shared with me yesterday?
Always ready for exciting news.
The $2 pick six is back at Santa Anita.
The $2 pick six.
It's been at least 12, 13 years since they took it away. Like,
Yeah,
yeah, I remember Tim Ritvo took that away, and then it all changed, and then went to this rainbow bullshit. And now the $2 back. I'm super excited about this because I mean that's how I got my start, was playing pick sixes. That's all I did was play pick sixes, and so you don't understand. Like for some of us, that was like everything. When that went away, it was like somebody took a piece of me. But I'm super excited to see if it has the same energy it did well back. But that's going to be exciting. Yours truly is going to be playing those very hard. I can promise you that. And now I'm going to have to spin. Here's what's going to happen. Everyone's going to reap the benefits of that because now I'm going to actually study super hard. Because when I would handicap pick sixes, I mean, I'd handicap for 10, 12 hours, just one card. And so I'm super pumped that the $2 pick six is back. Way to go, Stronach Group.
Yep, that's good news for guys who, like you, who play the pick six. I don't play too often. I used to play all the time at NYRA when they had the $2 pick sixes, and I hit twice. But I was nowhere close to you. My highest pick six I ever hit on a lone ticket, where I didn't have any partners, was about 11,000 on a $48 ticket. I'll take that any day. But that's
a great hit. There's no doubt. Yeah. For me, I liked playing for the bigger money, and that got me going. And I think that I recognize that probably 90% of the players are smaller players for sure, but I think you have to have something for the bigger players as well. You need them just as much. And so I think you have to be able to have a little bit for everybody. I have a feeling that it's going to be very, very popular. And I have a feeling that maybe we could see horse racing getting back for some of the bigger players, because some people want to play for big money.
Yeah, I agree. And I always prefer the $2 pick six. And I'm very selective when I play that. And that's what I grew up on when I started playing pick sixes. And normally it'd have to be a card that I really liked. I look every day, and unless I have a single and a horse that I feel confident in being another single, I try to make it a 4 out of 6, where I'm only picking 4 winners. One, either a free square day or a horse that I've been waiting on who I think is a decent price, who I'm going to single. Yeah. So I'm very selective, but you're going to win bigger pots at the end of the day. Now NYRA has the $1. So you can spread a little, but those 20-cent gimmick rainbow pick sixes, they're just, I'm not interested in those.
No. What were the days where you had these people winning $1 million pick sixes? Daryl, you make a good point, brother. No doubt about it. I understand exactly why you say that. And that the fields are so small in California, no doubt about it. From what I'm hearing, though, they have some really good plans right now in California to draw more horses to California. It's hard living in the state of California because the state of California does not make it easy to be able to be profitable. But we'll see what happens. But I'm trying to stay positive. To me, that's a positive move, and you can't give up, right? So you have to just take one step at a time and keep on evolving. But I think this is a great start.
Right. Good deal. Good deal.
How about we get going? Race number 3 at Saratoga is going to be the first in this feeder. Okay, yes. You told me before we started this show that you were loving everything today. Is that true?
Am I loving everything today? Yeah, I feel very.
That's what you said.
Yeah, I went back to my NHC strategy and changing it up a little bit. So I went for my morning workout with my headphones and listening to my music, which gives me inspiration. And I just think positive. I project, what I want to happen, and how I would feel after I win the NHC tournament today and see my name on top. And I know that sometimes the universe sends you some message, and sometimes you feel confident this is your day. And as a horse player going into these things, you should feel confident. If you're an experienced handicapper, okay, here you go. Giving away my horses already, Chuck. But yeah. So I'm ready to go.
Go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead, David.
Yeah. I heard some of my favorite inspirational tunes came on when I was doing my workout, and I'm ready to go. I am ready to fire away today.
Chuck, one of the good guys, by the way, right here. Chuck, who's been such a huge supporter of EquinEdge from the beginning, and just such a good guy. I look forward to meeting Chuck one day.
Yes.
Chuck, what horses do you have going today? Let us know so we can root you on.
He's got he's got a horse, Boss Tweed, but we'll get to that very shortly.
Boss Tweed.
Okay.
Do we know what race that is?
That's the race that we're covering right now.
Oh, this is. Oh, I'm sorry. I missed that. Okay, here we go.
All right. So would you like to run the simulator? And then
let's run
the 2 scratches. I just want to point out, Scotty, the 1 part of the entry, Land Dioro, is scratched, and also the 5 Grind-Out Cat, which is good for me because I am tired of being beaten by cat horses. Just seems like every time I get beat is by a cat horse. I'm like, I'm just going to start playing cat horses. Forget Christopher Clement. I'll just play cat horses.
Well, the 6-horse Boss Tweed is going to have the lead, and then I made a note that the 2-horse has a 4-star work for its return. Just to do an overview a little bit. The 6-horse. You're under BD Racing Stable. Okay, I didn't know that. There it is, right there. This horse is going to have the lead. What happened last time out is, I guess, what my question is. I mean, it didn't seem to handle the tougher horses, and this is even tougher. But you cannot rule this horse out because of that speed. But not only that, it maintains the win percentage. So usually when you're facing tougher, you're going to see this win percentage go down. The GSR goes up a little bit. It faces a little bit tougher, but the win percentage is still there. I don't know what happened. Maybe there's an excuse for what happened, but you're probably going to get 4 to 6 to 1 odds as well. So it looks like a decent play, and it looks like a wide open race. But I want your take on this. I'm sure we all do.
Yeah, the way that I looked at this race after the late scratches, to me, in my opinion, they scratched the stronger half of the entry, the Clement's horse, Land Dioro. That horse off the layoff had a real big shot in this race. I'm not a big fan of Wine Responsibility, the other half of the entry. You got so many changes. You got blinkers on, first-time gelding, first-time Lasix, and they're just looking for answers with this horse. And I think this is a rather rough spot to have to get answers here, especially off the layoff. And then with the scratch of the 5, it's a smaller field. They had a lot of rain yesterday afternoon at Saratoga. The track supposedly is fast, but did absorb a lot of water. And we've seen in the past this meet when there's rain the day before, and they get the track set, the main track set up. I guess it'll be Harrow today, but it seems like it's speed favoring for that first day. So I'm going to go with that premise. And this is a short field. The 6 can easily get to the lead here, gun over to the rail. And I think this horse goes wire to wire. Good. Chuck, I think you got a really good shot today. There's a couple of horses that did concern me here because it is somewhat of a wide open race. Toscano has some speed also, the 4 Larry Ravelli's horse. But this horse, I like the cutback, but this horse on a sloppy track showed some speed and then tired. I'm not sure that now with that 1.125 mile race in this horse, is that going to dull his speed? So that's going to help the 6, I think. So I think the 6 gets a clear lead. And the other horse I would use on my second ticket is the 3 Liberty Central. A couple of mile races last time out in the Gander, finished a decent third. Another decent third and at a mile. This horse is, and then race before broke its maiden, and this horse is in pretty decent form. Good work on August 5th. I like the cutback. This horse should be conditioned enough to handle a 6.5. This horse is won at 7, so I have no issue with the distance. So it's 6 on 1 ticket. Boss Tweed, the speed of the speed, and the 3 Liberty Central on a second ticket.
So Toscano, to me, when you look at the GSR Plus grid, this horse wants distance, and it had the opportunity last time out against an easier group than what it faced. what's going to happen is this horse is going to get overbet because of this race here, 2 back, and people are going to think, okay, the horse doesn't want longer, and we're cutting back, and we should run good. I just don't think this horse is that good. It got second here. I get it. But, I don't know what happened here. Maybe speed was holding. The horse was close to the pace. But I think this horse is going to get overbet. I'm not playing this horse. I like Boss Tweed as well. I don't like the one. I like the other part of the entry as well. The Liberty Central. This is an interesting horse because it is facing easier. It really wasn't meant to do anything in the last couple of races. And it ran decent. It ran third in both of those starts against better horses. So this is a major player in the race off the layoff. And the 2 horses, the one that I don't know anything about because you don't know who's going to show up here. The horse goes up in win percentage. It's from 6% to 24%. Off the layoff, Abreu is good. This horse has a 4-star workout. So this horse is likely to come out running. You got Flavian Pratt decides to jump aboard, so the horse must be doing very well. I have a feeling that they like this horse today. And so I think the 6 horse is going to probably have to hold off the 2 and the 3. So, but for me, it's going to be 6-2-3.
You're on the 6 also, 6-2-3. We agree on the same horse. And the other thing where EquinEdge comes in so helpful for me, Scotty, is when I look at a race here and I look at the pace metric and I see such a disparity between Boss Tweed at 81 and the second highest speed pace rating, 56. That's a play alone, right? You got the 20 some odd point advantage there, 25 points. Yeah. And just on that alone, you got alone speed. That's a horse I would probably, you could justify singling just on that account alone. But so we're on the same horse, but 6-3 for me, 6-2 for you is what you're saying.
For me, and you can see here what Chuck said is the key. Like, you do have to forgive races, but you're hoping to see something within the trouble line. What you don't want to see is, it does say bumped at the start. And so that makes sense. Got bumped out of the gate. Junior said it took a lot out of him. And that may well be true. And then it got dueled with here and then just stopped. I don't really think anybody's going to duel with this horse here today. I think this horse is going to have a clear lead. It's going to be easy if this horse gets a good break. So I think based on what Chuck's saying, matching up with the trouble line, I think we can forgive this race. And I like the fact that, like I said before, the horse still has a good win percentage. So I think they're going to have a hard time getting the 6 horse. And then the 2 and the 3 are going to come from behind. But that pace, that natural pace advantage, David, is so huge. It's so
absolutely.
Huge. Yeah,
absolutely. And also, I'd like to point out too, I like the workout August 2nd after that race. And Silver Satin, the horse that the horse that he lost to last time out, that horse was a big drop down, and that horse was a huge favorite. I actually liked On the Hill that day, Bond horse, and that, to me, that was a tough race. And the pace, again, this is probably an easier spot here a little bit. So with the scratches, outside speed, I think Alvarado gives his horse just gun to the lead and come and catch me. I like it.
All right, so we all agree, unanimous decision, 6 horse. All right. Okay, race number 4. And we've got a $25,000 non-winners of 2 lifetime. I find that you have to watch these very closely because you can get some prices in these races. And so I really rely, we've been doing some testing of late. As you know, we got a new machine learning specialist, Ramey, I'm just hearing just rave reviews about Ramey. And as we're running these things, we have so many great metrics, but the consensus within the team is that maybe the SOR is the best algorithm. And it really shows you how strong fields that horses have been facing. So, and I find that to be true here because in the non-winners of 2 lifetime area there, you can get big droppers dropping into these things too. And so if you want to look at that closely to see if a horse, dropped it, there was a dropper that dropped in to a race and now the horse is getting easier. So I will run the race here. And after that, I think it's only 6 horses in the race. So it'd be prudent just to look at every one of them and see, what the story is. And I also like to look at like the last 3 or 4 races, look at the trouble line and just kind of tell the story. Is there a story that makes sense to me? Like, get in the trainer's head, get in the owner's head. Why am I putting this horse in this race? Am I just frustrated with this horse, so I'm just throwing the horse in? You want to play against horses like that. Or, oh yeah, I would have done the exact same thing if I was the trainer. You want to get your mind to think like that. There's so many different things you can do, and but sometimes that's what I like to do is try to get I try to think of like a trainer might think with a horse. It doesn't look like the 4-horse really has much of a look. It faced a 42 group, 2 back, and barely won. I don't really see a change coming. The trainer's only 5% off layoff horses. Before I eliminate this horse, do you like this horse in any way?
No, off the layoff and some of that spotty form. This horse obviously most likely was laid up for an injury or some kind of issue. And no, they dropped this horse down to the bottom of 25. I let this horse beaten.
I also get very excited when I see the surge indicator going up because, and even down for that matter, because it's an opportunity. You know that the GSR is going up 10 points or more from its last race. So when we look at the 6-horse, it's going from a 55 GSR, in which it got second on the turf, and it's going from 55 to 66, so up 11 points. The win percentage goes up to 22% and facing similar. The way you're supposed to approach a horse like this, you're supposed to expect that this horse is going to improve. What do you think of the 6-horse Brizzanti?
Another horse who's not for me, Scotty. I'm not big on Tampa shippers coming into Saratoga to win. I know this horse did go to Monmouth, kind of spotty form. But one thing in this horse's favor, this horse has won at a mile distance. So you have this advantage over a lot of these horses who you question whether they want a mile. And that includes Chalky Cat. I mean, and again, I said before, I got getting tired of beaten by cat horses. So I should use cat horses, but I can't use the 1A either, because this horse has never tried the distance and you have the trainers keeping this horse at 6 furlongs, 6.5, 7 furlongs. It's probably a 6.5, 7 furlong horse, right? But it is a weak field, and again, you're not getting a big price. So yeah, I'm not a big fan of Chalky Cat either, to be honest with you, or the 6 or the 4. So we're gonna get to our horses soon.
Okay.
Yeah. So the horse. Now, we'll talk about the 8 first, because I always look for the drop downs. This horse drops down from a allowance, a New York State bred allowance.
Who are we talking about?
The 8. The 8.
8. What 8? There's no 8 here.
I'm sorry. Did I say the 8? Boy, I thought I was on top of my game. So the 7. The 7.
Okay.
So,
all right.
Allied Attack. Now, this is a 3-year-old against a couple of older horses. This time of year, I don't think that's a big factor, 3 facing older. So, but the concern I have, Scotty, this horse in the last 4 races has been on the turf. This horse also raced on the dirt previously and broke its maiden on January 18th. A pretty decent race. And it looked like a pretty weak field, though. Has a good workout on August 4th. So this horse is eligible, but I'm just not convinced. The only time this horse won a mile, even though it had a bump break, so there could be an excuse. This horse at Saratoga last year finished way off the board in a tough maiden special open company race. So that horse is a contender. Whiskey and Soda just breaking its, being claimed, broke his maiden at Tampa at a distance. It was claimed out of a 2-turn race back on July 25th here. Non-win is a 2 lifetime. I'm not a big fan of that race, so I'd pass on that horse. It just leaves me by process of elimination to go with my top pick, which is 3, Andy Can't. This horse, I will acknowledge, is 1 for 18, usually not my style. But just keep in mind, my top pick in this race was going to be the number 2 for David Jacobson. David Jacobson, Route 5. Route 5? Yeah, and he's 1 for 27, so with 14 seconds. But I thought I had an angle on a horse, and the scratch kind of hurt me. So number 3, Andy Can't, would have been my second pick. This horse was claimed for 25, and non was a 2 lifetime. Decent race at a mile, and was the favorite. Got claimed, moved him up to 40,000. Non-win is a 2. Rufa was in that race. He just didn't seem to fire that day at 7. Again, I give any horse in a higher class 1 bad race. This horse has won at a mile before. However, it was a sloppy track. This horse finished a second at Oaklawn at a mile and a 16th. The second back on March 2nd of 23. He's a Bernardini. This horse should sit a nice trip, excuse me. And so I'm on 3, Andy Cant for Cardamachi.
Okay, so to the 7-horse Allied Attack, here's what I see. It's almost a curse. So you can see here on March 10th, the horse had a 76 GSR running on the dirt and faced a 60 group. So it was a little bit tough. And then what does it do? It goes on the turf and gets a 3rd place finish against 11 other horses. And the GSR drops 20 points. It's almost a curse. So then, of course, Mike Maker's like, hey, this horse wants turf. And he keeps on putting the horse on turf. But now what I see is this. Now I see a horse that's going from a 56 GSR to a 72 GSR, 16 points. Then it's going from 8% win to 20% win, and a 58 SOR, which is tougher than what's today's group is a 54 SOR. That's what I see. I see a huge improvement coming from the outside post. Looks like the fastest horse in the race as well. You look at the first call, easily the fastest horse in the race. I don't know how you catch in the 7-horse. I mean, I like the 6-horse a bit as well because it's not a proven loser. It's been facing some decent horses and running good. It broke from the rail here, right? So you can throw that out. You can throw that out. It's going from a 55 GSR to a 66. I like the 2 Surge Indicator horses. Whiskey and Soda has a lot to prove to me. You're claiming a horse off of Todd Pletcher. Good luck with that. I'm on the 7-horse to win gate to wire over the 6-horse.
Okay, so it's 3-7 for me. 7 would be my my secondary pick or a second ticket pick. The concern I do have with the mile distance, but I mean, Mike Maker's barn, he's been on fire. 15 wins at the meet, so can't go wrong if you're gonna with a hot barn like that. So.
Okay, that's race number 4. We've got through races 3 and 4 at Saratoga. Let's go to race number 5 and let's run this puppy. Here we go. I'll tell you this, and we'll see because I haven't looked at this race, but if this 2 is not all that, then this is an absolute grab bag based on what I'm seeing with the win percentages and the EE morning line. It looks absolutely wide open. And not a good place to come if you have no speed and you're on the outside post on the inner turf here at Saratoga. And look, you see a lot of the blue arrows. That means horses are really closing. This horse has burned some money as well. Had an easy lead here. I don't like either one of the favorites, to be honest with you. I think you could get a price here, but go ahead. What's your 2 cents in here?
Okay, I have a comment to make and just an opinion more than anything else. Last night on your show, great show by the way, the weekend preview, there was some disagreement between 2 of your team there, 2 members of your team about Chris speed on the inner turf. Right, I was amused by that, and I will just say, based on my experience, speed is better on the inner turf than it is on a melon. It depends, a number of factors. Where's the rail or some other nonsense. But the bottom line is that I found that when the turf course, the inner turf course, has had enough moisture, that it's more even than when it's hard, and you get like 90-degree days with no rain. So I think you can close on this inner turf in this condition. It was rain again yesterday. With that being said, this is a non-winners. Another non-winners at 2 Lifetime, which we're going to be bombarded with in these early qualifiers. Claiming 50, I think this is just such a weak field, and there's one horse to me that just stands out here. I know the 2's a contender, but I mean, normal drop down. This horse has been running okay, but nothing that really intrigues me that much. He could win, but the only other horse he's the only other horse that can win this race. She can win this race. Fillies and mares. The horse I really like, Scotty, is the 5-horse Wish List for John Terranova. Don't worry about the 2 Monmouth races that maiden in 16, which this horse, she broke her maiden at, and then came back in a claiming 16 and finished a nice second. And that was a little bit of a slower pace, I think, than her maiden victory. This horse also ran at Aqueduct in the maiden special weight and was not embarrassed. That's basically a very similar race to the 2 that horse raced well at Monmouth. And I think with a little bit of normal improvement in such a weak field, I don't think this race is much different than a $16,000 claimer. $50,000 was a 2 lifetime. To me, this horse is a single. So I'm on 5 wish list with just a little bit of improvement. Luis Saez picks up the mount, another benefit. He's been riding better this last couple of weeks, and his confidence level is coming up. So it's all number 5 for me. I don't want any other horse.
All right, so let's sort the GSRs, and when we see the GSRs and we go to the finish, it's the 5's got the second top GSR, but they're all. There's not a horse I would eliminate here with the GSRs at all. The SORs, the class, the 10 horse has been facing better. It seems like if we go to the GSR tab or the distance tab, you can see here that there's been 3 horses that have won at this distance. That matters. The EquinEdge long shot in 3 tries, won once. And then you have the 5 horse who's won once, and the 1 has won once, but against easier when they won that. It's interesting that when you sort the odds makers morning line and you look at the EquinEdge morning line, a couple of horses stand out to me. One is the 8 horse, the EquinEdge long shot. The other one is the 7 horse from Hello. This horse has actually run really good at the surface and distance in 6 tries, 2 seconds and 3/3. So I think it's prudent that you give this horse a look. Dylan Davis has been just absolutely on fire. And so I'm looking at this horse thinking, better watch out for this horse. 6 tries, $50,000 earned. And then if you look at the trouble line, rank inside, hit the gate over here. And so those are the only 2 races this horse has run bad. It's a slow breaker, not a bad breaker necessarily, just a kind of a slow breaker, which isn't always great for the inner turf. But aside from the 2 and the 8 are fast. It's one of the reasons why I like the 8 horse, because the 8 horse has shown the ability to rate a little bit. Now, that being said, I don't know what the level for this 8 is yet, and that's my concern. I know the 8's going to probably break good. It's a good breaker. It's going to sit outside the 2, but is it classy enough? I would have wanted to see this horse win by 5 or 6 lengths easy, and then it comes back. It's not a proven loser. We know that. We know it needs to be near the lead. It's the reason why I'm going to stick with the 2 horse. I think the 2 horse is going to probably have an easy lead. It draws inside. The inside posts are the ones that are doing the best here at the track, and I think I'm going to stick with the 2 horse to run a good race. Okay,
yep, the 2 was the other contender, but I apologize. I told you I was on top of my game, but I'm just so overconfident in that 5 horse. The other horse you have to use to me is the 10 Sacred Image. I for some reason it wasn't on my notes here, but I mean this horse is such a big drop down. But the concern is the lack of speed. But I mean, I don't love Chad Brown dropping to a $50,000 claimer, but keep in mind he wants to win the meet. So with Peter Brandt, they might say, okay, this horse is not that, there's not much, so let's just get this horse a win. Excuse me. So it would be 5 on one ticket and 10 on the other.
Yeah. I will say this: the horse you probably need to watch out for is this horse here, who hit the rail last time out, only lost by 4.5 lengths, and then bumped and checked, had a horrible trip here. You can throw that out. And this horse actually looks like a major player as well. I think this is just a wide open race. We look at the simulator and look at these horses closing. The 2 horse is just always in the lead the entire time, and it just sits a really nice trip. It moves up in win percentage. I'm just hoping. I think with Flavian on board, I think Flavian's going to get this horse to relax a little bit. And I like the drop. First of all, I don't think this horse has ever been on the inner turf. No, and so this is a big difference. 9 furlongs, dropping in the inner turf. Right, that's a huge difference. Like This horse is going to be very, very tough to catch. So I'm going to stick with the 2 horse for sure.
Okay, the horse, the 2 Highway Harmony has been on the inner, but at Aqueduct. So
At Aqueduct.
Horse.
Yeah.
Right. Okay, so for Scotty, it's number 2.
Yep. All right.
Highway Harmony. Okay.
Okay, the next 3 races we have to cover are at Monmouth Park, races 2, 3, and 4.
All right, let me just pull up my EquinEdge, change the track to Monmouth Park in lovely Eatontown, New Jersey. Okay, so race 2. My favorite $5,000 claimers. Here we go. Oh, we have 2 key scratches. So I just noticed it must be late. The 3 and the 6. So that really changes it because the 3 was my top pick. So if you want to run the simulator, and we'll see how that goes.
All right, so let's look at the 1 horse. So the 1 horse, this is the type of horse that needs to be honored near the lead for sure. And Sneakiness is fast, going to try to go to the lead, and it's been burning money. I think Speed Stops. Who's the horse that's taxable? I would take this 4 horse all day long. To me, it's going to get the setup, and it was off slow and steadied at 30%. It maintains that win percentage and GSR, and gets a little bit extra distance. I think with a good break, I think that the 4 horse wins the race. I would take the money.
Yeah, I see your point on the 4 horse, Scotty, but it does concern me that this horse burned money last time at 4 to 5. But I will acknowledge off a bit slow and steady is probably the key here. So yeah, it's a horse you got to use. I prefer the 4 rather than the 2 Sneakiness. Originally, my top pick was the 3 Striking Speed, and I had number 1 Lemon Creek Louie as my second choice. So you would think now I would change over to Lemon Creek Louie, but I don't think so. The reason I liked the 3 was because the lack of other speed in here. I thought he was going to go wire to wire. So I'm going to give a shot with the 7 here, Scotty. Magnificent Ride for Saray. He's got, let's see, he has. Yeah, I thought he had the second. Okay, he's got another horse in this race. There's 2 Saray horses and a couple of races coming up also. So he's got the 5, and there's also got the 7. This horse was claimed for $5,000. Monmouth showed some speed and packed it in, but did lose to 2 horses who were in this race. And the 2 horse Sneakiness stretched out to a mile. Probably didn't want to go that far. To me, that race is a throwout. They increased this horse up to a claiming 7,500, and so throughout the race, the horse didn't want to go that far. This horse has positional speed. I like the outside post, stalking, whoever's going to be the speed here, which is questionable, right? Sneakiness, probably Sneakiness, right? That's got the 59 pace factor. So I think I like the trip. Matty Oliver can just stalk to see what's going on with the 1 and the 2. Lay a good trip here in a short field. I'll go with a little bit of a price. This horse won't be anywhere near 15 to 1, but if I can get 5 or 6 to 1, I'm happy with that. So it would be 7 as my top pick, Magnificent Ride, and Lemon Creek Louie as my second. So 7-1.
Yeah, one of the things we probably should consider is if the jockey Rendon, like if he doesn't send the 1, then the 2 gets a clear lead. I think that is a possibility. So if you want to take a price horse, I don't think there's anything wrong with taking a horse like the 2 to get away. Because if right, because the 2
no, I agree. Yeah.
Right, the 2's going. So the 1, so Rendon's going to have to make a decision on the 1. He's going to have to make a decision to send or don't send. And if he doesn't send, you're giving the 2 horse an easy lead.
Yeah, especially with blinkers on. This horse, there's some races back at Tampa, this horse had absolutely no speed whatsoever, but the blinkers seem to have increased this horse's early foot. So, yeah, I'm confident this horse will most likely get the lead. But I think the 7 is going to be sitting right off that pace. So this horse was actually on the lead stalked and got the lead at one point on a bobbled break 2 back at Monmouth. So I think the 2 will have the lead, and the 7, Matty Oliver is going to watch what the 2 does, in my opinion, get a perfect trip here. So would be the 7. And I don't know, I just think the 1's dropping down from the 15 to the 5 is probably maybe the second best horse in here. I was never a big fan of sneakiness, but yeah, I mean, you have justification for playing this horse because right now it's low on speed.
Yeah, I'm actually maybe going to reconsider. I'm trying to think of what's Rendon going to do. I mean, the horse is drawing the rail. The 1 is not that great of a breaker. It's not that great.
But the last race, though, Scotty, this horse did break pretty well from the 7 post. So, I mean, with the rail post now, I think he's got no other choice to break and get good position close to the pace, because I think this horse gets off slow and it breaks average, that this horse's chance is going to be greatly compromised here.
They're going 6 furlongs. If the 4 is not that great of a breaker as well.
Yeah, no.
I'm going to change up. I'm going to go to the 2. I'm going to say 2-4.
Okay, so Scotty's on the 2.
Yeah, I'm gonna play the 2 to go gate to wire.
Okay.
All right. So
Scotty, 7, magnificent ride for me.
All right, let's go to race number 3. Wow, we're moving through this quickly. Should we want to break it up? Laurel Park race number 1's coming up. Why don't we break it up a little bit?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, let's do that. Let's run this race. We're going to show you this race live. They're approaching. About 2 minutes before this race goes off. They're approaching the gate right now on the lawn. 9 furlongs for these $20,000 claimers, and you can see the 4 horse is going to get the lead. 4 horse right now is 12-1, and makes it to the 3rd call before stopping. And here comes the EquinEdge long shot, by the way, who's 4-1 on the E morning line. You're getting 7-1, and the 7 horse. This is a big step up in class for the 7 horse. It does go up in win percentage, though. 7's a player. It only has 2 wins, though, in 23 races. I mean, it's that kind of race. And this horse is a poor breaker, the 3 horse. This is a really a rough race. I would probably have to take some odds, I think, in a race like this.
Yeah, they're going a mile and an eighth, too. I'm sure a lot of these horses' tongues will be hanging out after a mile and an eighth. Let's see. Does anybody have success or any type of form at a mile and an eighth?
Past tired horses.
There's some underachieving horses. There's some bad horses in this race. I shouldn't say bad. Every horse is good, except very slow horses in this race. I shouldn't say. I
would probably go with the favorite. I would probably have to go with this 3 horse because it's not a proven loser. It's had a few excuses in the last 4 races. It's had excuses, and it's just facing a much easier group here. And it goes from 3% win. Look, it got 3rd. I talk about this all the time. Broke bad, was wide, got 3rd by 1 1/4 lengths, and now the win percentage goes up to 30%. It was only 3% that day. The GSR goes up. I'll take the 3. I'll take the 3 over the 7. I'm going to take the chalk.
3 over the 7. Yeah, I'm like struggling here because I'm not sure if anybody really wants to go that far. Okay, just for some fun, I think if this was an NHC race and I'm like first day, what the F? I'm going with the 6 horse, Scotty, Prince of Portland. This horse has had a 2nd at the mile and an eighth distance. That's the only reason. The 6, Prince of Portland, 25-1
shot. You're going to take a 30-1 shot.
Baby. Had a good 2nd at a mile and an eighth.
I would have
horses. Distance.
Good night, Niall.
All right, David says
Prince of Portland.
Okay. I've got the 3. I'm going to keep track of this today, how we do.
Okay.
All
The
right.
first race of the NHC. If this horse wins, I'd take the lead.
You would be on the lead for sure.
Because not too many people are going to use a 25-to-1 shot in a small field. And
They
that's
would give
another
you
event.
They would give you an award if this horse wins.
Class Wizard reloading.
Let's see what happens.
Set to run.
No risk, no reward is what they say.
That is true.
Flashes
I like the way the 3 broke. 3 broke good.
A few taps to go on with some early speed.
And I like sitting on the inside like that with the rail out.
Position. And Silver Bullet 20 down to the inside and 4th. And Good Night Nile.
Not a surprise that we knew the 4 would be on the lead, but the 4 stops. And then the EquinEdge long shot is the 5.
Flashes back, pops away to a 3-length advantage into the first turn run from Class Wizard as well.
That's right, Dan.
From the second spot. Down inside is Silver Bullet 20. Prince of Portland alongside of that runner. And Go Take Charge back at the pack. Good Night Nile on her.
You know another thing you have to watch out for too. This is a thing. I don't know if you ever do this, but if you look at the post positions of some of the horses, you'll see that some of them don't run good on the inside. Then they get an outside post and they kill it, especially sprinters, right? And you want to see, and you can put a note on it. Like I'm watching the 3 right now. The 3 looks completely relaxed on the rail. It's the jockey that's got to be patient.
Flashes back the lead by a neck.
Right, and plenty of time.
Inside. Prince of Portland
got plenty of horse, and he just needs to chill.
Charge. And back at the pack, still second to last position is Good
Night
Night
Nile. Your 6 is sitting in 3rd right now.
A lot to do now into the far turn run. Around that turn with 3 furlongs left to go. Class Wizard flashes back down to the inside. A Tough Customer. Prince of Portland is in 3rd. Then it's Silver Bullet 20 racing 4th. Good Night Niles let loose from the back, but still 7 to close in as they swing for home. Class Wizard flashes back down to the inside there. 3 or 4 lengths clear. Prince of Portland center of the track. Silver Bullet 20 is trying to quicken up. Silver Bullet 20 is in 3rd. Super E on the inside trying to pick up a share as well. A furlong left to go. Here's Class Wizard.
Come on, 3 gets his 5.
Gets away.
Here comes
from Flashes back. Fire
those are the EquinEdge.
Rolling fast, very fast, but too late.
5-7-3.
Go take charge.
Yeah.
Silver.
Hey, listen, I got a little thrill out of my 30-to-1, 25-to-1 shot. Stalk 3rd. I'm like, yeah, at least I got a little thrill.
Yep, you did.
That's just crazy.
All right, we broke that up a little bit. All right, so now we head on to the getting out of the feeders now. You ready to do that? Get into the qualifier?
Yeah, let's get back. So we are on Monmouth.
Monmouth Park race number 7. All right, Monmouth Park race number 7. So
race number 3.
For the qualifier? Oh, did we not do race number 3 yet?
No. We got to finish.
So you still have one more. No, we did. No,
we did Monmouth race number 2,
3, and 4.
We didn't do Monmouth 3.
We didn't do 3. We just did 2.
No. We just raced 2, so we've got 2 more feeders.
Okay, we have 2 more. Okay. I don't know where I'm at. All right, here we go. Let's run it.
Okay. Unless I just blacked out, which is always the possibility.
No, I'm pretty sure it was me that blacked out, David. I'm glad that you're the same one.
I get my senior moments sometimes, so.
I just had one. They're coming more often. That's the scary part.
Yeah, my wife says maybe you should go get a cognitive. And I'm like, okay, maybe we should. And then I told her I think maybe we should both get a cognitive. And then she gets all insulted. So I shouldn't have said that. She said,
"Tell her what's good."
I'm like, well, you told me I should get a cognitive.
Well,
so
what's good for the goose is good for the gander. It doesn't work that way with some people. Okay,
she's like, you just insulted me. Okay, so all right.
Is this 2 horse going to go gate to wire?
Looks pretty strong. Looks pretty strong, Scotty, but I have my doubts.
Okay.
Blinkers on.
You know what? You had me right there. I'm like, okay, he likes my 2, and then all of a sudden, wah, wah, wah. Okay.
All right. Well, here we go. So let's look at the pace metric here. This horse does have an advantage, 88. This horse now also puts blinkers on. This horse is pretty fast. Claimed off the last race. David Carlos, 7 for 22 at this meet. A logical contender. But my concern is, Scotty, this horse was claimed for 16, and it lost at 2 to 5, 3 to 5. And in that now it jumps up to a $40,000 claimers. Now it's non-wizard 2 lifetime, so not too strong of a field, but I still keep saying the road's strong. And I'm going with the first time gelding here, Scotty, New York Strong. So how can a New Yorker like me not play a horse New York Strong, who's not the favorite? It's probably the second choice. This horse has, at the distance, is 1 win in 2 seconds. It is in good form. The last 3 races, a second, a first that broke its maiden for maiden 16. Now is claimed by Saray. First time gelding, jumps up in class to 30 rather than 40. And I think this horse is in a really good spot. So even though I think the 2 will be tough to catch, I'm going with number 6, New York Strong, over the 2, Chaplin.
All right. David's got the 6.
New York Strong.
Over the 2. One of the reasons why I like the 2 here is, first of all, like these non-winners of 2s, 16,000, 40,000. Carlos David is 27% first off the claim. And look, it's only 2 points higher in competition. And the horse dueled in that 5.5 furlong race. It's not going to duel here. And not only it's a good breaker, not only did it duel, that was at 5.5 and cuts back to 5 furlongs and the GSR goes up. The win percentage goes up. I mean, this horse is going to be David Carlos knows what he's doing. This horse is going to be extremely tough to run down. Speed is clearly best when you're talking about 5.5 furlongs, especially 5 furlongs. It just holds, and there really is nobody that's that great of a closer. If we look at this, who's closing? I mean, the 6 is so far back, 3 3/4 lengths back, almost 3 5/8 back, and so is the 8, and the 1 is even further back. He's like in a different racetrack. And I think the 6 is going to close. I think you actually have a decent one, though, that you could get 6 to 8 to 1 odds. I just think it's going to be too hard to catch the 2 horse up front. It's a horse to watch. These horses win. They're in the money 78% of the time. Excuse me. And this horse is top pace, top win, top GSR, lowest EE morning line, and top EE pick. I think the 2 is going to be tough. I'm going to go with the 2.
Okay, you go with the 2 and I go with the 6, and it is only 5. And I will tell you, I'd be a little more confident in the 6 at 5.5, but they'll be coming down the stretch. The 2 have the lead, but on the outside, here comes New York Strong for the New York boys. So New York Strong over Chaplin.
I have a rule. I mean, unless there's a crap load of speed, you can't be the lowest pace number. And unless you are like 40, 50% to win. And even then, but
right.
You know what I mean? But the horse can be closing. You can see it's going to be closing. And you have an eye for horses like this. And the horse has really good form. And the horse has no problem rating. I guess the issue I have with it, David, is it did close on a 36 SOR group, right? At 41%. Yeah. It just did its job. All the metrics are dropping on the 6. I think it's going to close. And it's obviously the EquinEdge second pick. It's also the reason why I like the 2 even more, because it just seems, has the class, has the speed. Everything seems to be towards the 2. I think the 2 is a free square. All right, let's go to race 4.
Yeah, it's a very good point, because you have the lone speed of the 2. But I think we should also consider this, is that on the 5 horse Dither is Paco picks up the mount. So his style. He's going to try to press that 2, even though you were seeing a pace metric factor on Dither at 48 compared to 88, which is a huge disparity. You know how Paco rides. Sometimes he's crazed. He may just I don't think he's speeding enough to stay, but I think he may put enough pressure on the 2 to have New York Strong come flying down the stretch and just get up by a nose. That's my prediction.
Look at the only win for the 2 horse. Where was it? It was over at Gulfstream Park, and the distance and surface were 5 furlongs turf, went gate to wire. That was a maiden special weight group. And,
no.
Yeah. You're going to see.
Oh, agreed. Mm-hmm.
I don't think Paco's fantastic, but this horse breaks good every single time. And it's still, for this horse to get the lead, it's going to have to be a different horse, no matter how fast it is, how good of a breaker it is. It's just not fast enough against the 2 and the 4. I don't think Paco can get a horse out of this. Horse is a great breaker, anyways. I would like the horse more if it had been breaking slow actually, and then added Paco. You know what I mean? Because then,
right.
I think we've
and again
how fast this horse.
We're in agreement that there's no way the 5 gets the lead, but I think the 5 maybe with Paco may press the 2 a little bit, at least give the 2 some competition early. So,
one of the reasons why, we've been handicapping for over 40 years. And one of the reasons why I think it's super important to have the technology we have, like with pace. You tell me that people that don't have our pace number are not looking at this 5 and thinking it's going to be the horse that's going to be on the lead, right? I mean, they are, and that could influence you. They don't. What about the SOR? I mean, yes, the horse got the lead, but against a 42 group and a 40 group. This is a 46. So it's super important, and it helps to have the new technology that horse racing is starting to get, not just with us, but with other companies.
Yeah, absolutely. And I guess they're taking the analytics are taking into consideration that the 2's probably putting blinkers on, right? That's part of the whole analysis, correct? Because this horse is fast. This horse is fast. And now the horse puts blinkers on. So you would think the horse will even be faster, correct?
You would imagine. I mean, it's only 5 furlongs. The truth is all you want is this horse to break good and go as fast as it can. That's it.
Right.
I mean, that's all you want, and you hope that you're at the right level. And this is the right level for this horse. But I mean, it's no cinch. But I think it's probably good enough, especially with the blinkers. I think it's a good move by Carlos David. He knows that this horse is a horse that just needs a lead, and you want this horse to go as fast as it can for as long as it can. That's all you're dealing with here. That's it. There's no strategy. There's no nothing. Get the lead, and hopefully at this level, there's nobody good enough to catch us.
But he did lose last time as a prohibitive favorite, and with Paco. Now Paco is off, so Paco knows this horse. So interesting. With
but that was also at 5.5 furlongs too.
Correct.
And there must have been a fast horse in the race, because this horse broke on top and it was dueling from the very beginning. I'm looking at this, and you should look at it the way you're looking at it, but I'm also looking at going, this horse only lost by a length and a quarter dueling the entire way. So no, I see your point. It's going to be tough to beat, but I'm thinking, hey, listen, Paco might be pissed off they took this horse off, took him off, even though it's a new trainer. That he's going to say, okay, I'm just going to beat this too, because I couldn't win on him, so I'm not letting Hara win on him. So setting up for our boy Isaac Castillo. So, well, we know the strategy, so we'll see what happens. But listen, you're going to be the benefactor if Paco duels with the 2. Paco's not going to win. Paco and the 4 is fast enough and breaks good, and the 2 happens to break a little bit slow. If that all was to happen, the horse that's going to catch him is going to be most likely the 6 horse. Before we head on to the next race, or also, I think it's fair to point out the 3 horse, its style is to get the lead. So I really think there's only a couple of ways to play this: the 2, 3, 4, and 5, and arguably even the 6 horse seem to need the lead. And so you're looking at only the 8 horse and the 6 horse, and the 8 just broke its maiden. And I mean, it's either the 2 horse wins or the 8 or 6 come in from behind. I mean, that's the approach, the way I would approach it.
Right.
I wouldn't even be using the in-between. The 1, 2, 3, 4, or 1, 3, 4, 5. I wouldn't even be using them. I'm taking one horse that's the front runner, and of those horses, I'm going to rely on the 2 horse. Speed kills speed, and then that would be my trifecta too. I would probably do a 2 over 6-8 over 6-8, and then I would do a cover bet 6-8 over 2, and hopefully the 2 gets first or second.
Right, and also I tried to make a case for the 3 based on the big drop down to a 40,000 heading to shipping down to Monmouth. Good workout last time out, but the blinkers off thing concerns me. If this was a 7 furlong race or a 6 furlong race, I may move that horse up a little bit. But I think that horse at 3 can be dangerous.
No question has been facing better, but it's 5% to win on this drop. And the GSR goes down. The win percentage doesn't go up much. And I don't know that this horse can rate. I mean, the only win, it went gate to wire, and it was 24% to do that. It's only had 8 races, no doubt about it. I'm just saying the likelihood, and the connections are low winning, the likelihood's not really there that the 3 is gonna run good here on this drop.
Right. Okay.
But especially with its style, and especially with it being on the inside, David, where the 5 is very fast, the 1 is very fast, the 4 is very fast. Essentially, and the 2 is faster than it, so it's essentially drawing inside and gonna probably check back. I don't think the 3 gets a good trip.
Yeah, I agree. So I kind of faded that horse. And
race number 2, Manny, I like the 2 horse sneakiness to go gate to wire. If the 2 and the 1 duel, then the 4 horse I think wins the race. David likes he's going with the 7 horse.
Manny, I like the 7. I think the 7 can stalk, and I like the outside post in a small field. So I'm the 7 over the 1.
Mario
Thanks
Siri.
for joining,
Did you take Mario Siri horses? Hold on here.
Yeah, we got Siri horses and.
Yeah, you took your picks over at Monmouth or Siri. Both
I'm on the
Mario
Siri train.
You're on the Siri
I
train.
I said I'm real serious today, and I think I'm going to do very well. So I'm serious on Siri. So there you go.
Okay. All right.
Whatever works, whatever works.
Whatever works.
You're at 11725 Highland Place,
Wow.
Coral Springs.
Thank you.
Florida.
I appreciate that.
I'm interested to see the simulator here and who you like here, because I think this is another weak race, 30,000 non-wins at 2 lifetime. And let me see. Let me just see who the. Excuse me.
Nothing happened.
Yeah, no love for my horse in the 4th at Monmouth. Hold. Buckle in tight, everybody.
Uh-oh. Hold on here. All right, go ahead. Start. I'm catching up while you talk about what you like.
Yeah, now there was a scratch of the 6 who was going to add speed to the field. So that changes my opinion just a bit, because originally I don't want any part of the 2, how sweet she is at 8-5. I mean, this horse does drop down, picks up Paco, 1 for 13 lifetime. But again, it's a non-winners or 2. I usually in these races look for a horse that's more lightly raced and has less opportunities to be declared a loser. Now, if this horse runs the numbers and runs the races, this 2, based on the last couple of races, yeah, this horse will probably win. But I'm not sold on any horses 1 for 13 dropping further. I originally, now with the scratch of speed, I'm looking at the pace metrics, and I think it moves up a horse I wasn't considering originally. So let's talk about that horse, and that's the 3 Foolish Challenge. This horse has only had 3 starts, broke her maiden, an open company, is a New York State bred, and won pretty handily at 5.5 to 1. Then moved up into a much higher allowance race and steadied start. You can throw that race out. This horse is 21 to 1, probably way over her head. Drops down to 30. Pretty even race, angled out. Maybe she needs a little more experience and is eligible to move forward, in my opinion. And the other horse I was looking at originally was going to be my top pick, was the 5, my Honey Bunch. And this is also a drop down. This horse broke her maiden for 25 at Monmouth on a wet fast track at about 5 to 1, then moved up to a $50,000 allowance. Next condition, and 17 to 1, and basically didn't run that great, ran a 5th. with the scratch. And this horse also, I point out, had lost a Foolish Challenge back on May 11th. So I think I'm on these. So I don't want any part of the 2 at 8-5. Give me the 3 Foolish Challenge as my primary pick, and the 5 My Honey Bunch as my secondary. So it's 3-5 for me, Scotty.
3-5. All right, let's look at the 7 horse. So bumped. Looks like the horse had not the best trip. The 7 goes up in win percentage. GSR is the same, facing similar, maybe a little bit tougher. 1 race in 12 tries. That was back on August 4th. And when you look at this horse, you really don't know where that effort came from, because it really hadn't been running very good. So throw out obviously the turf race. The horse didn't like that experience. And then it broke from the rail the time before that and broke 8th and still got 4th. So maybe throw that out. And then prior to that, the horse had been running really good. So I think the 7 horse fits strongly in here at this level and draws an outside post. Doesn't have any speed, but in this kind of race where the 1 horse most likely will stop after breaking its maiden and facing a lot tougher here, I like your 3 horse. The 2 horse has just been at this level too long. I can't get down with that horse. I'm with you. This horse broke its maiden against a 42 group and then got ambitiously placed for $50,000. And all of a sudden, to me, they're like reaching, trying to find the level. It's 10-1 on the E morning line. I don't like that horse at all. I'm going to go with the 7 over the 3.
All right, Scotty's on the 7.
Bill, to answer your question, can you do me a favor and report that to Intercom? I'm not really sure, and maybe the team can help you and find out why. I don't know if you're on a tablet or what, so I'm not sure. The 2 entries.
He's got the 3rd race 5 as a price play. Let me see. Is it maybe before the scratches and you need to refresh?
Yeah, maybe try refreshing your screen, Bill. I'm not sure. What's Gary saying here? Can you talk about 2 entries and how you choose them? Do you use all different horses? David, you want to answer that?
Yeah. Before, I just want to answer Bill first, please. Dither it's a price play on mine too. So, but I refreshed after the scratches, so it might not have been updated. You might have been just lagging behind. So Gary, can you talk about 2 entries and how you choose them? Do you use all different horses? There's a difference with me. I prefer normally to use all different horses unless I had a single that I thought was just so strong and may not be the favorite, which I think I have an advantage in using them on both tickets. But that's for the online contests. When I approach the 2 entry strategy going to the NHC, with this year I have 2 entries. Usually the way I prefer to play is I just, think I'm playing with 1 ticket, right? That's my serious ticket. That's the ticket I'm going to go to war with and try to, make the cut. And I'll use that second one as a long shot ticket. And I'll start out with mostly at least 12, 15, 20 or, cap horses, which I think may be valued. And I usually, last time I had 2 entries, I will pick them in advance on that long shot ticket and make a list. And I can always change my mind because I put that one aside because I don't want to start thinking about 2 tickets when I'm in the flow. So when a long shot hits, if a long shot hits that second ticket, the strategy is you're supposed to convert that long shot card over to your main play and then switch them. I mean, that could be a little confusing for some people, but that's the way I prefer to play. So my answer then to your question is normally I'll use 2 different horses unless I think somebody, if I see a 12-1 shot who I think is just such an overlay, then I might throw them on both tickets.
Paul Colonial did it brilliantly, winning last year in the NHC, right? He used pretty much the same horses until the end. And then when he got to the end, he had some flexibility to change them up a little bit. And that's what I like. I learned from that. And so that's what I try to do. You'll see most of mine the same, and then until the end, then I'll switch it up. That's what I try to do.
Yeah, Paul, and I had a conversation with Paul after that NHC, and I went over that, and I thought it was brilliantly played. I don't normally play it like that, and I don't feel comfortable playing like that. But again, it depends too. When you get there, you could call an audible, right? Depending on the card and the conditions and the field. So there's no strategy for me that is etched in stone before I go, because I can call an audible if I don't think things are going so well. But generally, my approach in these online is that I'm going to use 2 different horses on 2 tickets.
All right, so I'm on the 7-3. You're on the 3-5. And I will say this, the 3 has an advantage over the 7 because of that natural speed, gets off the rail. And the second time at this level, win percentage 18%, GSR is the same. And being on the rail too, even though there's no trouble line here, being on the rail is, not exactly a great place to be, in that situation there. Yara Rendon jumps aboard as well. So the jockey trainer combination is 12%. So they haven't done a great. Paco Lopez and Trombetta are 32%. And Paco bolts the 1 horse after winning and breaking its maiden. Paco was aboard here and gets off of this horse to take number 2.
Yeah, Scotty, the other thing I wanted to point out, I'm not sure if this is the reason why this horse won, but if you look at the 5, my Honey Bunch, her best race is on a wet, fast track. So, and this is a keen ice. I'm thinking maybe there's a chance that the only reason she won that day is she loved the off track. And keen ice, I remember, won on off track. So that's why I kind of faded her over the 3. So it would be 3-5 for me.
Okay. All right.
So no, you don't like how sweet it is, Scotty?
No.
The 2?
No.
Okay.
Nope, I don't. I know that horse faced better horses last time out. One of the things I do look for is when I see I will say this, to be fair, this horse only had a 51 GSR last time out on the synthetic at Presque Isle Downs. It broke from the rail, and it was only 3.5 lengths out at the stretch against a 60 group. The truth is, the way we should maybe be looking at this horse is it's going from a 60 SOR down 10 points to an SOR of 50. Going from 8% to 26% and going from a 51 GSR to a 67. So maybe we're overthinking this. I mean, everything is pointing that this 2 horse should improve a bunch. And look at when it was running good in those last races, and it was win percentage was 11%, 9, 8, and 9. So, and then the one time it was 25%, it actually won the race, breaking its maiden. Maybe we're overthinking this. But this horse is going to go off at 4-5, 3-5. Maybe it's still worth, playing a horse like the 7 or the 3.
Right, exactly. That's the way I looked at it. And this horse runs pretty solid races most of the time, is in contention, and it basically runs the races. This horse she's been running, she probably will hit the board, but hoping she doesn't hit the win position and hits maybe this place or show instead. So that's why I'm on the 3. Less chances.
They're about to run the opener. So we're done with the feeders, right?
Yes.
Okay. So they're about to run the opener at Gulfstream Park. Huh?
Okay.
Yep. 2, 3, and 4. So they're about to run the opener here. I thought, let's break it up here. And the 1 horse is going to stop. The 9 horse has got an easy lead, 24% to win. A horse to watch is the 4 horse. The 9 just 3-2 on the EE morning line as well. I mean, that's pretty dominant, but it burned some money last time out. It looked like it had everything going its way. It burned some money. It's got 4 second place finishes and the 4 horse just took a crap load of money. Did they face each other last time out? They did face each other last time out.
Cool.
The 4 broke bad, was 7 wide. I got to go with the 4 horse clearly, even though the simulator has a 9 winning. It looks like those 2 horses as they go into the gate, but we'll watch the race here. But this race looks between the 2 favorites.
I am going to reserve my opinion for a later race.
Okay.
Arundel representative Titan under Edgar Zayas to take the outside. Titan. And the opener. Tapeta track fast, main track sealed and sloppy. They're at the post.
Oh, we got sealed and sloppy main track today at Gulfstream.
Racing at Gulfstream.
I'm on Builder Jack.
Favorites were away last and second last, with Mr. Cooper just beating out Titan. They stack up for the early advantage. Joe from Kiev driving through under Jaramillo, holding inside position and a narrow advantage with Decisive Pride right alongside in second. Racing into third now is Last Run from Builder Jack, who's an early fourth. Up to fifth is Iconic Rock ahead of Mr. Cooper, who floats out Titan, and the trailer is 44. To the backstretch they go. They're chasing Joe Trejos and Decisive Pride, who carved a quarter in 24 seconds. It leads by a length and a half. Joe from Kiev with chase in second. Last Run is now 30, about 5 lengths behind, working 2.5 better than Builder Jack. At the rail goes Iconic Rock. Then it's Mr. Cooper and Titan. The favorites are side by side toward the back of the group, and the trailer is 44. They go to the opening half-mile mark of the contest. They haven't got near Decisive Pride yet as Joe from Kiev turns up the heat in second. The half-mile was 48-1. These are legit fractions for the level and distance. Up to third is Last Run, a gap of 6. Iconic Rock racing together with a 3-wide Titan, and in between Builder Jack. Let go for a run 4 wide as Mr. Cooper. The favorite's drawn within 8 lengths of the top, and 44 is last as they reach the top of the stretch. Joe from Kiev comes away with the lead. Last Run moving to him on the outside second. From the far outside, here's the run from Mr.
I picked the 8 horse here late, Scotty.
Oh, you did?
Yeah, I picked the 8. The 2.
He's an eighth of a mile from home.
He's dropped down from the last couple of races.
Titan is rallying, trying to stay in the second.
Yeah, he may get third. Yeah, he's not running. Here come the 2 favorites.
Yeah, but a big lead. It's Joe from Kiev for owner David Romanek and trainer Ron Spatz to win by 4. Second is Titan. Up
you missed it, Scotty. Both favorites didn't get off the greatest, and that's to me why the 2 won.
Two got a nice lead.
Perfect trip. Yeah. Well, the 5 got the lead, which you'd never know on paper that was possible. But when you get either the 1 got off slow too, who had the highest pace metric. So you got 3 horses and to get out the greatest, and the 2 just set the perfect trip.
Yeah.
Joe from Kiev. So if there's any Joe from Kievs in the audience or listening, that you probably have that horse, I would assume.
A good hunch play. Look, in a race where there's no speed, and then you have Jaramillo, he's brilliant. He really is.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, I've picked up on him a number of times and had success.
What's up, Greg?
Hey, Greg. So before we get back into the qualifiers, I know we can't show it. Just I do like a couple of horses at Saratoga's first race. I like the 1 Halo City along with the 3 Abragata, who's taking money surprisingly because of Flavian Pratt, I would assume. So I'm using 1-3 in the first race at Saratoga.
Well, let's see.
And then the second race, which is that stakes race, one of your horses you guys like, Governor Sam, is scratched and also raised the bar, the Wesley Ward first time turf. So you got a 4-horse field now, which takes some of the luster away from that race. Yeah, I was hoping the feeder would include the first 3 from Saratoga, but now you had the 2 scratched, like I said, into a 4-horse field because I do like the 1 and the 3 a lot in this first race.
One and 3. What does he like about the 1?
Yeah, let me just pull up my notes here. Yeah, Halo City. This horse was
5
she's
wins
off
in 35 races.
I'm sorry. Yeah, so the last race was on a sloppy track. This horse, she usually runs very well on sloppy tracks. That wasn't the strongest of field, but it was off of a layoff for Michelle Nevin. This horse also ran on a sloppy track and won back on February 2nd. However, this horse does have a really good race January 4th that should beat these at Aqueduct. Second race off a layoff, even though the rail post can be a little tricky coming out of this chute. I just think that Carmouche will have this horse positioned in a good spot, and I think this horse sits a perfect trip. I don't like Patty Extreme, especially, and Obrigada is a sleeper. This horse is 1 for 4 at Saratoga. I can throw out the last race, especially. He was in the same race as Halo City, and this horse, she was bet down to 7-1. Second time blinkers today, drops down back to 25. So those are the 2 horses I was interested in. 1, 3.
It looks like the 3 and 6 could be dueling early on. The 2 horse can rate some, actually. The 2 gets claimed last time out for 12.5, up for 25 right now. What about the topic? What did you think about the 7?
Yeah, I'm not a big fan of the 7 based on a drop down. Linda Rice has been a little chilly at this meet and showed really no improvement in my eyes in that race on June 21st. Usually when Linda claims a horse, usually you'll see some improvement from one race, the first race that she claimed off. In this case, I don't see that. I'm not sure this horse, she is the same horse that she was back in July and August of 2023 when she ran those good races at Saratoga. Or for 32, she won by 10 lengths and beat Halo City. But I think Halo City is probably maybe having more upside here, sitting on a better race here. And the concern I have, that's why I'm using the 1 over the 3, is the 3 I think is live here. I prefer 7 furlongs. I'm not sure. This horse has never gone the mile distance. That would be one concern. Where the 1 has won 4 races and is 12 out of 20 in the money at a mile distance.
You know, I'm going to take the 6 horse in this race, and I'll tell you why. It has a good win percentage. The EquinEdge long shot. 3 is not a great breaker. It broke decent last time out. If it breaks bad, 6 goes gate to wire. So, in fact, I think that's the horse I would actually like.
You're using the other Rudy horse.
But I'm 100% banking on the 3 breaking bad.
Yeah, so that's the other Rudy's got the 3 also with Pratt. But he's got 2 good jocks. He's got Pratt and Jose Ortiz. So take your pick. So let me just put my wager in here. I just noticed Obrigada is taking a ton of money. This horse is now 5-2. So that shows you something. Is it just Pratt money, or does the barn know that this race is loaded?
No, I think the race is on paper is wide open.
Yeah, I like the horse, but I don't like her at 5-2 especially.
But you like the 1 as well, though. The 1 6-1. It's 30% to win.
Yeah. Yeah, I thought the one was morning line 7-2. I thought you'd be more like, and I don't think we're going to get 7-1 on this 1 horse. Probably 4, hopefully 4-1 or 9-2.
I can't get down with the 1. Although I think it's going to get a good trip. It's had good win percentages, 32, 31, 21, and didn't run a lick. Horses like that I have a hard time with. But we'll see. It only has 5 wins in 45 races too, so that's a tough one.
Agreed.
3 minutes before Saratoga. The 7 horse is taking all the action.
Oh yeah, figured to be the morning line favorite 2-1. Big drop down.
You know, that's why I love the SORs though. Is it like it faced a 58 group 2 back, got second. Today's a 58 group. That was a $40,000 race. You know, so.
Right. And Scotty,
Yeah.
I just want to also point out, Halo City is not far off Paddock Extreme. They raced together on that April 18th race where Paddock Extreme was claimed. And Halo City finished third, was only a length and a half behind Paddock Extreme. So it shows me those two horses, the one is competitive with the 7.
Yeah. I'm interested to see if the 6 horse can break good and go gate to wire.
Well, Derek would tell me, from the Saturday show from Stretch Run would tell me, no shot, Dave, with Halo City. He's not a big Kendrick Carmouche fan. Every time he's just trashing my boy Kendrick. Which, again, he's a 7% jock in Saratoga. But keep in mind, I mean, with all the jockey colony that we have here now in Saratoga, Jesus, even winning 5 races, a bunch of seconds and thirds is a good accomplishment with this jockey colony.
There's nothing wrong with Ken. I've never noticed anything negative about Kendrick, really. I think he's very consistent.
He's good with speed horses, especially he rates horses well, guns them out to the lead. He's a good pace judge.
Yeah.
And you're going to pick up, obviously, more winners with him in the winter on the Naira circuit.
Yeah. So Saratoga, they're approaching the gate. I just bet a little bit to win on the 6. You know, I think it's fair to note, too, that if you know the jockeys, like at Gulfstream Park, when there's literally no pace, then maybe look for somebody like Paco or look for somebody like Jaramillo that you know is aggressive, because in these races where there's no pace, the jockey can win that race by sending the horse. And that's exactly what Jaramillo did, and you got a nice price on that, too.
Absolutely. And how many times have we said... I'm sorry. How many times have we said when watching races, like, how the hell did X horse not get the lead, and how the hell is this horse on the lead? Because sometimes the jockey's looking like, well, there's a lot of speed, I'm going to rate, or the trainers might tell him, no, I don't feel comfortable with too much speed. Just rate this horse. And you get a lone speed. You get a jockey like Carmouche, like, oh, he picked up. He's like, I'm gunning. That's my only chance to win. I'm gunning from the outside post. And so sometimes you get a good ride like that.
So I will turn up. They're at the gate right now at Saratoga, so I'll turn it up so we can all listen to it.
Yeah.
What did you bet? Just curious what you bet.
I bet a win bet wager on the 1, and I faded the 3 a bit because the 3 is 2-1. I bet, and also an exacta box 1-3.
Okay.
So yeah, at 2-1, that's. You know, you can like a horse until there's no value, and now there's no value on the 3 at 2-1. Especially the horse is never down the distance.
5-1. And the favorite is the 7 horse on the outside. That's the top EquinEdge pick. There's $582,000 in this pick 5 pool. It's a nice pool.
Right. Well, I'll do a Harvey Pack strategy here. Never bet a horse to win. Do something he hasn't done before as the favorite. And since it's basically a second choice, I'm going to take that strategy and go, yeah, Harvey, you are correct. This horse is never going to mile. I'm not taking 2-1, but I will use him second in the exacta with the 1.
All right, they are loaded into the gate. Let's see if this 3 can break slow. For me, anyways, and the 6 horse breaks on top. That gives the 6 the best chance.
All right, good luck, everybody who's got a skin in the game on this one.
3 broke. Very good. I mean, it's what the simulator said was going to happen. Those 2 horses, and the 7 horse is actually closer to the pace without even asking. And when a horse that usually closes gets near the lead early without being asked, they're usually tough late.
Your 6 is right there, getting a good trip, Scotty.
Yeah, but I think the horse would have been better on the lead. Your
slow pace, 25. Yeah. Wow.
It's going to be very, very difficult to catch this 3.
Yeah.
7's done. 7 is being asked.
No, I don't think the 7's the same horse. The 1 may have a run here. We'll see. She's coming up the rail. Yeah, the 7's done. Come on,
David,
Kendrick.
It's you and I down the stretch. And you're going to...
Come on, just 1. Get this 1 up second.
Come on, 1. Get second. Come on, 1. Oh, your 3's slowing up a little bit.
Yeah. Never got a mile. Come on with his 9. Get his 9.
Come on,
1
1,
flying. Come on.
Wire. 3.
3-2. Well, I had the right idea, but at 2-1, I faded the horse.
3-2. 1 just didn't get there.
Yeah, no, they
But
got.
to be fair to the 1, they didn't go fast enough. I mean, the 3 set a very slow pace.
25, Scott. Yeah. Look at it this way: the 3 set a 25 crawling pace and just barely held on. That was the mile. So when you look at a race and see a horse has never got a mile, but you can get a mile if you're going slow as hell in the first quarter, right? You just possibly. But look, this horse just held on. 1 more jump and 2 wins.
So let's cover. You ready to go to the qualifier now?
Yes.
Okay. Here's the thing. I really like this 6-horse go gate to wire, but Oldie and I really didn't agree on this race. I can't remember what Oldie liked in here.
Oh yeah. This is the race where we're in disagreement here.
Okay, so talk through it.
Okay, let me just go through. You want to run the simulator? Because I just think
I'm running it.
I love a horse here.
Okay.
And don't forget, Big Everest is trained by who?
Big Everest is trained by, don't choose that horse, please.
Well, no, that jinx has been, that has been eliminated. That's over. I hit a nice one that got me an NHC seat in one of the last qualifying races a couple of months ago. So to me, I consider that over, but I still can't pick him. Okay, so we got the 6 winning here, right? And you love the 6 on the weekend preview show, correct?
I really like the 6. Yep.
Okay. One thing about the 6 that we're probably in agreement on is that this horse is going to have the lead, correct?
That's correct.
Right. And he was racing in basically $80,000 claimers at Aqueduct, optional claimers. A couple of small stakes, the Appleton and the Artie Schiller. And this, don't get me wrong, this horse is game. This horse is 9 for 18 lifetime winner. This horse seems to handle a yielding track, a yielding course, a good course, and a firm course. This horse is a hard-hitting horse. However, is a 6-year-old. But the horse that stands out to me here, Scotty, that I absolutely love and think is going to get a perfect trip is the 2 Kubrick.
I knew you were going to say that. Yeah. I think that might have been. A lot of people liked that horse last night.
Yeah. Look at the competition. This horse ran in the poker last time out at Saratoga, the Grade 3 and Belmont Stakes Festival weekend. And before that, ran in the Grade 1, the Maker's Mark Mile. Go back to the Maker's Mark. Master of the Seas won that race. Naval Power 2nd. Integration 3rd. Good Grade 1 field. The one key is that I was there for that race, and the poker, Ice Chocolat, just got out to the lead. No one seemed to want to go, and Ice Chocolat just wired the field. And it looked like Ice Chocolat put the field to sleep, and there was no catching that horse at all. The horse had an easy lead, and I was shocked that they let that horse get away like that. And you know who was in the poker besides Ice Chocolate Masters of the night, Chalk of the Nation. And also the horse who finished 5th was Carl Spackler. Carl Spackler, we remember what happened with Carl Spackler last weekend, right? Won the 4-star Dave rather impressively. I think you would agree that it was an impressive performance.
It was.
So just on a class edge, this horse, Kubrick, had no chance rating off that slow pace. Many other jocks did the same mistake. Jock on Carl Spackler made a mistake also, wasn't close enough to that lead. And based on just a class edge alone, this horse just dumps down to the Ocean Port, which is a $100,000 claim stakes race. So to me, I think Kubrick is a single on all tickets that I bid. So it's Kubrick and nobody else. And if I'm playing horizontals, I'm single to Kubrick.
Well, I'm not going to change up, so I'm going to stick to my guns. I like the 6 horse, so I'm going to say 6. You've got the 2 horse. He's Pure Gold is the EquinEdge second pick. Paco Lopez jumps aboard. Paco got off of the 3 horse to ride this horse. I see, and won on this horse last time out. But I think that was a much easier group. I think this horse is a competitive horse, but maybe not at this level, like right there. I think this is a minor player in this race. What are your thoughts? 8 wins in 26 races for sure. He's a trier.
Oh yeah, and this horse loves the Monmouth turf course, right? 6 for 10. But this is a New Jersey bred horse, and has been picking up on all these Monmouth races. And don't get me wrong, this is another hard-hitting horse. But my question would be, what would He's Pure Gold? What odds would He's Pure Gold be in the poker compared to Kubrick, who was 10-1 in a very competitive field? Would he be 50-1, 40-1?
That's actually a really good way of looking at it. That's a good point, David.
Yeah, I just think the class edges. So now, we watch the race and Mount Everest wires his field with Kubrick closing, and Kubrick doesn't get out because it wasn't a fast enough pace. But I don't think it's going to happen. I think because of what happened last time where they weren't close enough to the pace, Camacho will be instructed to stay near, be close enough to the pace because you've got the class edge.
I appreciate you changing the name of this horse from Big Everest to Mount Everest.
Did I say Mount Everest? Thanks for pointing it out. I told you, my wife said I might need a cognitive. And I'm like, but I just hit out of 4 out of 7 races today. She says, well, you could attribute that to luck. Anybody who's got cognitive issues could hit 4 out of 7 races. I'm like, well, no, if I'm hit 4 out of 7 races, I'm not getting a cognitive. I will tell you that.
No. So let me ask you a question about this 7 horse. So I noticed, and we talked about it on this show, that Rendon was aboard for these last 4 wins. For the last 3 wins, excuse me, and has been on this horse 4 different times. And this horse is coming off a layoff. Same trainer, yet he gets off of this horse to ride Big Everest. What do you make of that? Because, I mean, this horse has won 4 straight races. It seemed to get hot. Won a grade 3 over at Pimlico, but Rendon stays or goes to the 6 horse. What do you make of that?
Yeah, I just think that it's a class issue also here. This horse has been running for a $30,000 claimer back in the day. Also won. I finished second at Monmouth at a $30,000. It ran well. That was a big win in the Ocean Port and did beat 2 horses in this race. He's Pure Gold and the 1 horse here, right? There are no words. But I think that when you get a chance to ride a horse who's been competing down in New York for Clement, that the 6 has a class edge on the 7.
Yeah, I think so too. All right. What is the next race? We've got Saratoga race number 8.
Saratoga race 8.
Saratoga race number 8. Why don't we go to Laurel real quick?
We got Laurel second coming up.
Race number 3 is coming up.
Oh, 3, right.
Race number 3. We can watch that. Okay. So let's run this race. The horse to watch here, the 4-horse. And really, you don't see it very often, but I mean, you can see the 4-horse is like closed from the very beginning. And look, it gets to the stretch. Look at that. Like, wow. I mean, that's making up some ground. And this horse seems to be a money burner. The 2-horse is probably gonna fly and push the 1 a little bit. The fact that the 1 is the EquinEdge second pick, it makes me like the 4 that much more. Horses in this situation win 32% of the time with a 7% profit ROI. And this horse is 4-1 right now. And you have a horse, the 7-horse, who's 5-2 on the E morning line, but it's 11% chance of winning. And I don't get it. I think the 4 is a bet all day long. The other one that I might consider, no, I wouldn't even consider that. I was going to say the 3. I mean, the 4-horse. There seems to be some cheap speed that's going to stop. 1 second, you guys. I'll be right back. Hello? Yes, please. Thank you. Okay. So I think at 4-1 odds, that's worth a play. And there was a late scratch. 5-horse. Yeah, 5 was just scratched. I mean, the 4-horse looks tremendous, no?
The 4-horse?
Yeah.
Yeah, no speed.
Now I understand this, why this horse is not getting play, because on paper it just doesn't look very good. It shifted out here. It was 9% to win here with a 58 GSR against a 48 group. Now it's facing much easier. Look at the last time it faced a 44 group. It had trouble and still only lost by 1.5 lengths. I mean, the key for this horse is just to get a good trip. If it gets a good trip, it's going to win this race.
I like the 7, but again, it's 5-2 is a favorite. I'm not usually a favorite player, but
okay. I want you to pretend you're calling the race down the stretch, and the 7 and 4 are coming down the stretch. Give me their names. Give the race call to the 7 and the 4.
I'm going to say they're coming down the stretch, and the 7's got the lead by 2 lengths. Here comes the 4. That's all I'm saying. I was going to say maybe somebody can help.
You have to give the names. You can't just.
All right, I'm going to say the 7, Zihatain and the you. Yep.
Right.
I think
I'm actually looking forward to this call.
Petrolcina.
I'm actually looking forward to this. Let's see how he calls this race.
Yeah. But how would you pronounce that, Scotty? Let's give you a shot.
No clue. No.
I'd say Z with the lead. Z by 3 lengths.
There you go.
This is where I was track announcer. I would definitely be calling the connections and like, how the F do you pronounce this horse?
Oh, for sure.
Hello. Oh, what a night next.
All right.
If this 4 breaks good, this 4 is going to win this race. I'm convinced of that.
Ike's Gamble.
Yeah, Flatterer, we got to watch the condition because Saratoga main track does get speed favoring. But the only thing I'll point out is the first race was run in a quarter of 25 and change. So you got to show me a bit that.
Oldie likes the 4-1-9.
And they're off.
4 broke good. That's a good start.
No love to my 7, Oldie. Jeez. The 7's going to win by 5.
Dominguez is on the move too, up close. The Dominguez on the chase of Ike's Gamble. Ike's Gamble is the
leader. That's the first check for the 4. I don't know what it is. This 4 is just snake bit. I don't know that it affects him that much. But
down inside in mid-flight in 4th. Oh, What a Night is next in 5th. And Sass's Class. No Fool and Mo. And trailing the field is Pietrocina. Pietrocina last of them all. Some 13 off that pacemaker. Ike's Gamble setting the tempo, doing it solo for the backstretch run of this firm going. Leads it by 2.5 lengths from Dominguez. Second, Zihuatanejo follows that on the inside.
Zihuatanejo.
That's so easy. You want to nail. How did I not know that?
Class, no fooling Mo.
How did you not have that?
China still at the back, still about a dozen, maybe 13 lengths off that leader is going solo. Ike's Gamble into the far turn from Zio Wataneo. Dominguez asks for a little more, run from third to position. Valori still saving ground. Oh, what a night. Drops back a bit, passed by Sass's Class on the inside. Pietrelcina about 4 deep, still double digits from the front as they reach the top of the stretch. And the back of the pack now is What a Night. They're into the stretch. And here's Ike's Gamble. Ike's Gamble, targeted by Zio Ateneo's got 3 lengths to make up, but Ike's Gamble still going strong for the final furlong. Ike's Gamble and the X-Man. Ike's Gamble 2.5. Zio Ateneo making inroads very late in the game on the outside, coming inches of the outside. Here's Zio Ateneo trying to get up in time. Will time it just right. Photo finish. Zio Ateneo with Ike's Gamble. Pietrelcina from last. Then No Foolin' Mo.
Sorry, Aldi. I beat you out of the exacta there, but
so the 3-horse Ike's Gamble. Speed is
the 3. Aldi wouldn't have the 3. I'm sorry.
The speed is there's no substitute for speed.
Correct.
Right.
Same trainer. The trainer had the exacta.
Yeah.
2
What's
speeds.
up, Ryan? Throwing the Shawshank Redemption references around. So he's talking about the horses. That's what he's talking about in that race.
The name on the 7?
He would know. Yeah, has to be.
Yeah, is that where
Zihuatanejo.
who are they going to meet when they escape from prison, right?
Or Pietrelcina. But I think, Zihuatanejo.
Zihuatanejo. That's
you can always get that from Ryan. He's going to throw. He knows all those things.
Thanks, Ryan.
He's going to throw. He's all the nerd references. He's always going to get them all. Yeah,
I like it.
Yeah. Okay. Where are we at now? We have back to it. So we have Saratoga, race number 8. I happen to love a horse in the race.
Oh, me too.
Shit.
Even money, or as Oldie would say, 1-to-1. I bet that they're not the same horse.
Let's see here. Saratoga, race number 8. Okay, let's get to it. Okay. You go first.
No, I insist you go first. I'll go first. Since you're the boss, I'll go first. All right.
Okay.
We do have a Vermont horse in here, Breath Away, that I did take a long look at. 3rd race off a layoff, but also draws the rail. We have a cozy trip here with Jose Ortiz. But I moved on realizing that this horse lost to tax implications back in June 23. So, so same class, optional claimer 62. Tax implications, obviously, is the class of the race and most likely the favorite. Comes out of the Eatontown, which is a good race. But the bottom line is that this horse has been racing in the Lake George Grade 3, Lake Placid last year, Winter Memories. So you've got some stakes races here. But let me point out this one issue with this horse, that besides the Monmouth race where she broke her maiden at as the favorite, she's lost at odds on 3-1. Again, odds on 4-5, 2-1. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4 races where she was favorites, and 2 of them she was a prohibitive favorite. So automatically, usually not my type of horse. So that led me to search around for some value here. I looked at the Mott horse again, 3rd race off a layoff, raced against Breath Away last time out. Maybe this horse could improve a little bit. I'm not sure. I do like the race at Gulfstream where this horse closed, but I still think there's another possibility here. And that's what led me to use the 8-to-1 morning line as my top pick as Quarrel for Bobby Robato, who always wins a race at Saratoga, normally, all things being equal. He hasn't won one yet. This horse comes out of 3 stakes races, Grade 3, grade 2 Sands Point, and the Bogey grade 3. And I think this horse was 16-1, 18-1, and 31-1. And guess what? This horse didn't run badly, really, in my opinion, in those stakes races. This horse now drops back into the optional claimer 62.5, has won at a mile and 16th, and is 1-for-1 over the Saratoga turf course. Yes, it's going to be tough to beat tax implications based on the class of that filly, but I am giving a shot with Coral. I think gets a great stalking trip here, possibly get the lead, and also beat Swoop to finish Mott's horse at back last year in September in Saratoga. That was the victory. So horse over the course. So it's 9 Coral for me on both tickets. If I had a secondary ticket, I would have the 9. 9.
You didn't like Breathe Away? Did you look at this horse at all? I mean, it's pretty consistent. She's pretty consistent. And
Breath Away,
she seems to have some class.
Oh, yeah. I looked at this horse first. She's got 2 races, like in third race off the layoff. There's nothing wrong with those races, but I just think that the horse, she can rate here from the rail. Rail's a tricky position, but could get a cozy trip. Yeah, it's an obvious contender. And but I couldn't justify using this horse over tax implications. And since I'm not using tax implications, would I play a 1-9 exacta? I'm sorry, 1-9 exacta possibly as a saver, but to me, it's all the 9 and the 1 here.
Yeah, there's no way I would take tax implications with the money that this horse has burned. It's a 6-5 horse and only 20% to win. Like, that's just a bad play. Like, you have to beat horses like that always. You're going to beat them, 4 out of 5 times. Perfect. Like, that's the kind of stuff you're looking to do. This is an easy one not to use that horse. I've landed here on the 6 horse. I'm taking a risk here on the 6. This horse was taken up look at this horse faced a decent group. It's tougher here. And broke 9th of 10 horses and only lost by 2.5 lengths. First time for Brad Cox. And now the horse faces a little bit tougher, goes from 7% to 19%, and from a GSR 65 to 68. In a race where the favorites look vulnerable and don't look that great, I think you look at a horse like the 6 horse, who's also a price play, 7-1 on the E morning line. And this horse has the, right there, close to the top win percentage in the race. So I think the 6 horse is who I'm going to go with.
Just bear with me one second. Yeah, no, I can see how this horse is a definite contender. This horse ran in grade 1 races back on the West Coast at Delmar Santa Anita. Didn't really embarrass herself. Then went down to the Miss Liberty at Monmouth in May off a long layoff. Ran a 4th. I just don't know the quality of this horse. And to me, I don't usually bet many Brad Cox horses on the turf. Usually reserve Brad Cox wagers for dirt races. But the horse is a contender. Yeah, no doubt.
Yeah, I mean, when you look at, she had a lot of issues last time out. It's the 3rd race off the layoff. She had those issues. She's, traveled. I think she's got a legitimate look, and the win percentage is higher. I think I'm throwing out this race where the horse was 31%, then goes on the shelf. There's a lot pointing towards this horse running a better race, and so I think it's worth taking that chance. One of the things I look for too is I'll sort the morning line, the odds makers morning line, and then I'll look to see who's got a lower morning line, right? So you look at a horse like Carolyn Street, the 8 horse. That would be a horse I'm looking at. In a race like this, I'm not even looking at the win percentages anymore. I'm looking at the GSR. I'm looking at the SOR. I'm looking at the EE morning line. And the other horse that was very interesting to me is the Brendan Walsh horse off the layoff. It's getting no love from the win percentages at all. But you're looking at a wide open race on paper. This could be a horse that would surprise. It's only has 10 races, 2 wins and a second. It was just a horse that's interesting considering it raced in a grade 2, grade 3s, a grade 1. If Brendan Walsh, who's one of the best turf trainers in the country, has this horse ready. It seems to have some back class.
Yeah, and I also looked at the August 4th, 2023 race in the Saratoga Oaks Invitational Grade 3 race, and this horse was stalking the pace and ended up finishing 4th, which is not a bad race. Yeah, I just couldn't get to the point to pull a trigger on this horse. I just think the 9 is going to be sitting as a nice trip, stalking the 7. Boy, this 7 to me is a little cheap for this field. And this when the 7 packs in, I think the 9 will get first run on the rest of the on the closers. So that's why I opted for the 9 instead.
All right, fair enough. Let's see here. All right, the next race we're going to go to is Monmouth Park, race number 8.
Monmouth Park, race number 8. Okay.
All right.
Okay, so the simulator is going. Oh, there's a horse I won't use here, and I'm sure that everybody's going to love this horse.
Okay, who won't you use? The 4?
No, I won't use the 5, Lloyd.
Lloyd. Okay, how come?
Okay, I mean, this horse is in really rare form, right? Since this horse dropped down on June 2nd to the $5,000 claimer, and just drew off and won by 6 easy at 12-1. This horse then, stepped up from a 5 claimer to a 30 claimer and almost won against River Dog, and then is now in allowance 16 and still just missed by a head. This horse is in rare form, so obviously going to be the favorite. But the bottom line with me, the way I look at things at especially at Monmouth, these $5,000 claimers. I mean, this horse broke its maiden for 10. Has 2 wins at 5. The other races are really good, but it seems to have really improved since that they dropped this horse into the 5,000 beaten claimers. It's my concern is that these horses, these cheap claimers, usually don't hold their form for that long.
They don't.
So I am not going to take 7-5 or 8-5 on a horse who's in really good form, knowing that it's a cheap claimer. That sometimes these horses just go sour at the drop of a pin. So you can't. I mean, if this was an allowance race and this horse was worth more, I could see it. But I'm taking a risk that this horse is not going to be able to maintain that form. To me, it looks too good to be true. And my other logical was practical coach, and then I'm like, all right, forget all this analysis. I have a horse that I really do like here. And I'm going with Matty Oliver on Hot Rod Rumble. And I believe this horse is just going to get a good trip.
That horse is scratched.
All right, so let's scratch that whole presentation and go to my plan B. Okay, so like I said, at the NHC, you have to call audibles and be ready to adjust.
You do.
I just think, I'm my next logical horse, Scotty, would be the 4 Practical Coach.
Yeah, I can understand.
But this horse,
the race simulator has this horse winning. If you don't like the 5, then it's got the 4 beating the rest of the horses by almost 4 lengths. And it even has the 5 horse beating the rest of the horses by 2.5 lengths. So, I mean, it does look like those 2 horses, although the 4s burn money, it does look like the 4 is going to be awfully tough. And then the 5 horse as well. I mean, these horses are very consistent. The thing is that it's understandable to try to beat some of these favorites, but the 5 horse has been first or second in 6 of 9 races. The 4 horse is in the last 6 months has had in 11 tries, 3 wins, 3 seconds, and 2/3. So it's a completely different horse. And it has some past class as well. So the 4 is feeling really good right now. I mean, really, in the last 6 months to have 3 wins, 3 seconds, and 2/3, and 74 grand, you know, this horse is paying for itself fairly easily.
Yeah, I think though the 2's gonna put pressure. This 2 should be on near the lead, so there could be a little more pace up front. I don't know. I can't pull the trigger with porch swing. I just think in these races, this could be some unpredictable result. I've seen it before in these claimers. You know, I would normally want to say I'm going to take the 4 Practical Coach as a solid play here. But I think on one ticket, I'm going to make a case for the 7, Honorary Degree. This horse drops from Saratoga, was racing exclusively on the New York circuit, and did score on June 14th at almost 20-1. And when there was a contested pace, and his horse took advantage of a pace meltdown. Then had a third at Saratoga, July 19th, in a 12-5 claimer, which is not a bad race. And I believe Chateau was the lone speed in that race, right? Yeah. That's to me, that's a tougher field. Now is back at Monmouth at 16 in the $16,000 claimer, ran an even 4th at 38-1. Not a bad race. I don't know. I'm looking for something outside the box here, Scotty. I don't want any of the favorites.
I think maybe the 2 horse could be outside the box because the 2 horse can race some. It saves ground on the inside. It's the EquinEdge long shot. It's 7-1 on the morning line. Like, you know, those are the kind of horses you're looking for. It's got multiple metrics that are pointing that direction, right? 7-1 morning line. Yeah. EquinEdge long shot. It's going to save ground on the inside. It drops a little bit in win percentage, but that's only because the 4 horse and the 5 horse are taking so much of the win percentage. Well, the 4 horse especially. So I'm not, because the 4 horse is taking so much of the win percentage. I'm not even looking at the win percentage anymore. You know, it doesn't matter. I don't care if it's 2%, 3% anymore. Now I need to look at the other metrics. Like if we throw the 4 away, what's the morning line? We could probably throw away the 6 and the 1. 15-1, 15-1 on both those horses. You know, look at the 1 horse. The 1 horse's style is to be on or near the lead, and there's a lot of speed in here. So probably not going to happen. So watch, we'll throw those 2 horses away. And again, that's if we're trying to beat the 4 and the 5. If you're trying to beat them, then look at the finish. It's the 2, 3, and 7. I mean, they're right there. And the 2 can save some ground on the inside. And I like the fact that it's tactical. That 64 on the pace number is a big deal. It's got a good SOR. It's the EquinEdge long shot. Nothing wrong with, look at inside and weighted and rallied at 16-1 last time out. It's interesting that this horse is 7-1 on the morning line too. I think there's a lot. This horse draws inside a lot. I don't know. It's not awesome, but it's certainly worth a look at a price.
Yeah, I agree. This horse can be near the pace. This horse is tactical speed. I mean that. But the concern I have, this horse has been in $5,000 claimers at Tampa, 62.50, 7,000 Monmouth, where it won wire to wire. Where I prefer one of the drop downs. A horse hasn't been at that level, 5,000 or $6,000 claimers, and that the 7 fits that bill, right? This horse is still in a 12.5 now. Has never been as low. This is basically the lowest this horse has been is a $10,000 claimer at Aqueduct. And also the 4 Practical Coach is racing against a higher quality competition, right? So I prefer one of the drop downs. So to me, it's going to be 7, trying to reach on one ticket with the 7. If I had a second ticket, my secondary pick would be the 4. And if you want to flip flop that, I mean, the 4 to me is a solid play. So 7, I'm going to take a gamble. I always go with the highest price on a main ticket. So that would be the 7 Honorary Degree over Practical Coach, 7-4. Excuse me a second. There you go.
So the 7 horse has been facing at this level. So it certainly has the class. 7-1 on the morning line. Look, it was look. You know what? You cannot kill this 7 horse, and the reason why is the horse was 38-1, 54-1, 27-1, and against better horses and not running bad. I think if there is a concern with this horse, it's a terrible breaker. Look at the one time it actually broke third from an outside post. It actually won the race. And that was 6.5 furlongs. At 6 furlongs, it would have lost. I just can't get down with this horse because of the lack of speed and the way this horse breaks. So I have to play against the 7, understanding, though, if it does break good and it gets a perfect trip, it certainly could get there. If I'm going to take a price horse, to me, the best price horse in the race is for sure the 2. Otherwise, I got to take the 4 or the 5. And you know, maybe here's the thing. Here's when we talk about strategy, right? Ryan likes the 7 horse. Here's the strategy, though. If you like the 4 or the 5, you might get decent odds, meaning even money, 6-5, 7-5, because they're both in the race. You know what I'm saying? So maybe you take the points. Like the system has the 4 horse winning pretty good. I guess if you can get, you know, 7-5 on the 4, just saying, like, you know, maybe you get $6 in, you know, in points total, you know, for the win in place, $7.
Yeah, that's a good point. My guess would be the 5 at post time is going to be around 7-5. And practical coach will be 2-1, 2.5-1. So 2-1, 5-2. Well, probably more like 2-1. So you're not getting it. I don't think Lloyd's going to be lower than even money. They usually don't bet these cheap claimers, you know, that heavily like that. Are probably 6-5, 7-5 over 2-1, something like that.
So if we look at the 4 horse real quickly, because it clearly, we talked about this. I mean, the last 6 months, look, this horse has got 11 races in 6 months, by the way. This is a very sound horse. I mean, this horse is running 2 times a month. Essentially, this horse is running almost every 2 weeks, which you just don't see that very often. But it's got 3 wins, 3 seconds, and 2 thirds. But in the last 3 races, like, it won against a 60 group. Today's a 56. The win percentage that day was 14. Today it's 43. Here's one of the things I watch for. It was only 8% to win 2 back on the turf, but it was in between horses. Like, when you see in between or between, just know that, like, that's not an easy thing for horses. They feel uncomfortable. And the horse was only 14-1 and only lost by 4 lengths. Like, throw that out. It's the last race I'm struggling with a little bit. It was 38% to win. It says inside rally. So maybe it didn't have the best trip sitting behind horses on the inside. And maybe you can make an excuse for that horse. I mean, if I got to choose between the 4 and the 5, for me, it's an easy decision. I would choose the 4.
Right. I agree.
You know, but,
you know, and again, I'm making I'm using the swag method here on the 5, using the sophisticated wild ass guess again that the 5 is not going to be able to maintain that form more than 3 races. I could be wrong, and the 5 could hold the same form. But even if the 5 holds the same form, he's going to have competition from the 4. So the 4 will be a better price. So that's why on one ticket I would use the 4.
You know, are you sure you're not, like, giving up on this 5? I mean, look, this horse rated nicely last time out. And only at 6% to do that in a non-winners of 4 lifetime. Prior to that, I was in a restricted $30,000 race. Today's 12-5 optional claiming. I mean, that race 2 back was tougher and only lost by 1/2 of a length. I mean, are you going to let that $5,000 race? I mean, the horse won by 6 lengths in that race. You sure going to let that race affect you?
Yes. Not that race. It's the basic that these claimers, Scotty, in my opinion, they don't stay in rare form like this for an extended period of time. So basically, I'm making a guess, or I'm making a hunch that, you know, I've seen it before. It's like, how did this horse possibly run dead last? Like, well, it's a $5,000 claimer or $10,000. But again, the way this horse is, you know, moving, this horse has moved up. So I see your point that the horse is proving that it's better than a $5,000 claimer in its current form. But my point is, I don't think a lot of these claimers maintain that form over a long period of time. And so now you're looking at June going into August. So I could be wrong, but I'm taking a shot here. So that's why they call it gambling, right?
No doubt. I think, yeah, for me, it's strategy right now at this point. I'm trying to figure it out, and I just think the 4 and the 5 are just, are they both going to run bad? That's not likely. They're both in great form, running very good. You know what I mean? Like, I would imagine that one of them is going to win the race.
Well, I think the 7's got a shot, but I think it's more. I would take the gamble only because the 4 would be a better price. Is what my point is. But again, the 4 can be a great form, but if you look, it's only 1 for 6 at Monmouth, which means the horse runs.
Is the 5? Look at the speed in this race. The 4 and the 5. Like, are they both going to send? Is the 5 going to send outside of the 4? The 5's a good breaker. Going to send and not let the 4 go. I mean, the 4. This is going to be a jockey's race. Is the jockey on the 4, right? But if the jockey on the 4 lets the 5 go and the 5 takes it to him, then the 5 can be very tough to beat. Or is the 4 going to send and take it to him, and then it's going to set it up for a horse to come from behind, like your 7 horse possibly, or my.
Don't forget about Don't forget about the speed on the 2, Scotty. What's the one?
I don't think the 2's going. I don't.
The only reason I would bring that up is it's got the highest pace metric. And
but you look at the race simulator. The race simulator is showing that the 4 and the 5 are actually faster. And the race simulator, the first call in the race simulator is more accurate than the pace number by 3 points. Right. The best pace number in all of horse racing, bar none, was our pace number. Now it's the first call at the race simulator. It's just amazing. Only because I don't know how the trip is going to go. I think maybe I would take a horse like the 2 and hope that the jockey just gave the horse a trip and stayed conservative and stayed patient. I think that's the key. So I'm going to go
one morning. Yeah, no, that's a logical long shot play. This horse has had 2 races at Monmouth, right? And over the dirt, throughout the turf race, I guess this horse is not a turf horse. The 2 races at Monmouth, the first and the second. So this horse has proven it likes the surface, right?
Yeah. All right. Okay.
All right. I'm going to put my plays in for the early bird. We have
race 3 at Saratoga is coming up in 17 minutes, I think, right?
Something like that. Yeah. So I'm going to put my plays in. Figuring I'm also
for the feeder. Yeah. No, go ahead. Go ahead and do that. We're 4 races down on the qualifier, so we're going to have race number 10 at Saratoga. But go ahead and do that. And they just took off over at Laurel Park.
There with the pace
let's just watch the race.
Not too fast up front, bunched up behind.
Okay.
Back. And the outside his microphone is now taking.
That'll buy you some time.
Eldelary on the inside of that runner. Another 2 back, and it's American Unity and Stellar Loot and Luigi Spirit. Wish Me Home dictating terms now. Wish Me Home settled into a steady beat up front. From Tom Hagen, the lead is a length, and Magical Monarch and microphone on the outside in 4th. In between horses, Eldelary 5th. American Unity next, and Stellar Loot with a lot to do at this point. And Luigi Spirit trailing the field with 3 furlongs left to run. Wish Me Home bounds away, opens up 2.5, almost 3. On Time Hagen, who's asked for more from second. Eldelary, American Unity. They're coming with runs from 3rd and 4th, while 2 and 3 wide. Microphone driven down to the inside. Stellar Loot launches a stretch rally. Upper stretch now at the 360s. It's Wish Me Home with a clear lead by 4.
It's going to be close.
Eldelary, American Unity.
The 8's coming. I think the 8's going to catch
this. Fine.
2.
It's going to be super close.
Wish Me Home
a little bit. 7 might get up.
Hang on, 6.
Coming on the outside, it's Wish Me Home. Eldelary, American Unity, Stellar Loot 4th.
6, 7, 8 over at Laurel Park, race number 4. And let's
all right, we missed the stakes, that small stakes race at Saratoga.
Oh, that was race number 2.
Yeah, yeah. So it was
we covered this
out on
race.
bail.
I look at this. I gave this horse out on
Which
bail.
horse?
This was a horse to watch out on bail.
Oh, okay.
And, I thought I did anyways. Isn't this the horse I gave? There were some scratches in the race. Hold on here.
Yeah. There were 2 scratches. It was only a 4-horse field, so I only got $5.10.
Maybe Oldie remembers. I could have sworn this is the horse
I think, I did watch the show this morning, the replay, while I was going through my picking today's races, and I believe you were right. I think you did.
No, I did give the 2. No, I don't know if I did. I'm thinking about another one where one of these. By the way, did you see this right here? Look at the past performance here. Let me show you. Hold on. So look at this. Today's date is 8/16, right? Look how fast we've got the past performances up. Like that race number 2 is already up on our site.
Hold on a second. That is fantastic.
Right? Look at that.
Let me just check. I didn't see that on mine.
Yeah,
Let me go back to.
It's like that. You can look. If you look at race number 1,
great.
same thing. Race number
Race
1.
2. Okay, let's see. We're looking at the winner out on bail.
Yep.
And it's there already.
Yep. Pretty neat, huh?
How about that?
Yeah, it's missing the odds, but that'll come in probably in the next 5 minutes.
Right.
But if you look at race number 1, you'll see the same thing. Like Obrigada, who went gate to wire, you can see. And though we don't show it yet, it shows the same trainer because we're showing the race as if it was Rodriguez, right? The trainer. But you can see that the horse got claimed for $25,000 by somebody. We'll have that where we're going to show you who claimed the horse. So that'll be a nice feature as well.
Yeah. So Mike, correct. The gentlemen on last night's show were, I believe, they're on the Governor Sam, who looked like a solid play to me also. My only concern would have been George Weaver's kind of chilly here. He's 1 for 23 at the meet, but this horse unfortunately was scratched, so we won't be able to tell if we got a talented stakes horse here yet or not. So, okay.
Mike is alive to a $22 double into race number 3 into Boss Tweed. Oh, that's right. Coming up in 30 minutes. That's the 6 horse there. Good luck. Yeah, good luck to Chuck in that race as well.
Yep. I'm on Boss the 6 Tweed myself. Yep.
Toscano's getting overbet. I told you this horse is going to get overbet. Nah. Oh, I told you. All because, look, you can sometimes, not always, but sometimes you can look on paper and you can see, like, what people are going to bet. And they're thinking I know exactly what they're thinking, that this horse did not like 9 furlongs, and look what it did in the first 2 races. And sometimes that can be true. And listen, it could be as simple as this Toscano didn't like the sloppy track. That's a possibility as well.
Correct.
Yeah, but also the GSR was fine. It's not the horse wants to go longer. So who knows? But we'll see what this horse does. But it's going to have to catch the 6.
Right. I think we're all in agreement that the 6 will have the lead. And I think the reason, what's the 6 now? Odds 7-2. Not bad. And I think the important thing, you're not going to get as much of a price with the one half of the entry being scratched. I thought that horse was definitely live. That horse, Landioro, last out was raced on a speed favoring track at Saratoga Belmont Stakes Festival weekend, and also got bumped early. So I thought that horse was live, and I think the weaker half of the entry is going for Linda Rice.
So the 4 horse is lowest in the Will Pays. So in the Daily Double and the Pick 3, Toscano, people are liking that horse. So and the horse was, to be fair too, the horse is 2-1 on the EE morning line. It's 3-1 the odds makers morning line. And the E morning line on the 1A is 7-1. The reason why it's 2-1 on the odds makers morning line was because of the one who got scratched. That was the better horse, Landoro.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
Stronger half of the entry clearly got scratched.
For sure. And that horse was actually the top EE pick as well. And with that scratch, it changed things. I don't think any of us think that the 1A wine responsibility can win this race. So, we did make a case for the 2-horse Fast Buck Freddie, who's got a 4-star work from Bruno. Right? Let's see what Bruno has to say.
You got the long layoff, though. You got the layoff on that Brehu horse. Yep.
Fast Buck Freddie was clear by what seemed to be 20 over flat to Damat. And to be fair, we don't know how good flat to Damat is. So, but one day you will, because there'll be a hyperlink on that horse's name, so you can look clearly to see how good that horse is on the workouts. So that'll be a good thing. All right. 9 minutes before race number 3. You got 9 minutes to get in your feeder plays. They have to be all in. It's pick and pray. So they have to be all in before the first leg goes off. All right. What do we have? Anything? Nope. Let's go. You ready for the let's go back to the qualifier race number 10 at Saratoga.
We have to do race 9, Scotty.
We do?
There is 9 Saratoga.
Oh, you know what? I had my place full in there already because I actually like something in there. Okay.
Okay, then let's just go back. I didn't write this down. I'm sorry. This might be my. Are you on the previous race, the 8th race at Saratoga? You're on the 6th, clearly Alanda Queen.
Which race are we talking about?
The 8th race at Saratoga. You're on the 6th, correct?
I'm on the 6th horse, Yolanda Queen.
Okay. Just wanted to make sure I had it right, because when I'm rooting for you this afternoon, when I'm watching the races, I'll be like, oh, I'm totally, or I'm so far ahead. Hopefully Scotty gets his tour points, so maybe he can try to.
That's what I want. I definitely want the tour points. I mean, I'm competitive, and I've been right there. I've not really crapped the bed at all. Almost in any week, I've just been right there. So my handicapping's been spot on. You also have to have some racing luck too, and you're always going to make mistakes. You're always going to make mistakes. One of the things I look for with horses as well that I want to use is I look at the odds makers morning line compared to the EE morning line, and when you look at that, you see 7-1 on the 6, and you see 19%. So I see two things there. The 8 also is of very interest, but I also appreciate the win percentage, and the win percentage on the 8 is only 5%. But this horse is off a layoff, and Brendan Walsh is 18% off the layoff and one of the best turf trainers we have. So Inner Turf is listed as good, and this horse is a European horse, and so they usually run very good on a soft turf course. So this horse might really like this turf course. So I don't think you can ignore the 8. I'm considering using the 8 on one and the 6 on another of my entries. I'm considering it.
Okay.
All right.
So your top pick would be the 6.
My top pick is going to be the 6 horse.
Mark it down. Mark it down.
I'm all over the 7 horse Lilo. I thought this horse was the best in the race, and brushed the gate, had some trouble last time out, and but the horse is always trying and finishing good, and I like the post position as well, and the horse is tactical. 31% jockey trainer combination for a trainer that's only 10%, and Jose Ortiz is only 15%. They're 31% combined. It's also a horse to watch, and it's also EquinEdge's top pick. I got to go with this horse. It's interesting that the 4 horses even money on the EquinEdge morning line. I mean, probably the horse to beat, but I don't know. There was something about this horse I didn't think was all that.
On the 4 horse, 4 horse ran impressively last time out, won, but I mean that was a much weaker field. I was kind of shocked when I was watching that race on August 2nd that this horse was, 4-5, but it won like a 4-5 shot. But I think that it's based on the quality of the field. So steps up here. But Scotty, this is one race that I could not ever justify using in a contest of 7 Lilo, who's 6-5 morning. Because if you look at the race, I mean, to me, Lilo's best races have come on off tracks. This horse has never been off the board on a wet track. So has 2 other victories on tracks that aren't off. But also, I just, at that price, it does come out of a stakes race. But Majestic Return was in that race at 22-1 and finished 4th and chased the pace. I mean, I think the race dynamics really changed with the scratch of the 1 Kara's Time, because originally that was my pick. I thought Kara's Time could easily, from the rail position, go wire to wire here. With that scratch, I thought the race with the 1 in the race was very, very competitive and almost like a head scratcher. And now it becomes even more of a head scratcher because of the pace dynamics, right? So I go to EE as my tool to see, okay, who's going to have the lead? And I've got Cousin Christie, the other Serpy horse, and Majestic Return, both with 75 pace figures. And then your third is Lilo, which is 61. So, I mean, you're going to have a competitive pace, but I have to tell you, if either the 5 or the 6 doesn't break fast from the gate, you could have a wire-to-wire winner here. I think the 2 drawing the rail now can sit a really good trip. And I thought, almost every horse in here could win. Cousin Christie, it looks like this horse wants to be on the lead, but back in September of 23, the horse rated a little bit. She did rate. So to me, I thought this was a total head scratcher. I love the race. There's a stakes for Union Avenue. But it's almost coming down to, I prefer this race to see the odds before I make my play, before I pull the proverbial trigger. But, you don't have that benefit on a pick and pray, right? So I'm going to have to pin this race. I could talk about for 45 minutes and still not come up with, I'll be at the window at the racetrack, hedging and hawing, like, no, you go ahead. I'm going to wait till 0 minutes to post time, and hopefully I can shut out. With all that being said, my key here would be to lean to security code, second race off a layoff. This horse clearly does not need the lead, however, can stalk, and this might be the best. She may get the best trip in the race. I'd like to see more dirt races before I would pull the trigger, but like I said, these picks have to be in. Actually, this is a qualifier, so we have a little time. So I'm going to say I'm going to lean to the 2 security code. I don't want Lilo. And I'm going to take a shot that Serpy's horse is the 5 is going to go out and press the 6. When a trainer has 2 horses in a race, again, they're not the same connection, the same owners, but it's not the worst thing in the world to tell Saez, hey, make sure the 6 doesn't get a clear lead. We got the 2 horse. I think that, because of just gun the 5 to the lead, right? And if the 6 wants to go, we go, and then maybe the 2 will pick up the pieces. So I'm going to go with the 2 on 1 ticket, security code. This horse I've had success on before at decent prices for Phil Serpy. It's a pretty honest filly. And I'm going to give a shot on another ticket, the 6 Majestic Return. That Majestic Return's Carmouche is going to break to the lead, and the 5 doesn't press. So I'm looking for a 1 speed number, which is Majestic Return. The other one would be the closer, Stalker 2. So it's 2-6 for me. And I may be hedging and hawing, so I'm not sure who I'm going to pick on top. But right now it's the 2 and the 6.
All right.
What's your opinion, Scotty? I think you see this race a little different than I do.
I do. By the way, we've got 1 minute before the Saratoga race. We can't show you the race live, but you'll be able to hear the sound. So we'll play that for you. And that's the beginning of the feeders. So you have to have all 6 of your plays in within about a minute. When I look at the 7 horse, I love the outside post. It's going to be sitting off the 5 and the 6, who will be dueling because that's both of their styles. and the 7 can rate and going to be sitting an absolute perfect trip. The horse is an okay breaker, not terrible at all, and it's just been facing way, way better horses. This is a much easier group than what it's been facing. Jose Ortiz is reliable to get the horse out of the gate. The jockey trainer combination is phenomenal. I think this horse is the best horse by far. I do think the 2 horse could sit a nice trip on the inside and finish up. I like the 7-2, 7-4. The 4 horse, I don't think that horse is that great. It beat a really weak optional claiming $45,000 allowance here at Saratoga. That was not that strong of a field comparison to here. I think the 7 just gets an absolute dream trip and is too good for these. So I don't like the expected probably 6-5 odds, but listen, I'm thinking maybe the 7 horse might go off at even money or 6-5. It's 5-2 on the EE morning line and even money on the 4. So the 4 could take a lot of money, means we could get more points on the 7, who's going to get an absolute dream trip. I love the tactical speed. I love the post. I love the class. I think Lila wins the race. Okay.
Just also want to point out, yes, that was the Danson Renee Stakes, right? June 23rd. So we also had Majestic Return in that race at 22-1, who finished 4th. Then you had Security Code, who was 11-1, finished 5th in that Danson Renee. The reason I give Security Code a little bit of an edge over Lilo is that this is now that was off a layoff. This is the 2nd race off a layoff. And as I remember, I can take a look, but I've, like I said, Security Code I've had success with in the past. This horse has not been off the board at Saratoga, so I think the change from Aqueduct to Saratoga is going to benefit this horse, even though this horse had good success at Saratoga, at Aqueduct also. I think this is a hard-hitting horse. 21 starts, 15, in the money. So I think based on that, this horse is going to be really tough to keep off the board. So
This horse, in my opinion, the 2 horse, it's only got 5 wins in 21 races, but it's been in the money 15 of 21. The problem with this horse for me is it's used to running near the lead, and every horse is faster than this horse. So
correct,
right, and so it's going to have to. It's something's got to give. At the first call, it's already 3 lengths back. I think it's going to be more like 4 or 5 lengths back. Every horse is faster than this horse, and so for that reason, I think the horse is going to have to run, maybe be asked a little bit to stay closer, and that's going to hurt the horse late. So that's why I'm against the 2.
Right. I think the 2 will show maybe a little more speed from that inside post and get a perfect stalking trip. That's where we're. But I think the 6 does have a chance to wire the fields also, or sit off the 5. So, okay. Interesting race.
It is. The feeder starts now, you guys. They're at the gate. And for race number 3 at Saratoga, let's go to race number 3 here. We'll look at it. We had a consensus, and we're rooting for our friend Chuck and Boss Tweed. And the 4 horse Toscano continues to get bet. The 2 and the 3 are live, but I still think the 6 horse is going to be tough going gate to wire. I'm on 6 over 2-3.
I'm on the 6 over the 3. 6-3 for me. Let's go, Boss Tweed for Chuck. And Patrick, I will just tell you this quick. Yep, this horse is run in open company, the New York State bred, the 7. But and successfully, out of town, Churchill been running pretty well, Oaklawn. But don't keep in mind too that the 2 Security Code ran in 1, 2, 3, 4 open company races with also pretty good success.
All right, Boss Tweed is the last one to load.
All right, let's go, Boss Tweed and Scotty. Oh, we're both on the same horse, so
we're both on the same horse.
Let's go get this horse out to the lead. Good luck, everybody.
That's a tough race, Kevin. We probably got influenced a little bit by our buddy Chuck, who's right now on pins and needles going, come on, 6. Here's your favorite right now at 8-5, Toscano. And I feel like Toscano's being prodded a little bit to keep up. Two's got horse.
Two's got horse, yes.
Come on, boss. Come on, boss.
Come on, boss.
Come on, boss.
Keep him
Get
going,
up
boss.
third. Get up.
Keep him going, boss. Uh-oh. Keep him going, boss.
Stay up 6.
Keep him going. No.
Stay up 6. One time. Yes.
Oh, yes. Way to go, Chuck. You're frozen. That expression on your face when you're frozen is priceless. Can we try to get that up on your website?
Wow. Well, listen, I hammered the trifecta there, 6-2-3 with 2-3. So I'm
nice.
I'm feeling very good about that outcome. Plus, I didn't like the 4. I thought the 4 was going to get overbet. Right. So, to be fair, I called that 2 hours ago.
There you go.
There you go, Mike. Oh, that was good. Okay. All right. Boom for Chuck and boom for the EquinEdge community. Boom for the pace number and those simulated rates.
Boom for Scotty. Boom for David. We're on the right.
That was our top pick in the feeder. Who played a feeder and used the 6 horse? Love to know.
That's one right here. But I also want to point out too, and this has helped me in the past. This race I had a pretty good handle on, but especially races. The first thing I look when I'm using EquinEdge is when I see a pace metric factor like that. It's such a disparity between the first and the second. Yeah. That's just alone. I can't begin to tell you how many winners I've gotten because of that. Where I don't have a handle on a race, where I'm like, you got a 25 point. Disparity between first and second, that's the long speed. So you can play that just alone like that.
That was great. That was so fun. I really enjoyed that. That was awesome. I knew the 2 was going to run you. The 2 was the one that had a 4-star work from Bruno.
Yeah.
Right there.
The only thing I was concerned with the 2 horse and why I didn't pick it on top is because of the layoff, right? So now, second time, this horse is going to they'll get this horse back at Saratoga before the end of the meet too. This 2 is probably error. So that's a horse to watch.
Listen, I don't know. We've been having issues with our probables. I'm pretty sure this is accurate. But if this is accurate, it's a $22 exacta for $1. I can't wait to see what the try pays.
Yeah. 2 7-2s, right? Because Toscano ran off the board.
This trifecta actually could pay really, really good. It's official now. I can't wait to see what this try pays.
Yeah, they bet Toscano down to 8-5, so this was not even in a triple.
No, I didn't even use it in the triple. I only did a 6 with 2-3 with 2-3. That's how I played that. And then a bet went on the 6.
We should get like a set for 2. I'm always based on $2. So for $2, you should get $70, right?
Wow. Listen, for $100 trifecta, I got back $5,200.
Nice.
That's nice. Plus a win bet. That's a good way. That's a great way to start.
Yeah, I told you. I told you I had good. I had a good mojo going. I had confidence. Listen to my music. I think something's going to break today. That's going to break well. I just have that feeling. So the triple.
All right.
Okay. So the 50-cent triple is 26. So 26, 24. Yeah, that's about right. $80. Okay.
I will take
Boom.
that.
So on that good note, I'll be back in 5 minutes.
Okay. I got you. Wow, that's a great way to start. That was fun. In the feeder, we have races. Okay, Monmouth Park races 2, 3, and 4. That we can show you. Okay, where's Monmouth Park? Hold on here. That comes up in 8 minutes. So we're going to be able to show you the Monmouth Park one. Let's get that. They're at the gate over at Laurel Park. They're not on the track over at Monmouth yet. Why don't we look at Laurel Park real quickly, just for the heck of it, just to break it up. Laurel Park, race number 5 coming up. Vegas time, Ryan. It's Vegas time. Yep. Yes, sir. It is Vegas time. That just brought back memories. All right. So are they going into the gate? No, they're about at the gate over here at Laurel Park. All right. Let's see here. 5 horses, 28%, 5-2. Listen, sometimes the bettors just get it wrong. I look at a horse and I'm like, if it makes sense why they're not betting the horse, then it's a good thing. But the 5 could have an easy lead in the race, and the 5 is a second-time starter. I always say the most money you can make is on second-time starters. And look at this horse is dropping from a 58 SOR down to a 48 SOR, 2% win to 28% win, and maintains the same GSR. And the trainer is 9% with first-time starters and 10% with second-time starters. The 5 is certainly a player, and it looks like it's the fastest horse in the race. Now, it's got the big favorite on the outside that could press. But the 5 horse, for me, at 5-1 is a play, right? And then another interesting horse is the 2 horse at 13-1 and has 20% win chance. So for me, I think like maybe an exacta box, 2-5-6, and hope that the 2 horse gets. And those are the EquinEdge picks too. But hope that the 2 horse wins the race or comes in second. So 2-5-6 exacta box over at Laurel Park. They're almost in the gate. Let's watch the race.
Another hope. Ferociousness.
If this 5 horse breaks good, it's going to be very tough to
go round,
catch.
slow to go. Honestly, got the first call on the inside. Here is now Peachiness showing her leaf, but in Misty Sunday is right there. So Peachiness, Misty Sunday racing 1, 2, and another hope has moved along into 3rd position.
The one that ended up going off is the even money favorite.
And then outside of that, we have Ferociousness on the inside. Is honestly just 3 from the front. In that chase,
it's just such a class relief for the 5.
Back, and it's respect the law and striking range.
These second-time starters is where you can make your money.
Start. Less than 3 furlongs to go. They're midway on the
2 horse cruising back there. The 2, you might want to watch this 2 next time out too. The 2's moving pretty good.
In a follow-out sign by Ferocious. Respect the
loaded. This 2 is loaded. The EquinEdge long shot. Had nowhere to go. I'm playing this horse back next time out. He's not liking it between horses and taking a ton of dirt. Look at his face.
Peachiness,
oh man,
good speed in front by 5.
How much?
Peachiness. Here's
he might not have beat the 1, but this 2
is another hope. They're vying head to head for second, but no doubt about it.
It's got a good look.
Julio Hernandez, Peachiness, to win by a half dozen. Another hope was second.
All right, I'm more interested in looking at this horse and seeing what the story with this 2 is. Go round, look at the GSR plus grid. Looks like it can go turf or dirt. And it looks like if you look at the distances, it wants to go longer. So I'm going to follow this horse. It took a lot of dirt in the face. Can run. Watch for next.
Okay, excuse my munching here, but I was starving and it's a pizza review. Fine. Okay.
So Monmouth, we're going to go to Monmouth race number 2. That's the second leg of the feeder. 1 for 1 so far, right? Right, David?
Yep. Let's see. Let me pull up the leaderboard here. It's real early. How many people we got? $14.60. I see a Michael Oldham up there. Michael Oldham. He's got $14.60. I think I know that name. Mike Saletta was $14.60. Mike Somich and David Harrison. We got a whole bunch of $14.60 winners. Holy God.
I always root for Mike Somich. Mike Somich is such a good dude. He is so freaking talented. You want to talk about a good handicapper. Mike Somich is absolutely no joke.
Well, the first time I actually saw him in action was at the Hawthorne Invitational It was a quiet Sunday, so I tuned in. I had a bunch of friends who were in that contest. I should have went actually, but I thought Mike was so good in the coverage of that show, of that tournament. That now, I talked to a couple of guys. Well, Paul. I had a senior moment. There's a bunch of guys who I knew in that tournament.
Yeah.
And it looked like a lot of fun. So I think I'm interested next year. But Mike Somers was so good. All right.
Thank you, Kevin. My ticket was 6 over 2-3 over 2-3 for $100. So it was a $200 play. But I'll take the payout on that was tremendous.
Nice.
Yeah. Let's see here.
So the first 35, top 35 get in. And I'm on the 7-horse Magnificent Ride here.
So
5-1.
Look, we talked about this race here. I know you're on the 7-horse Magnificent Ride, and the horse is tactical and draws a really good post. The way I'm looking at this, I'm hoping that the 1 does not break good, and I'm hoping that the 2 can go gate to wire. But I really do think the 4 horse is the horse to beat. I don't like the rail draw for the 1. So the way I'm going to play this, I'm going to do a 2-4 exacta box, and because I really do think that the 4 horse will be first or second. So what I'll do is I'll do a win bet for 2. I'm going to actually bet the 2 at 8-1. I'm going to bet the longer price, and then I'll do an exacta box 2-4. That's how I'm playing that. Trying to beat the 1.
Mm-hmm. Trying to beat one of the favorites. That's the way to go normally.
Yeah.
Very rarely, and people have asked me this, some of the strategy. Very rarely playing for real money will I play an exacta box, the favorite, and the second choice. To me, it just doesn't make any sense.
Right.
If you look at how many times the favorite and second choice come out 1-2, I mean, and usually it's a total underlay.
Yeah.
Blanking out just before the race. Yeah, I gotcha.
Horses like this 2 horse. First of all, if this horse breaks on top and it's got a lead, this horse is every bit as good as every horse in the race. So this is now, if the 1 breaks good and duels with the 2, then most likely won't win. But 2 looks very good on the track. The 4 is a vulnerable favorite. The 1's a vulnerable favorite, right? So, this is all about the break.
And the runners.
If this horse all of a sudden is 1 or 2 lengths in front at the first call, goodbye.
Lemon Creek Louie to the inside post.
And this horse is 8-1 right now.
Sneakiness coming up.
I'm still preferring the 7 here.
Spotted Bull.
All right, good luck, everybody.
Walking up the hip.
I can tell the wife just came home.
Why?
Yeah, she jacked up the AC down and freezing my ass off. Unbelievable.
We don't have that issue here in South Florida.
2 back.
Where it's too hot.
Notion to tap it. Magnificent Ride to the outside post. We kick off the early pick 4, Magnificent Ride.
Let's keep it going.
Come on,
we're ready to go.
Just break out good.
Come on, 7. Let's go with that 7.
And Laurel, Sneakiness wins the break. Broke like a rocket today and goes right to the front from Magnificent Ride. Spotted Bull takes back, runs in the 3rd position. Lemon Creek Louie right behind him. So the favorites 3rd and 4th early. Notion to tap it at the back of the pack. Aggressively ridden.
Your 7 broke out amazing. Broke amazing.
Pacemaker, but Magnificent Ride is actually quick while on a hold, pressing a half length back. Another 2 lengths to Spotted Bull. Lemon Creek Louie pretty much side by side, and they're 2 ahead of Notion to tap.
Not so fast. 23.
Turn 2 by 2 by 1 as they go into that turn. Sneakiness at 12-1, sent hard to keep pace. Magnificent Ride right there matching him, and they're 3 ahead of Spotted Bull, who's come under a hard ride in 3rd. Lemon Creek Louie still in 4th and not picking it up. Notion to tap it under pressure at the back, top of the stretch. Magnificent Ride.
seven's running huge.
As they come off the corner,
Yes.
and Magnificent Ride goes
Hopefully
on.
can hold on.
Magnificent
Horse is
Ride,
gonna be tough.
Spotted Bull on the outside, attempting to reel in the front runner. He's got a good chance.
Hey.
Coming on the outside.
Stay up,
Magnificent
seven.
Ride,
Stay up,
Yeah, beautiful ride.
behind him, under the left-handed
Amazing
stick,
ride.
getting outside that
Amazing
rival.
ride.
Magnificent Ride in front. Spotted Bull lunging. Magnificent
got it.
Ride held
And
on.
listen, if it was,
Magnificent Ride
I
did
believe if it wasn't for
Spotted
you,
Bull,
my two
sneakiness,
would have won.
and
Thanks a
Lemon
lot.
Creek Louie, notion to tap and
Yeah.
give.
Told you someone was going to get a good trip. But if you watch the replay on this race, this
Wow.
race was
Great
all
call.
Maddie Oliver. You know, she.
Oh, yeah.
You see how she came out, and if you watch, she knew that horse was coming, so she let her horse come out of the stretch. To it's not hurting. You follow me? Like, here's your competition. So sometimes the horses stay on the rail, and their competition is 3 or 4 pass out. The horse doesn't see or doesn't get into that. So just by veering over just a little, 2 paths, I think really made a difference. Boom, Mike, we're 2 for 2.
You just picked a horse that has 2 wins in
Number
23
7.
races, now 3 and 24. Great call. Great ride. I mean, that's just amazing what just happened with that horse. The 2 horse ran huge, but the 7 was just pressing.
Results are declared official.
And
Yep.
and what I tell you, 1 horse was getting over bet, way over bet.
Absolutely.
Through the rail,
Yeah.
didn't break very good. The horse was toast. 4 ran it. 4 ran the race I thought it would run. The 7 was just too good. What a great ride! You're right. Wow, nice.
Yeah, and it's nice to be two as Oldie would say. I don't ever think I've seen a race where I beat the horse that I selected beat 2 1-to-1 shots.
Yeah. That was a great call.
We don't say 1-to-1 shots in New York. It's even money, but I just bust his balls.
Tell me that the post and what kind of style you have doesn't make a difference. Makes a huge difference. And when you look at the pace number, the 7 draws the outside post and it has a good pace number. You can see that right there, right? So huge. All right. Somehow we.
And again, it was 15-1 morning line. But it knew, I think I said if I can get 6 or 8-to-1, I'd be happy. But 5-to-1 with 2 even money shots in the field. The 3 would have been striking speed would have been the pace in that race. So once the 3 was out, I'm looking for somebody who was close to the pace.
Yeah, nice job. Nice call on that. That was huge. What a huge call that was. $12.80 you got on that horse. You got $17 out of that horse.
I'll take it. Then, okay, so now the leaderboard is 3160, and also we had a Mike Saletta who also had the 7, and Mike Somich had the 7. Hold on a second. Okay, I was going to say he's got the same pick. So, all right, Alan Levitt. Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4. We've got about 12 of us tied for the lead at 3160, and then down to 2140, James Fletcher, Joseph Jadlowski, Raymond Carpio, and Jerry McLennan. And Michael Oldham, I still see that name popping out, is $17.40. We're in good shape.
So Oldie didn't use, great job, Gary. Oldie didn't use the 7 horse there.
Right.
Gulfstream Park race number 4. David, help me out here. Gulfstream Park race number 4. They're going into the gate.
Speed handicapping.
There's a lot of. I love these races though. You got a lot of first-time starters here, and the 5 horse Balala. This horse wins the simulated race. It's 2-to-1 on the EquinEdge morning line and 29% top EquinEdge pick and top SOR. It's a second-time starter who broke from the rail last time out, and the 3 horse looks like a player as well, and it's 7-to-1. I would take 2-3-5. I'm just doing an exact to box 2-3-5. That's it.
Well, I need my phone a friend for these 2-year-old first. Do we have any horses that have run here? Yeah, I would pass on this. I only have so many winners in me on a given day, so I'm going to pass on this.
No, these are opportunities, So
well, I look at it as an opportunity. Yep, I look at it a different way than you do. But let's watch the race now.
All right. I mean, they're flying right now. Bilal ended up going off at 3-1. Come on, 5. Here comes the 3. Here comes the 2. If these two horses
The
stop,
2's going to win the race. The 2's going to win the race.
2 is loaded.
Yeah.
Whoa, look at that 2.
Yeah, I saw that in the back of the pack. This one started motoring.
And the 3's flying. Come on, I'll take, listen, 2, 3, 3, 2. Stop 4. Let's go, 3. Oh, 4 held up.
Then a 4 is holding in tight.
Wow.
The same trainer again.
The 4 dealt with all that and still held up.
Here you got Ronan Crichton. 1-2.
First time start. This horse was well meant. Well meant. 18% with first time starters. Look at these. You want to look for that too. You look at 4 3-star works in a row. Like Jaramillo aboard. Jaramillo's been on fire. Got to watch for Jaramillo.
Oh, absolutely.
Right. Okay.
All right.
What do we have? We got Saratoga coming up when? 6 minutes from now to race number 4.
All right, let's go to Saratoga race 4, and then we got to cover a few more. All right, let me just see what the odds are here. Huh. They're on Whiskey and Soda, who I don't like at all.
The 5 horse, yeah. Well,
I haven't. I forget we're in Saratoga. There's a lot of casual fans up there, and hunch play Whiskey and Soda. Okay, the guys who are drinking Whiskey and Soda are definitely playing this horse. Andy Kant is who I'm on at 4-1. I like the price, and I would use the 7 before I would use the 5 at 2-1.
Well, you're on the 3 horse, right? You're on Andy Kant, correct? 3-7, and I'm on 7-6. Allied Attack. Both of these horses are surge indicators. I think the 7 goes gate to wire in this race, and that's what it looks like to me. And when you look at the horse to watch, 32% of the time, horses that are the top pace, top SOR, top GSR, lowest EE morning line win. And this horse is 32%, so it's ironic. In this situation here, 19% of the time, these horses will win. So close with the 6 horse. 6 is moving up big time in GSR as well. We talked about this horse. It's going up from 14% to 21%. It had an inside trip last time out on the turf. It didn't like it. Throw that out, and it's been facing better. And the last 2 times it faced groups like this, it got 2nd and 3rd by a length. And with, by the way, bad trips. So I think the 6 horse, who's the top EquinEdge pick, is a major player. And you cannot ignore, listen, 2-1 on the EE morning line for the 7 horse. This horse can absolutely go gate to wire. This is the easiest group it's faced since January.
Yeah, Allied Attack is a big drop down, right? The concern I have is no wins, only 1 try at a mile. This horse has been sprinting for most of its career, and I think that might be the spot. This horse may be more of a sprinter, but based on that drop down, it's probably going to be competitive here. So I actually, in addition to my contest bet, I just boxed a 3. I have a 3-7 exacta box here with a win bet on the 3.
Okay, awesome. All right, 32% on the 3. I mean, I think the 3 can rate a little bit. It looks like it can. It burned a little bit of money. Goes to a different trainer. The win percentage, it's usually up there. I don't know. It 1 win in 18 tries. Draws an inside post. The 7 is faster and draws on the outside of the horse. So I have mixed feelings about this horse. But it's a good breaker. So And that's coming up in 3 minutes from now. So we'll stay here. And then after this race, we'll go to Saratoga race number 10, which is the 5th event of the 10 for the qualifier. Sound good?
Sounds good to me. Sounds like a plan, my friend.
All right. Let's see here. You know, I really like the 7 and the 6 in here too. I think the 6 is 6-1. Like that's for the EquinEdge top pick, and then I can make sense of why this horse is 6-1, because people don't know how to play this horse, and look at 2 back. It faced a 62 group. Throw that out. Look what it did 3 back against a 56 group, and the fact that this horse is dropping from 40 to 25, that doesn't bother me at all, because the purse is $45,000. It's a good move. The win percentage goes up. The GSR goes up. Gets off the turf. I see a really good effort from this horse coming. But
yeah,
this is a big drop though for the 7 horse, who absolutely can gate to wire.
Yeah, I mean, the 6. I don't usually see these shippers, going up to Saratoga and winning much. These Tampa, Parks, Monmouth, and this horse. You got to show me this horse can compete in New York. So this is a horse, the 6. I would probably pass on. 5-1 though, you're getting to the point where it's like you may say I'll pass on somebody in the race, but it gets to a certain price, and you're like, well, the value's there now, so it could be a play. But I mean, I would tell you right now, I would play the 6 before I would play at 5-1 before I would play the 5 at 2-1.
So I bet a win bet on the 6, and I did an exacta box 6-7. That's how I played that.
Oh, you should have booked it through me. I would have taken that one.
You would have taken that money? I don't know. The 7 looks very good on the track, and
I know I like the 7, but I don't like the 6 at all.
You just said you like the 6.
I said that I would bet with the 2 of them. I would take the 6 over the 6 at 5-1 over the 5 at 2-1, but I'll take the 3 at 4-1 before any of those 2. So
yeah,
that's being a little. Like if you're at the NHC and you're looking for an optional play, and you're like, well, I'm not using the 5 at 9-5. I don't know if I'd use the 3 at 7 at 3-1. So yeah. I mean,
look at this is Saratoga, and speed kills. 3 horse went gate to wire, and hopefully my internet will cooperate.
I have to tell you too, I'm not this Wilson Shoot, the 1 mile races that they started running here at Saratoga. I don't know if any of your listeners agree. I don't really love that shoot. It just seems sometimes horses shy off that are on the rail, and I don't know. I'm not a big fan of this Wilson Shoot, the 1 mile distance there, but I think sometimes you get races that may be run a little strange.
We've had 2 races on the dirt, and speed has gone gate to wire, and the 7 horse looks like the fastest horse in the race, and you're getting 3-1. It's going to be tough to catch the 7 horse.
And Andy can catch the 7. Not Andy. It's not Andy can't. It should be Andy can. That's what I'm calling that horse. Andy can win. I'm crossing the T out. There we go. We call him Andy can. And don't be surprised if the 3 has the lead.
Let's see what happens here.
All right. Good luck, everybody. We're trying to keep it going here.
All right. 7 in the gate.
5 a little
fractious. Oh, 7 fell to his knees.
Yeah. Yeah, it's not good. Of course, the 4 gets the lead. My Bond horse
Yeah, that's not
off a
that's,
long layoff. Jesus,
yeah,
if this
4
horse
right
wins,
now
I'm
is
going
the
to bang
13-1 incantation with about a length lead over the 3 horse, whose head's a little bit high, seems a little rank. 7's kind of
the
moving up
7's
a little
rushing
bit.
up now. You never like to see that, right?
Give me the 6 horse right now, all day long. That's what I'll take. 7's done. You're going to have to hope that there's a lot of people probably rooting for this 4 horse right now.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Here comes the 6.
Yeah, the 6 looks like the strongest horse here.
Sure does.
All right, you might. Yep. Wow, he's really going wide.
Well, the 4 took him wide.
Yeah.
And that's
look who came up the rail.
5 horse.
Come on, Andy. Come on, Andy. Come on, Andy. That hurts when you're on these contests, right? And you get a 3 horse and your horse gets 3rd.
It does, but you got lucky because the favorite won the race, and that's not going to hurt you anything at all. What's
right.
that, Willie?
Right. And the reason that the favorite won the race is because the 4 was getting tired and went totally wide and swung my horse and your horse out wide.
Yeah.
And so the 5 set the garden trip there. Dylan Davis has been doing nothing wrong at this meet. He just seems to be riding just in perfect form.
Yeah. Let's see here. I am having a little bit of trouble with my. Let's go here. Share this tab. Okay.
Yeah, so the 7 going down to its knees just changed the total dynamic of the race.
It changed everything.
And you see how many times you see a speed horse rush up, and then that's it. Make that one move and just.
Okay, let's go to Saratoga 10.
Saratoga 10.
We got Laurel coming up, which we'll watch that race coming up in 6 minutes from now, but we need to look at Saratoga 10 anyway. So let's
before I forget, good call, Scotty, on the 6. I didn't like that horse at all, and probably should have won the race.
Yeah, and there's no way to know about the 7 because the 7 stumbled so badly at the start.
Right. See, that's what sometimes changes that total dynamic. Yeah. But with that being said, I would have never taken whiskey and soda at 8-5. All right, 10th race. Let's see the simulator. And I have a solid opinion in this race.
Well, good. We're going to need it because they look in a vertical line right now, basically, here in this race. So it looks like a wide open race. I'll sort the EE morning line. It looks like we can probably throw a horse out like the 3 because the 8 style is to be near the lead. They're going to duel, but I don't like the 8 horse dropping in GSR. So I'm going to throw out the pace. I'm going to throw out the 8 and the 3. And that's how I'm seeing it anyways, as far as pace and trying to eliminate horses. You have a horse like the 7 horse who's 3% to win, and it styles to be near the lead as well. It looks like it probably is going to stop. So I think we can throw that horse out, although it is a price play, which is one of the long shot algorithms. But, I mean, this horse would need to clear most likely to win. And at this level, it did run against a 68 group last time out on the turf and got 4th by 3 3/4. I think you could probably make a case, maybe a long shot case for the 7 if you think that the rest of the field is vulnerable. When we're looking at the odds makers morning line in comparison to the EquinEdge morning line, I mean, maybe the 4, the EquinEdge long shot, stands out a little bit at 5-1. Who do you like?
Yeah, originally I thought I was struggling with this race until something just struck me. What? And then I have to tell you that I looked at every horse starting in post position order. And as I got to the 8 or 9, I'm like, wow, this is a wide open race. This is a total head scratcher. But then I got to the 10 horse, and I noticed something about that I haven't seen too often in a trouble line. So I popped on the trouble line, and the notation was pulled half, 3, 2, 3, and then tired. And then I noticed there were two of that race on July 18th. There's 2 other horses coming out of that race. Is the 1 Dancing Dean and the number 4 Wrigleyville. So I watched the replay. So when I see a trouble line, there's 2 other horses in the race that come out of a previous race. I'm watching the replay. So I watched the replay of this race, and this is my conclusion that I came up with here. If you watch the 10, he had the 8 post at the time in the 10 horse field. He was stalking the pace the entire way, and he looked like he wanted to go and was being totally strangled by Drew. And I'm like, okay, that's kind of weird. And then when he went, it was kind of an odd trip for him, but it looked like he was ready to just run up there and take the lead at some point. And like I said, Drew was strangling him. So I think this horse is due for a really big improvement. I think this horse has some talent. The issue is, they looked at the numbers. The first quarter was 22-4 going 2 turns. So that's the reason that Giroux was trying to strangle this horse. So it was a contested pace, and Wrigleyville was on that pace. And if you notice, everybody in that race who was on near the pace kind of just faded the last 16th of a mile. The race just totally collapsed because I'm assuming it was that first fraction, that first quarter was real fast, because they only ran the half in 48 and 3/4 in 1:12.3. So right. I think because of that, I want somebody out of that race. So to me, it's either I thought if we're looking at the other horses in this field, I think that's the strongest race. So I want either the 1, 4, or the 10. And based on watching that replay, I think the 10 was loaded. We get a jockey change from Giroux to Rosario. I know, Scotty, you're not the biggest Joel fan, but I think on his handling, he can rate this horse perfectly. I think this horse is a talented horse based on what I saw. I mean, this horse won first time out at 5-1 in a 12-horse field at Churchill, and just got up by a neck, so it can close. So I just think it got a bad trip, bad ride, outside post again. Better trip with Joel, and I'm all over the 10. I don't want anybody else. So I have 2 tickets with 10 mixologists for me.
Okay. David's got the 10. Let's see here.
Like Monmouth in 2 minutes. But Scotty, how did you see the race?
So I kind of like the 9 horse a little bit. I like how Velasquez is riding right now. It's got a decent win percentage. I think this race is wide open. I don't think you take a favorite. I will say this: I don't like that the 10 was pulling, but holy crap! I mean, broke 10th in the last couple of races, wins that race here, and this 10 clearly has all sorts of talent. I'm not really a Rosario fan, but I'm even less of a Giroux fan. So I think that the 1 horse would make a lot of sense, but this horse is a terrible breaker as well. And Rosario actually gets off of this horse, but Alvarado rides for Belmont, so maybe that's not scary. I'm going to go with the 1 horse ultimately, and I'll tell you why. This horse is not a great breaker, but it finishes tremendously. And it was finishing in that last race, in the 7:18 race. And I agree, somebody from that race is going to win. And that was the first time against winners, and to only lose by 2.5 lengths in that race. And I think there's a lot of cheap speed. There is a lot of speed. Somebody's closing in this race. It's the 1, 9, or 10. That's who's going to win this race. So I'm going to lean towards the 1 because I think the horse is going to relax and finish. So, yeah, I'm on the 1.
Right. The only thing I'll say, Scotty, is this horse does concern me, the 1, because like I said, I originally think the winner's going to come out of that July 18th race. So to me, it was the 1, 4, or 10. This horse is the closer, and the closers were flying at the end. However, this horse was Fractious at the gate. The race before is another Trouble Line, Shied in the stretch. The race before that, in November of 23, this horse steadied. And the race before that, it was Off a Beat Slow. So this horse seeks trouble. This horse has got Trouble Lines up the yin-yang, all 4 starts, right? So now it draws the rail post, and that's a tough spot. Now, it doesn't have to really, this horse is going to be probably last or dead last with a big pace, so they don't have to try to do Alvarado doesn't have to try to do anything from the rail post, but it could be tricky. It could be a tricky spot, right? May have to come 5 wide. We'll see. So, but yeah, I thought the 1 was a definite contender.
I was looking at this race. I didn't have enough time to really look at it, but it did look like a lot of speed in this race, and looked like a horse like maybe the 7 horse of the 1A could come from behind.
I like Barzini.
Barzini?
Barzini. If Barzini can get loose, he's all jacked up there with nowhere to go. He doesn't want to go between horses. Oh, the 7's flying. The 6 is coming.
1-7.
6 had a very troubled trip.
I'll tell you what. The longer I handicap, the more I put a positive on tactical speed. Not necessarily front running speed, but horses that are tactical. You've got the closers that are reliant on speed. Then you have the horses that need the lead, and then you have the horses like the 1 that were just tactical sitting. And it was it's nice to watch that. Up the yin yang. That would be a good one. Up the yin yang.
The yin yang. I think there was a horse back in the day named Yin Yang.
I think there was. All right, so you are using
New York strong, brother. New York strong.
Let's go back to Saratoga. What were we in? Saratoga, what was that, 10? Yeah. You're using the 10. I'm using the 1. Okay.
Yeah, the 10, and you're using the 1. Okay.
Saratoga race number 11.
Okay, they are loading in at Monmouth.
Oh, they are. Let's go to that. Let's actually go to that. Hold on. Okay, there it is.
All right, after 3 races, we got Alan Levitt. Oh, okay. You're right. With that victory by the favorite.
Who did you have again?
I have the 6. New York strong. New York strong.
And I've got
the number 6.
You have the 6, and who did I have in this race? Chaplin. I had the 2 to go gate to wire. All right, let's put this here.
All right, good luck, everybody.
Yeah, terrible for the 2. Yeah, thanks, Gary. No, you can't. That horse broke terrible, and it's 4 to 5. It does. It does. Young horses that have a good pace number, or horses that first-time starters, they just seem to do well. There's no stat on it. It's just something I noticed.
They are flying. 21 and change.
If this 2 horse wins this race coming from behind, I'll be shocked. Get 2-6. 2-6.
Get that 6 rolling, baby.
Get that 6 up. How did that happen?
I think he's fortunate that the 2 didn't get the lead because it worked out perfectly because that was a 21 first quarter. I don't think he would have lasted.
I didn't think
It's
the 2
unbelievable.
could rate. Where did that come from? Holy
Well, we
hell.
found out the 2 could rate. Yep. So what did I say? The 2's going to be getting the
tremendous.
lead. It's kind of not the way we predicted it, but the 2 would have a lead, and here come New York Strong to win by a nose, but I was just off by a neck. So,
I actually played I played the 2 to win. I'm not happy with 4 to 5 odds, but I'll take it. And then I did a 2-6 exacta box.
And I know you mentioned the Rare Pride that you didn't hit the triple.
No, I didn't play the try.
Yeah, because you did mention that 8 horse.
Yeah,
The Rare Pride.
$5 exacta, but either way, a win is a win. That's nice.
All right, you got a second there, so we're looking in pretty good shape for getting saving $54.
All right, so we need Saratoga race number 11 now, correct?
Yes. Oh, who's blinking?
Is it blinking?
I'm only kidding.
You are so mean.
I did that with a buddy of mine when we go to the track. He's a buddy of mine. I shouldn't do this. Just a great friend of mine, but he is a little paranoid. He's always saying, "Oh, you think of staying up? You think that's going to happen, or you think that's going to come down?" So when it's clear that nobody's coming down, as he's walking to get a beer to the window, I'm like, "Oh, he's blinking," and then they're like, "What?" And if I bust him one more time, he's probably not going to be my friend anymore. But we have a good time. So,
well, this race is clearly. I'm assuming this race was on the turf, right? It's off the turf now.
Yeah, this race has now been totally changed. They moved it to the main track. So now you've got a bunch of scratches. If you don't have the scratches, it's the 1, 3, 8, 9, 10, 12, 13, 14. So the interesting thing is you got two horses that MTOs, the 15 not guilty, who will likely be the favorite, and the 16 looking for Ginny, who I don't like at all. No speed at all. From a peak, and Leparoux picks up the mount, so that's a toss for me. I guess you got to consider the 15, but I picked this horse on the turf, and I want him on the dirt also, and that's the 4 True Myth. I don't have to look any further than True Myth. This horse was in maiden special weights at Aqueduct, pretty good fields. Didn't really lift a hoof. Ran an even 5th in the first race in a 7-horse field. Then didn't lift a hoof on a sloppy track. To me, when I see a really bad race on a sloppy track, I'm tempted to just put a line through it and throw it out. So I'm going to throw that race out. I'm assuming this horse was bet that day. Didn't lift a hoof. Didn't like the track. Now comes to the turf and a maiden 40, and just needs to see this horse is bet at 4 to 1. So in a full field at 12. So this horse was taking a lot of money and steadied early. It cost the horse any chance. So you can cross that race out too. Would I have preferred the turf? Yeah, possibly. But I'll take this horse on the dirt. I think this horse is sitting on a big race at this class level. And the other horse, I guess, if you wanted to use a prohibitive favorite, it would be the 15. So it would be 4-15, but I think I would use the 4 on both tickets. I'm not.
Well, first of all, I can tell you that this horse's dirt tab is 12 points higher than the turf, and the GSR goes from 54 to 67, goes from a 9% win to 14%. It had all that steadied early. It's second off the layoff. First off the layoff, Terranova is 16%. Second off the layoff, he's 15. This horse has every right to run a good race. I don't blame you. I'm just having a hard time getting by the race simulator having the 15 win by 2.5 lengths over the 16.
Yeah.
I mean,
I don't like the 16 at all, because if you look at this horse, has got absolutely no speed. Yeah, it has 2 races that it was bumped, but this horse is just plods early. And I think on this track, this horse is not going to have a chance. So, I mean, yeah, you could say you're going to use either the 15 or the 4. I don't see any other. I mean, Bobby Jean, maybe 2 races that were off the turf. this horse is looking for turf, obviously. So, but yeah, it's solid for the 4 for me. I don't see.
You know,
15
I like the 7 a bit, Bobby Jean. This horse is 5-2 on the EE morning line, and it arguably could be on the lead early. And the speed has been holding here. We've seen that.
Yes. The only thing that I would question. Hold on 1 second. Now, let me just go to my 11th race. Yeah, so it's at that mile. I just wanted to check the distance. So it's now a mile out of that to Wilton, whatever shoot they call it. Yeah, this horse could be on close to the pace or on the lead. Yep, but the 15 puts blinkers on, and I think this 4 is just sitting a really good trip here.
They're almost at the gate over at Gulfstream Park 5. Let's just run this race and see if we can find that. Let's see, 2-5 right now on this 2-horse Doc Amster, who's 42% to win. Looks like the fastest horse in the race.
Oh, I know Doc Amster.
You know,
a lot of time with him this winter.
The 2-horse doesn't. I mean, it's won 2 races in a row.
Let me see. That's since I left Florida.
Last time out. Pace-wise, in the first call, like the 7 and 8 could press, but horses on the inside do very, very well. Here's a horse. I just want to look at the 1 horse. I mean, and the 4, 5-1 on the 4, and 19-1 on the 1. It makes 0 sense to me. I can see why the 1's not getting bet, because people are looking at coming from a 62.5 claimer into a 12.5 claimer. But this race didn't come up all that tough. I would imagine the 1 horse, this is the type of horse you're looking for in a tournament, is a horse like the 1 Belts and Brooks, because it's a price play. It's 7-1 EE morning line. It's 19%, the second top win percentage, and 22-1 right now.
Yeah, the track condition, isn't it sloppy? Oh, now it's good?
It's good. It's listed as good.
Okay, because that's a key. Yeah, I agree with you. I think the reason I'm saying that Doc Amsterdam went too often, if you look in the winter, he was at a higher class. I remember watching this horse a number of times when I was there at the track. And then he dropped to the proper level, 12.5. So that's why the horse is winning now. But never won on an off track. He's got 1 race where the second place. I'd be interested in the 9 also, just based on its wet track record. This horse is. I'm going to go 2-9 exact box. Oh, I got shut up, and I would have played a 2-9 exact box.
I'm about 25 miles away from Gulfstream Park, and I'm not going to say it's sunny, but wow, they're having some weather over there. But that's the way it is in South Florida. It comes and goes so fast. Feast has got the lead. Doc Master on the inside is running good off the claim. The 1 horse doesn't seem out of it. Seems to have a little bit of horse. The horse is trying. 18-1, the horse ended up getting off at. If this 1 can get through, this 1 has got horse. And there's the 4 horse we talked about as well. Like, these horses were getting ignored. And there goes the 4, who's got the measure, it looks like, of the 2. And the 1 horse is trying to get through as well.
Yeah.
Look at this.
Uranium comes away with a narrow lead from the inside. Doc
They're closing.
1-4.
Who do you like?
1-4. Get up 1.
And Brooks, and from between.
Get up.
3 chances here.
Don't let it
go. Along the rail. Doc Amsterdam.
That's good.
You hold on. Doc Amsterdam. He was floating out wide on the track. He was floating them out.
I'm seeing it well though. That's the most.
All right. Save money on that one.
Yeah.
All right. So let me just we can give an update on the leaderboard here. We have some familiar names. So number 1 on the feeder list today is a Mike Saletta with $37.80. Congrats so far, Mike.
Right now. Nice going, Mike.
And then we got Mike Somich with second. He's tied with himself for second. Actually, he's tied with a guy that I know with 2 other people. It's David Harrison is tied with Mike for second. And we also have Alan Lynch at $35. And then we have 3160, a bunch of people, John Nespoli, Alan Levitt, Sean O'Malley. And so, yeah, let's see who's 35th, because that's the cut line. Mike Saletta's got 31, Stanley Bablich, Frederick. So, yeah, it's still plenty of time. Still 2 races to go.
Nice going. All right, let's race number 5 at Saratoga is coming up. We still haven't settled in on Saratoga race number 11. The final 4 races are going to be Del Mar 4, 5, 6, and 7. And but Monmouth race number 7, not for a bit. So I think we're okay. Let's see here. Monmouth, what just went off? Okay, we got time. There's plenty of time in the qualifier. But Saratoga race number 5. David, you really seem to like this 5-horse wish list. I didn't have the same sentiment as you, but what was it about this horse? I mean, it's getting bet. It's 9-2 right now. And probably everybody heard that you like the horse, and they're all betting it.
No, it was 5-1, and I put my bet in, so then it went down to 9-2. So give you an idea how much I didn't pay a ton of money on it, but yeah, I just think this horse is in a really good spot. This horse, I mean, this is $50,000 now. What is it, 2 lifetime on the inner? I mean, it's a weak field. I don't think this competition is any stronger than the 16,000 claimers that she faced down at Monmouth. Yeah, and the horse is bred for the turf. I mean, this horse ran the maiden special weight at Aqueduct on a good course, ran evenly, but there were much better horses in that race. The horse I'd be afraid of is obviously the 2 Highway Harmony.
That's my horse.
That's the horse, and the 10. You know, anytime you get a Chad Brown dropping down. But I have to tell you, based on the current odds, like that horse at morning line 5-2 is a little dead on the board, right? 4-1 with a Chad Brown drop down. So that led me to believe Magic 8 Ball's got a chance too. From Hello, I know you liked, I don't like. So yeah, I think the 5 is in a really good spot here. So I'm solid.
Look, the 10 horse, it's going to be closing on the simulator, but the simulator right now, it'll get more sophisticated, but right now it's not going to calculate the trip that a horse is going to get. It just doesn't do that. And this horse has no speed and draws an outside post on the inner turf. I'm sorry. Like, yes, it's about 55% of the horses, you've got to be within 4 lengths at the top of the stretch, and then 45% can come from behind. Fair enough. But this horse still is not going to get a good trip, most likely. And there's 9 other horses in the race, or 8 other horses in the race. So I'd probably play against the 10, knowing I think the 10 is going to be finishing, but I still don't think it's going to get there for the win. The 2 horse is going to save ground from the inside. There doesn't seem to be any other speed other than the 8 horse. And the 8 horse is a good breaker, but it does draw outside. We'll see. I don't know that Gomez is going to send this horse. I really don't. The 2 horse is being sent. That for sure. Yeah. The 10 horse looks good warming up. It's going to have to get a perfect trip to win this race, I would imagine. I mean, I guess the race could break down. I guess if the 8 horse was actually dueling with the 2 up front, if that actually materializes, then that would give the 10 a better chance. That's for sure. You can see the simulator. And I mean, the 10 is the only double blue. So it's got to get the
we
trip.
got a late scratch. I'm sorry, Scotty. We got a late scratch here.
Who was
the
scratched?
6, Evie does it. I don't think we're on that horse. Evie does it is a late scratch.
Okay. Yep. We picked that up already. Let's see here.
Yeah, I think this 2 horse, if the 2, it's, you know, you could foresee a speed duel here between the 2 and the 8. And then I think the 5 would get the first jump in that case, and then the 10 will be coming. So I can see a 5-10.
Let me make the point about the 2 horse again. And I made this earlier. I like the 2 horse wrap. So look, this horse went 9 furlongs on the main turf course at Belmont, and now is facing easier, cutting back in distance, and the inner turf where speed holds more. Goes up in win percentage, goes up in GSR, right? So I just think Pratt's going to have an easy lead. I think so, and then we'll see what the 8 does. We'll see what the 8 does. I mean, maybe the 8's going to send. Are you going to send with the favorite? I mean, maybe you are. Yeah, if the 8 goes, can the 2 rate at all?
Doesn't look like it.
It doesn't.
I mean, this horse back on August 12th of 22, way back in the day, had the lead at 5.5 furlongs. Now, it may not have the same speed it used to have, but yeah, I think this horse, I don't know if this horse can rate at all.
Let's just say the 2 and the 8 duel. Then what does the race look like? I think we should look at that. The 3 is going to be more forwardly placed. It looks like. I don't think the 3 doesn't seem like a contender in here. It actually had, you can throw out the last couple of races. It had issues, and prior to that, faced a 58 group. I mean, the 3's got a shot. But as far as the horses that are closing goes, here comes the 10, 7. How about this 1 horse? Could this 1 horse run good if the race falls apart? I don't know. I hate the post position for the 10, but the 10 seems to not be impossible. This horse just keeps on burning money. That's why I like the 2. I can't see anything else other than the 2. Hoping that the 8. I'm just hoping the 8 doesn't press my 2. And the more I'm looking at this race, nobody else really looks that good. The 10 horse could be the horse, and you're getting 3-1 right now. You know, maybe play the 10 horse in the 2nd and 3rd spots, and then, you know, spread in the like 1st and 2nd positions or 1st position. 5-2 right now on the 2. I'm going to stick with that speed on the inner track for the 2. I'm going to do a 2-10 exacta box.
No love for my 5, huh, Scotty?
Yeah, I'm going to do a 2-5-10. Yeah,
okay.
I'm going to do a 2-5.
And by the way, I wouldn't bet the 1 because the trainer's 0 for 21 at the meet, and Lane Luzzy is 0 for 47. So
here we go. Eric alive to the 2, 5, and 8.
Good luck, everybody.
Good luck, Eric. And 2 broke good, but the 8's going to go.
And the 5 broke last.
Wow. If this doesn't set it up for the 10, I mean, this is what we talked about. Like, this sets it up for the 10.
I hope these are really fast fractions, because the 5 and the 10 have to make up a lot of ground, especially the 5.
I will say this. I'm shocked how well the 2 is rating in 2nd place right now.
Yeah.
And he is.
It's in the perfect trip.
Running completely relaxed. And if you look at the trouble line, it's like the horse is ranked, the horse is ranked, the horse is ranked. But this definitely sets it up for a closer. Can I change my bet?
Load it down, 49. Tom Wally horse going wire to wire?
That 8's not going wire to wire. It's been 2 ranked the entire time. I don't see it. Pratt's done a really good job with this too. Come on, 10 or 5. Come on, 2. 3's coming. We talked about this 3 horse. 5 is coming, but 5's wide. Go, 2. Come on, 5. Get up for 2nd. 1 time for 2nd. Get up. 3's going to win. 2 ran huge.
The 5 can only get set. He was really wide. Wow.
Yeah, we talked about the 3 horse maybe being a decent long shot.
Lady Firefoot.
It's all pace, ladies and gentlemen.
Yep.
It's always pace. Pace makes the race. That's why the simulator is so important, especially in the first call, second call, and then also the pace number. Like, that's why it's so important to see how it's going to play out. And it's exactly what we talked about. 8 needing the lead, and Gomez sent that horse as hard as he could. 2 ran a good race and rated pretty good, but the 2 is better on the lead. And 8 went too fast early, and that set up, to be honest with you, 10 had a perfect trip. No excuses for the 10. I don't know why the 5 has no speed either. You can see that. And
Right.
and then the 5 went wide around the turn. 10 never ran. Absolutely never ran on the
Right.
turn.
Well, the 5, if you know, the 5 just got off terrible out of the gate, and the 3 got off a little better. So I think with a better start, the 5 may have been closer. But that. And again, this horse blinkers off. It had no speed. 1 for 10 lifetime. 0 for 3 on the turf course.
Yeah.
But again, pace makes the race. Without that quick early fraction. Yep.
All right, we have one more race.
And that's Monmouth.
That's at Monmouth Park, race number 4 in 2 minutes. You have the 3-horse Foolish Challenge, and I had the 7-horse Ballatin. I like your 3 as well. It's 8-1. I'm 4-1. How sweet she is. We're not surprised at this. And we talked about this, that maybe we weren't giving this horse enough love because this horse didn't like the synthetic. The GSR went down, was only 8% to win. And now this horse is 26% to win. And the GSR goes up 16 points. It's going from a 60 SOR down to a 50 SOR. So this is the easiest competition this horse has faced since it broke its maiden. But I think you and I can agree there's just something about this horse that doesn't look good.
Yeah, I don't like the overall record, and it's had many chances, runs a decent race every time, but just doesn't seem to get over the top. But based on the class drop, could be tough. But I don't want any part of even money, or as Oldie would say, I don't want even any part of 1-1. So
Mike, are you saying you need the 3? Sorry, Eric. Are you saying you need the 3-horse for this Monmouth Park race number 4? That's who you're rooting for?
Yes. So the board has completely changed. The leaderboard and the feeder.
Okay.
We've got the Davin Turner on top. The top is $61.10. Paul Sherman, familiar name, is second, $51.30. Alexa Zepp climbed up to number 6 at $42.30. So we are, let's see, where are the mics? Where am I? So I'm with in 12th, tied with Mike Somich. And where's Mike Soletta? And Mike Soletta is right above us. So and top 35 make the cut, and the 35th is right now $23.60.
You guys don't care if the favorite wins this race. You don't care.
No,
if the favorite wins this race, you're qualifying. So I would tell you what, you better give some love to the 7-horse. The 7-horse is gonna get a nice trip, and I think there's some cheap speed up front with horses like the 1-horse, and then also your 3-horse is going to be right there, maybe even on the lead if the 1 breaks bad, but the 1's cheap. So will the 3 duel, or with Rendon, or because he's aggressive and getting 115 pounds as well, by the way. So
I did notice that. I don't anticipate the horse being on the lead, but we'll see. But again, if the 4-5 shot wins, no big deal. Now this race does remind me, the last race of a feeder. This reminds me of the last race of the 2022 NHC. We had a 4-5 shot at Santa Anita, and when the horse was a dead stone closer and was flying on the outside, and as soon as it took the lead at the stretch, I'm like, I am in, even though it didn't matter where my horse finished. So it just brings a smile to my face. So let's go with this 4-5 and save us. It's a lot different, $56, but let's get her done. 3-5. But I did place win bets on both the 3 and the 5.
Manny's in 4th place right now.
Is he?
Yeah, he's in 4th.
Oh, I didn't see that. Sorry, Manny. Oh yeah, there he is. Yep, $49. So he's got the 3 also. He's in.
Good
I think
call.
we should. Yeah.
And the runners,
as long as we don't have one of these long shots, man, at the
how
1.
sweet she is has got it. Foolish Challenge comes up. Karen's honored.
What you're hoping for is the 1 breaks bad and the 3 gets the lead, David. That's what you're hoping for. I'm all over this 7.
Yeah, I don't see the 3 getting the lead at all.
No, why? The 3's fast in this race.
We'll see.
Aaron's honors it. 2 back, My Honey Bunch. Valentine. Valentine goes in. We're ready to go.
Okay, good luck, everybody.
And we're off. Bright Kohana from the inside post gets the first call of the race. Karen's Honor takes the second position. Foolish Challenge right behind, now moving through between horses to press the issue on the front end. Bright Kohana in front by just about a neck from Foolish Challenge, who's moving up and pressing. A length back to Karen's Honor in a good stalking position, running in third. My Honey Bunch ducks inside of her and claims the 4th position away from How Sweet She Is, the favorite, in the 5th position. Just 3.5 lengths off the pace, and another 4 back to Valentin at the back of the field as they go into the 4th turn. Bright Kohana is the leader with 3 furlongs to go, but Foolish Challenge now sticks her head in front, and with 5/16 to go, Foolish Challenge goes on with it. Bright Kohana giving way back in 3rd, loses the 2nd spot to Karen's Honor, who's on the move, challenging Foolish Challenge on the front end. My Honey Bunch still a joint 3rd coming off the turn. How Sweet She Is needs to get rolling. Grandstand side has 3 lengths to gain, and the final furlong gathering momentum, but the top pair still clear.
Stay second, stay second.
Stay second, 3.
16 to go. Karen's Honor in front, and Karen's Honor will give back-to-back wins for
Stay in
Fernando
second.
Hara.
There we
Karen's
go.
Honor by 2 1/4.
4-3.
Second Foolish
Karen's
Challenge.
Honor.
My Honey Bunch, who snatched the 3rd
7.
position from
People
the
like that horse.
How Sweet She Is.
7 didn't break well.
7-1, 5-1.
4 horse at 5-1, but you got some points. That was a horse to watch,
Yeah.
the EquinEdge long shot. We talked about that horse.
Mike, Manny, we're in. Manny had the 3 also. We're all in.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
That's why I like 35 slots. You got a little comfort zone there, right? When you're in the leaderboard of the top 10.
Hey, listen, were we not right about the 2 horse? It didn't run a lick.
Right. Yep. Very suspicious type of horse. Hmm?
Did not run a lick. Okay, where do we need to go? Let's see here. We need to go back to race number 11 at Saratoga. All right.
So I just wanted to point something else out. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So when you're at the NHC, and I think this may be a tip, when you see like most people who are looking for long shots or 5-1, 7-1, 8-1 horses, usually the players I know, they're looking for these 12-horse fields, right? But it just shows you here, we had a 6-horse field.
Yeah.
You had a vulnerable favorite who didn't hit the board, and we got a 5-1 over an 8-1, or 5-1 over 7-1, and either one of them would have been an acceptable NHC play. So when you're at the NHC, don't necessarily throw out a smaller field because there'll be no price. I mean, I hit one, a 5-horse field, I hit a 7-1 shot because I'm thinking, hey, I got to take a shot here. No one's going to be playing this horse. And it was,
Right.
2 8-5 and a 9-5. And so sometimes you got to go outside the box because a ton of people are having the long shots or the 8-1 shot in the 12-horse field.
All right, let's get to Saratoga race number 11. And who did you like in here again? I think you were going with the 4, correct?
Yeah, let me just pull that up. Yeah, the 11, we started talking. Yeah, I'm on True Myth. Yeah, it's with the race coming off the turf, it changes the entire dynamic. I think the only other horse I'd use is the 15, but I don't want any part of even money or 3-5. So I'm going to go with a Louis Saez on True Myth.
Yeah. Let's look at this 15 closely. It broke 9th. It broke last 2 races ago. It's hard to break bad like that on that sandy track over at Churchill Downs. Then it dropped in class a little bit, went up in win percentage, and got 4th by 10 lengths. And it was on the turf. The GSR was fine. But what's interesting is it jumps up to 42% here. And it also shows up with, well, it had a good work here as well. Let's see here. Not Guilty and Zarev worked half a mile in company for DeVoe, and both finished up well. But Zarev was a touch better. Wire galloping out doing so strongly. Zverev really galloped out strongly and did so easily, but it's not talking about not guilty. And then here in this workout, travel well throughout, but not guilty, caught the eye on the inside, finishing under a nice hold while remaining well within herself. So, it's a possibility maybe that this horse is doing better now. And, but I don't know. I hesitate with this horse. I don't like the way this horse ran last time out. I would have thought this horse would have run better, but maybe it's bred for the turf and dirt, both. It's got equal. Jose Ortiz jumps back aboard, but you can't ignore, look, it was 18% last time out, and it really didn't improve much, and now it's 42%. Sometimes the win percentage algorithm likes these horses, but it's not just the win percentage, it's the top pick, and it also wins the race simulator by 2.5 lengths over the 16, and we don't like the 16, and the 16 has no speed. So you throw out the 16, and it's winning the race by 3.5 lengths. I just don't know how. And it's 4 to 5 on the EE morning line. Like everything is pointing towards this 15. Mm-hmm. Nice going, Eric. Eric qualified. Nice going, Gary. Did you get in? I'm sorry, Mike. Did you ended up 10th in the BCBC feeder? But you see, like everything is pointing towards this 15 horse.
Yeah, and Scotty, then you got to make a decision. I don't know what your opinion is, but I think then the second most likely winner is the 4, True Myth, right? So you've got to make a decision. Is the 15 such a lock with blinkers on? This horse is by far was in the higher, quality races, $75,000 claimer on the turf, maiden, and then maiden special weights that were tough at Churchill Downs. Those are tough races. Now where True Myth dropped into a 40 already. So, but I think my contention is True Myth would have won that race or would have performed a lot better than 5th if it wasn't steadied. And then you got the jockey switch from Eric Cancel to Luis Saez. So
look at it, by the way, let me stop you for a second.
Yeah.
Mike qualified, Eric qualified, Gary qualified, Manny qualified, Joe qualified. Holy shit. That's freaking awesome.
Told you. Didn't I tell you this morning before we started the show? I listened to my music. I did my workout at the NHC. I'm really thinking positive thoughts. I'm thinking about all of us and being in the top 5, getting tour points. So yeah, let's all do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All guys, all the EquinEdge guys. Let's all get tour points today. I'm feeling confident. I'm feeling really confident.
Okay, so we've gone over. Oh, thank you for being a part of this, Manny. We appreciate it. That is so cool, right? Let's get a seat out of this group. This will be fantastic.
Yeah, let's get it. I'll be rooting everybody home. Boom, boom, boom. That's all we want to hear.
So right now, we're in race number 11. I initially liked the 7 horse, even though all those things are pointing toward the 15. Like the 7 horse is second off the layoff, and it's going from 1% to 15%. The GSR is going up. It got a 3rd place finish against 8 other horses. My initial feeling was the 7 horse was going to be the horse to beat. And so I just don't see myself being able to go with the 15, even though everything's pointing in that direction. I don't see the upside. If the horse does go off at 4 to 5, there is no upside. So I think I'm going to go with the 7. The 4 horse, if I'm taking somebody else, I'm going with your 4 horse. Look at the GSR. It's going up from 54 to 67. It had trouble in that maiden special weight 2 back, and it went on the shelf, by the way. Then it actually had trouble last time out and only lost by 7 3/4 lengths with a 54 GSR. I'm only disappointed that the win percentage doesn't go up more, but maybe I shouldn't be because the 15 is carrying 42% of the win percentage.
Right. Yeah. The race, like I said, kind of changed. It's less competitive now, much less competitive since it got switched to the main track. But hold on a sec. So Bobby Jean, that was a good song from the 80s, and Michael Jackson. Oh, hold on a sec. The Michael Jackson song was Billie Jean, not Bobby Jean.
You're trying to change every horse's name.
That's just because I need a cognitive. I need a cognitive. So, but I'm still doing okay picking horses. So that's my. I can't read names today, and forgot where my keys were, but we picked a couple of winners. So that, to me, that's what really counts. I don't have to drive today if I can't find my keys.
So, like Bobby Jean, look, is the top GSR, 14%. I will say this though, the morning line on this horse is only 12 to 1 on the 4.
Yeah,
that's interesting to me.
It was 21 morning. Yeah,
you know what I mean. Well, but aside from that, these are recalculated morning lines.
Yeah, it was 20 to 1 morning before the race was moved. But I got a question, Scotty, with an experienced handicapper. I just want to get your opinion. Now, Bobby Jean is a Catalina Cruiser, right?
Okay.
And this horse was entered by Mark Henning for 2 races, both on the turf. And they both got scratched off to the main track. So this is 3 times in a row. When I think of Catalina Cruiser, I think of more of a dirt breeding. But this is the dam is Promenade Star, which is out of Haynesfield. To me, Haynesfield is clearly dirt breeding. So I'm not sure what, does the trainer know more than us that this horse is going to like turf better than dirt?
Well, I go by the GSR in comparison
to
the field, right? That's all I go by because
I didn't look at the GSR for.
I mean, it's competitive in this race. It's got a 59. Is this horse going to beat stakes horses? No chance. But is it competitive in this particular field? Yes.
Yeah, and now I see my horse, and I just popped the GSR open because this was going to be a turf race. So the GSR now on the dirt, True Myth has the highest at 67. So that just solidifies my play. Lock it in. Final answer.
Oh,
4.
It does. No doubt about it. And the GSR goes up. I don't know. I think I'm going to go with the 7 horse. I'm going to stick with it. You know what I might do? I might do the 7 on one, and I might do the 15 on another. Maybe I'll do that. Yeah, that's what I'll do. 15. But if I had another horse, I would definitely take the 4. I think I can't get by the 12 to 1 on the EE morning line for the 4 horse, to be honest with you. But that GSR is monster. I mean, it should improve off of that effort, and it ran good and it's competitive. The more I'm looking at this 15, I understand. I mean, this horse is dropping big time in class. I mean, this is a really big drop for this horse.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, this horse will be 3 to 5, Scotty.
Yeah, that's the problem. I mean, everything is pointing towards this horse. The reason I'm hesitating, you guys, is because these few points that the wins that you get could make the difference in getting you points or not, or getting you to the NHC. I mean, it can. And so I take every race very seriously. And
I totally agree, Scott. If you notice with the Friday qualifiers, there's so many people in it, and you'll see a disparity. It'll be like a $4 difference between like qualifying and finishing 50th or getting any tour points. So my strategy is I'm looking for tour points because for the first half leaderboard. So I'm just concerned with tour points, but that's burned me in the past because last year I was looking. It actually is a blessing in disguise. I was not worried about the win. I'm worried about tour points. So sometimes you're a little more conservative when you just need tour points, right? So I'm like, that's it. I'm stopping playing that way. I'm just going to play like I want to win it. Why would I play a tournament without wanting to win? And then when I changed that strategy, I'm like, yeah, I'm going for tour points, but it would be nice to see my name on top, right? So that's also got you in too. So don't get overly conservative because you just need tour points. Play the way you normally play.
By the way, your 4 horse though has a lot going for it. Not only does it have the top GSR, not only is it going up 13 points in GSR, up in win percentage, but it's got 2 3-star works for Bruno. Right. And so there is a lot going for the 4 horse in this race. No doubt about it. The jockey trainer combination is 15% with Terranova and Saez. jockey trainer combination I love this. Like when you see DeVoe's a 13% trainer and Jose is a 15% jockey, always racing in the best colonies, by the way. Same with Velasquez, and they're 26% jockey trainer combination. I look at that. I think that's super important, and then it confirms it with the win percentage of the horse. 4 to 5 EE morning line again. It is a huge drop, isn't it? Yeah, I'm gonna do. I think on this one, I've used the same horses in every race. I'm gonna use the 15 and 1, the 7 another. That's what I'm gonna do.
Okay.
All right.
You're throwing my horse out.
So,
yep. Stay with your horses because I'm really confident in this race and I don't want to be on the same horse. Only kidding.
Hey, there's a turf race over at Woodbine. You want to go to Woodbine before we go to Del Mar?
Sure. I've got a little time.
Okay, let's do it.
So what race was that?
Inner turf. And the 6 horse has got a big pace advantage. This horse is 24%, but the horses that have top pace, top win, top SOR, lowest EE morning line, EE second pick win 48% of the time. And the simulator has the 2 horse win in the race, and that's all great. But I mean, this horse is facing tougher, and it's dropping in class. It only has 3 wins. Man, and the 6 horse dueled last time out. It's going on the turf. It's only been on the turf 1 time, but it actually has a little bit of turf breeding for the level. I mean, I can see why this horse is not getting completely bet. I mean, this horse does like to stop, but it's getting 5 furlongs on the inner turf. Man, speed sure is tough in this. I would maybe take a flyer on this horse. What do you think about this?
You're taking a flyer on the 6 black?
Yeah, the speed. Yep. Black.
Yeah, these 5 furlong races so many times. This horse has been more 5.5 furlongs on the Tapeta, right? This is turf. This is turf. 0 for 1 on the turf, though. Yeah, I'm looking at my other horse I would take. What's the 8? Exchange Day. Second race off a layoff, but doesn't have the speed that this horse has. Yeah, that's a big drop down on the 6, huh? 32.
Yeah, I mean it looks good. I'm gonna have to take a flyer on this horse at 3 to 1 especially too. So and then I'll do a cover bet. Like, who's the other horse? Is it the 2 horse? Is it the 8 horse? 8 horse.
I like the 8 horse.
You like the 8? I like the EquinEdge picks. We look at the trip the horses are going to get. I like Woodbine because they don't screw around.
That's another drop down. The 2's another drop down.
Let's see here. Let's go there.
And Exchange
All right,
goes
there we go.
up to gate 8.
You like the 8? I'm on the 6 horse to go get Squire.
I'll take a 6-8 exact box.
Mike's alive to the 2.
Walk right, a hot favorite there in. Luck.
I mean, it's all depends on the break.
It's flat back to a good start. A little bit awkward there. Corky and a shot for the lead. Black Tecker in the center from Sunspear. Gould is pushed through in the center as well. Up the inside coming Warp Right.
Who's running beautifully
and Corky
right now?
Right around them.
Not even
on,
asked.
A little between first to last and racing
And
handy also
go.
Sunspear.
Yeah,
the widest
done.
Exchange Day.
Dude
Just
did
3
have to
lengths
check
covers
a
them
bit.
in front. Corky on the outside. Black Tecker the rail. A length away, Warp Ride and Gould is prominent the center. 3 wide, Sunspear. Second last,
on the 2 and the 8.
outside, Exchange Day. And trying to slip away from them is Corky, a length and a half. Black Tecker quickly coming and pouncing again. 3 wide goes Gould, is winding up. And on the inside, the favorite, Warp Ride, waiting for a run as they corner. And on the outside, Black Tecker has gone up and hit the front. Warp Ride getting a little bit of a wriggle on now. Is coming off the center and down the outside. Tricky Magician. Warp Ride's getting to the clear up the inside. Exchange Day's flying home as well. Tricky Magician on the outside races to the front. And Tricky Magician going on to win. Coming away to win by a length to Warp Ride, and on the inside, Exchange Day. And then came Black Tecker. 57.86.
Tricky Magician. I looked at that horse. I'm like, no speed.
All right.
Okay. Next race, we got to get to our qualifiers, right?
Delmar 4.
All right, we got 4 races left, 4 at Delmar.
Yep. And they, by the way, they don't start until 7 o'clock my time. Let's see. Oh no, 6 o'clock. 6 o'clock race number 1. So East Coast time. So 3 o'clock on the West Coast. Yeah,
it'll be a late
right there, Mike.
Delmar. Okay, let me get my Delmar notes. Okay, good. Let's just. Are there any late scratches at Delmar? We do.
Yeah, 5, 6, and 13. By the way, did you handicap Saratoga? I'm just such a horse player. What did you like here? Did you like anything that we can bet?
Oh, the 6th race? Yeah, let me go to the 6th.
Yeah, tell us what you like. Is the 6 going to go gate to wire? Is the 5 horse at 35% horse to watch?
This is your maiden. You know, I think that some people will understand I'm a big fan of the Bond barn, but Freddie the 7 hasn't raised a hoof, but this is such a big drop. I mean, you're going from a mile and a 16th on the turf to 6 furlong dirt. This horse is summer front. I guess I can't use that horse. The horse I would use here is Charlie Baker's horse, the 5 Ironman. This horse is just running evenly, but I mean, it's getting into weaker and weaker fields, and eventually, Charlie's Baker is a good trainer. He's gonna break the ice, and I think this might be the field. This might be one of the worst fields I've seen at Saratoga. With that being said, I would use the 5 or the 7. Those are the only 2 I'd use here.
Well, I mean, you wouldn't give the like usually in a race like this, you might take a first time starter like the 2. The 2's not that far back, right? In a race like this, but I think you're looking at a horse like what's wrong with the 3 horse who ran a nice 2nd place finish at a 1% last time out here at Saratoga, going to save ground on the inside. I think this 2 might run a better. This 3 might run a decent race. The 5 horse though is dead on the board. Listen, this horse has been 46% win and not run good. It's not a great breaker. Speed has been holding. I don't think you're going to beat the 6 horse. 27% to win, 2-1 EE morning line. I would take a horse like the 3 or the 1 come from behind. So I'm on the 6 horse to win the race.
Yeah, I won't bet Oscar Barrera, so I'm off the 6. I just think this Erie Man is. I think this field is even weaker than the field he faced last time, and now you're cutting back to 6, which I think is better for him. And then I cannot throw the Bond horses out. That's such a big drop down on the 7. I understand this horse has not lifted a hoof, but that was on turf distance race. And I mean, this horse has no speed, but in this company, this horse could be live at 14-1. So it would be 5-7 for me.
All right. I did a 3-5-6 exacta box.
3-5-6.
Yeah, 3-5-6 exacta box. 6 is going to have the lead, and speed is just tough up there. And I think the 3 horse should, with a good break, will sit a nice trip on the inside.
All right. Good luck. Here we go.
That's a mistake that they gave the 1 the lead. That's a mistake. The 1's a player in here.
Absolutely.
I right now, if you would let me, I would bet 1,000 to win on this 1. Easy.
The 7's live. The 7 is live.
That was a huge move by the jockey on the 1. I bet the 3 to win, so I'm praying that the 3 can win. Come on, 3. Go. Make that move. Go. Be enough.
No, 7 packed it in. Come on with this 3. Get this 3
Come
moving.
on, one time with the 3.
Get this 5 moving. I'm rooting for the wrong horse. All right, come on, Scotty. I'm rooting for Scotty.
Come on, one time for the 3 to win.
Get this 5 up so I can.
Got to win. All right, I'll take that.
There you go. Good call, Scotty.
Yeah, I wish the 5 would have got second. I would have had that exacta, but I'll take it.
Right. So where I was leaning, when I was leaning, you know, this horse was 0 for 13. I'd rather go with an 0 for 8 or an 0 for 2 or 0 for 6. So now he's 1 for 14.
Yeah, I mean, had 1% horse, right? And last time out got a nice second place finish, and now gets the extra distance, and it needed every bit of it. And the jockey did a nice job. I mean, that jockey's Luis Rivera, nice job. All right, I'll take that 9-2. By the way, I had lost a couple of races in a row. 6 didn't run a lick, but when it didn't get the lead, Rosario sometimes he's baffling. He is just a baffling person. But you were right, though. You were right. You said I'm not betting Barrera.
Right. Yeah, I won't bet that trainer.
You know, and
maybe in winter at Aqueduct, he's got some success there. But based on his success level lately, success rate, I'm not interested.
Yeah. Okay. So we've got Saratoga or Del Mar now. So we got to get to Del Mar. So let's do that. Del Mar, race number 4.
Del Mar, race number 4. We've got a maiden $20,000 claimer for maidens 3 and up.
These are fun.
I didn't realize they ran this cheap at Del Mar. All right, let's see what the similar
win percentages wise. It's a wide open race. You have the 14, who's going to be your favorite in this race, Billy Joe Shaver, who's 2-1 EE morning line, 24%, and no speed, like none.
No speed. Right.
Like those are hard to take. Those are hard to take.
All right. So the first thing, now I will admit, and those of you who listen to the stretch run on Sunday will know my dilemma with Del Mar. I haven't really had a great success rate at this Del Mar meet. Granted, I understand I'm a New York guy. I know the New York racing much better than Del Mar and the California circuit. But so you may want to take my picks with a grain of salt, but sometimes eventually I'm going to get hot on any tracks. That's the way I look at it. So I thought this was a head scratcher. And I settled that the first thing I look for when I have a race, EquinEdge as a tool, but a race like this, I'm going to use that as a primary before I start handicapping. So I look at the pace. Is there somebody here who's got a pace factor that I can just rely on and just play long speed? And that's Western Grit, got an 80, but then I see a 71.65. So that I looked at Western Grit. This horse can easily win. I know it's been speed favoring there, but I did win on a closer on Sunday at Del Mar on a sprint race. So the thing is with this Western Grit, the jockey's 0 for 18, the trainer's 0 for 21. Normally, I like to stay onto hot barns. So I think I may pass on this horse, even though it's clearly the speed. So now I'm looking for drop downs. The drop down that stuck out to me is the 2, Mendelssohn's Magic. Now, Mendelssohn's Magic, 13% to win, so that's an acceptable number for me. I don't want the 14 at all. This horse dropped into a 30 claimer already, now drops down further. That was a mile. This horse doesn't have any speed. It's only 5.5. Yeah. I want somebody either on the lead or close to the pace. Mendelssohn's Magic, showed a little pace last time out, but not much. So then I keep looking. I don't want the 3. I don't want the 4. Okasic, it's got a shot because Papandromo has gotten hot over the weekend. Now has 4 winners. This horse was racing at Saratoga last year in a maiden special weight going 2 turns. Interesting. Now it's 5.5, but still doesn't really, I'm not too enthused. So the horse that I ultimately settled on along with the 2, I went to the 11, L Squared. This horse ran originally at Santa Anita, 50,000 claimer, and didn't really lift a hoof. But like I said, I always give a horse one start. Some horses take time to get adjusted to the game. Then Los Alamos, this horse ran for 42,000 maiden special weight, 17-1. So it took a little money. Stumbled break. Now drops back down to the lowest level ever, 20. So in a decent workout on August 1st, 3 furlongs, 35 and change from the gate. So let me settle on Scotty, the 11 L squared. Hopefully this horse shows a little more speed, and along with the 2. So I want 11-2 in that race. That's where I looked at it. So what is your opinion here?
Well, I'm leaning towards the 8 horse, but I want to watch it closely because I don't necessarily love horses that are at the stretch or right here. It's been the favorite and it's burned money, but and then they lose ground. So I'm a little concerned about that. And I I'll look at the stretch. I think the 7 horse has every right to maybe go gate to wire too. I think it has to be considered going on the dirt for the first time or the second time. And this horse is going to be. This horse was in a maiden special weight, in its first race, and it showed some speed on the dirt. But that was its first start. This horse could definitely go gate to wire for Ryan Hansen. I'm not going to be surprised if that happens. Let's just say it doesn't. Then watch.
Well, Summer Chief's got some speed too, I noticed from the outside, but they're only projecting a 53.
Yeah, no, but even the race simulator, I mean, but the 10 horse, though, what I like about the 10, and I do like the 10, is that it can sit on the outside, and it looks like the horse can rate some. I don't see dueling or anything like that. And now it draws a good post, and the 10 horse is faster than the 11, so I don't have to worry about an outside horse pressing this 10. I definitely think that horse has to be given some serious consideration. What about this 1 horse? Like, in a race that seems wide open, right? Aren't we? Look at this horse, actually. Parabon is only 8% first race off the layoff. And second race off the layoff, Parabon is, over 14. So I don't like that. I will say this, though. The race simulator, for whatever reason, likes the 1. And this horse had issues. And it's for awkward start from the rail and still did what it did. The win percentage does drop, though, so I don't like that. But again, it's just such a wide open race. The top win percentage is only 24%. Are we sure that maybe we shouldn't be ignoring this 14 horse? I don't know. I mean, this is a really, really tough race.
I know, impossible, right?
Wow. Yeah, I mean, it is. I mean, I like to see this 1 horse. Like, you're definitely not taking a favorite in this race.
No, and that would, yeah. I see your point with the 1. I mean, this race, the distance only 5.5 furlongs, right? This horse has got speed from the rail. This horse could get a clear, hey, great workout on August 9th. I mean, you could go a number of directions here easily.
So typical Parabon, after being a bit tough to handle behind the gate, flash speed. So maybe that's the issues. Went with blinkers and solo drill. So, I mean, the 1 horse looks okay. It does draw the rail, and it's not the fastest horse in the race. The 7 is. And so, but the 1 still could sit a really nice trip. But there's so much speed in this race, possibly between the 1. I have no doubt the 1 is fast and the 7 is fast. What's wrong with the 3 horse? Nothing, right? I mean, this horse is facing much easier. I would have liked to see it's been off since 2022.
2022, yep. And Kent DeSormo, I know he's only got 15 mounts, but is he going to win a race in Del Mar? I've got him at 30-1 to win a race at Del Mar. So I
don't know. I don't know. I'm stalling for a little bit for time because I do think this race is super, super tough. Mendelssohn's Music. I know that the EE Morning Line doesn't love this horse, but it is facing way easier. And it ran, you know what? I don't know why the EE Morning Line doesn't like it. Maybe it's because Valdivia's aboard. But I don't think you can ignore this, too, because the 2's tactical. Let's see here.
Yeah, yeah, he's one of my picks. If I had two tickets, I'd use the
Watch
11
this.
on one.
Watch this, David. From the second call to the stretch, the horse makes up 2 lengths and then makes up a little bit here. Has a good win percentage in the race. But, I mean, that's a big drop, by the way. It's dropping from 50 to 40, 10 points, and the win percentage goes up. The GSR is about the same.
Mm-hmm.
It's not getting any love, but July 14th, it had a 3-star work. Let's see what it says. Cut 12s almost all the way through in 24 and 1, so 12-second quarters. Or eighth of a mile, excuse me. Let's see here. It says may want longer. Let's see here. It's got a, yeah, look, you can see the GSRs are saying this horse wants long. But, I mean, you can say that, but it's 6.5 furlongs. Yeah, you know, maybe this horse might not want 5.5 furlongs. It may be too short for this horse, but it does seem to have some class. I'm kind of surprised that that Ron Ellis put this horse in a 5.5 furlong race. I'm actually kind of surprised.
Yeah, it seems a little short, right?
It does. It does.
And plus the big drop down, right? Interesting.
You know, I always defer to the morning line. You know, I'm probably going to settle in, to be honest with you, on this 10 because I don't trust the 7. I think the 7 is going to stop. The 10 horse is 10 to 1 on the morning line. I don't like the GSR, but I don't think any of these really have great GSRs. It's actually the lowest GSR.
Yeah, Scotty, maybe you can enlighten me a little bit here too. I could use some help. Are you familiar? I'm not familiar with the trainer, Daniel Byrne.
I think Daniel Dunham actually is a low sal trainer, I think, if I remember correctly.
Gotcha.
Yeah, I think he's got horses racing there. This horse is a player, that is for sure.
Oh yeah.
You know, I freaking hate the GSR, but this is not the these aren't world beaters here at all.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I know that I know this horse is breaking from the 14 post, but it's got a 3-star work here. It's got a bullet over at Delmar. Unlike Miotti, to work fast in this maiden claiming type, showed some. It's like, so yeah, Miotti doesn't usually work his horses out fast. Hernandez stays aboard this horse. Maybe we're overthinking this, and it's the 14.
I don't want any part of the outside post at the 14 there. Yeah, and at 5.5. Hold on a second. Yeah, no, it really cuts back. You'd have to get a tremendous pace up front, in my opinion, for this horse to win. And it failed. This horse failed at 4 to 5. At a maiden 20, I maiden 50. I'm not interested.
I'm going to go with you. I'm going to go with your horse. L squared.
L squared. All right. Scotty's on the 11 L squared.
Yep.
All right.
I'm going to go with you. And
Good deal.
Yep. Let's see here. I just want to look at this 10 horse one last time. I like the tactical speed of this 10. It got second last time out against a similar group here at Delmar. So it likes the track. Maybe we shouldn't be ignoring this horse. It's the EquinEdge second pick as well.
I think the horse has got a big shot.
Yeah, I'm going to go 10, 11, 11, 10. I'm both my entries. I'm going to use those 2 horses. All right. Okay.
Okay.
I'm going to run the race simulator. If you don't mind talking through this short field, I'll be right back.
Sure. Okay, we got the race simulator going on, and I will point out there's 2 important scratches in this race. 3 pink ace especially, because in my opinion, this was the lone speed stretching out to a mile, had a big pace advantage, And the 6 is also out, who I thought was a contender. So it totally reshapes the race for me, and now I'm going to struggle with it more. But at this point, let's see. So it looks like we've got the 2. This race is not developing like I thought. So we got the 2 winning the race, Port Ellen, Control Function, and the 7. The concern I have here with the scratch of Pink Ace is now this 4-horse has a 20-point pace metric advantage compared to the rest of the field. And I think I pointed out earlier on the show that sometimes when I struggle with a race, the point is like 20 to 25 point disparity between the first pace metric leader and the second. Once it becomes that, I mean, it's likely a lone speed is going to win the race. The concern I have is this horse does take blinkers off, so maybe won't show as much speed. And the 2, I don't think the 2 will have. Who's going to press the horse? Is the 5 Strange Addiction? I don't think this horse is overly fast. So my point is, there's not a lot of contention here for the lead. I just think the 7 may be a little closer than it seems on paper. So to me, it comes down to, I don't want the 5-horse coming off that $20,000 optional claimer at 67-1. So I think now Port Ellen, the last race on the turf, had won at a mile at Santa Anita, May 24th. Followed it up before that with a Golden Gate Synthetic, a win on that track at 4-5. Maybe a little cheap compared to the 1. The 1 horse, the Post, does concern me, but this horse to me has the fastest races. These allowance $50,000 races, same company. Santa Anita, you got a 3rd, a 4th, or 2nd. This horse seems to run a very similar race every time out. However, did lose to the 6, who was scratched a while back at Santa Anita in March. So at this point, based on the numbers here, looking at the odds, I'm still always going to look for a price. So I think I'm going to settle on Control Function, the number 1, Kitten's Joy. This horse is only 2 for 12 lifetime. Never won at the distance, but has been competitive at the distance, and never been at Del Mar. So I think this is where I'm going to go. I like to work out a little bit on August 4th for furlongs 47 and change. So for me, it's going to be, we're going to throw out the last. That's a good point that I have notes on this morning. If you notice, Control Function's last race, June 2nd, that's a total throwout. This horse, I guess they figured out, okay, well, we're not winning in this condition. Let's try on the turf. Let's try a dirt race. Maybe this horse will handle dirt, and or maybe they were just trying to fill the race. But this horse, that's a throwout. You can put a line through that race. This is not a dirt horse. So blinkers off does concern me because the lone speed, the 3 had scratched. So I'm still going to go on the 1. So to me, it's Control Function. I am concerned with the blinkers off, but this horse has won 2 races on the turf. So I don't think I want anybody else here. So it will be Control Function for me. And wait for Scotty. Here he comes.
Okay. Thank you.
All right, Scotty, my friend. I went through that race, and I just so you know, I settled on the 1 horse here, Control Function, and just pointed out that the scratch of the 3 Pink Ace is a huge factor here, because to me that was the lone speed, and that was my top pick. And with that race, it kind of muddles the pace factor, because the other pace, who's Gila, blinkers off, but it's got almost a 21-point edge in pace metric,
but it's dropping 21 points in GSR, right?
Yeah. GSR,
I love that you said that, because it's true. So then even the race simulator is not looking at the GSR. So the GSR not only drops 21 points, but the race simulator has the horse stopping. So for me, I can confidently eliminate that horse for me. And this horse is going to lose most of the time. So now
I went to the 1. I went to the 1, has the highest GSR along with Port Ellen, but I mean, it gets to the point now. It looks like anybody can win this race, but I'll take the one off the class edge a little bit. I'm a little concerned blinkers off with the rail post, but you got to settle on somebody, so I went with the one.
I mean, Kyle Frey and Baltus are 0 for 3, jockey trainer combination. What was it about the one you liked so much?
Well, you can throw the last race out. This horse is not a dirt horse, and if you look at this horse has been at a mile so many times, and it races pretty evenly. You had a second back in February 11th. You had a January 12th off a little bit of a layoff. You had a solid third, only a length and a quarter off, but then sometimes doesn't fire as much, right? Same level. So a step slow. You got 1, 2, 3, 4 trouble lines. Yeah, the horse, this is not usually a typical profile of a horse I like because of all the trouble lines, but I think short field, I just think it's a little better of a price than the other contenders. Morning line, EE Morning Line 9-2. So yeah, I settled on the one based on the price and the competition level this horse has been facing.
So the one horse, they're taking the blinkers back off. The experiment on the one horse didn't work. They added blinkers here. You can see in red, right, on our past performances, if you see it in red. So it not only, I don't know that the blinkers didn't work. The horse was dropping from 60 to 49 GSR and was only 4% to win that turf race. So, or that dirt
race. It was dirt. It was dirt. Right. So that was just a.
And look at the tab. Clearly, this horse is a turf horse when you look at the tab. So, that being said, one of my pet peeves with horses is when they stay at the same condition forever. And you can see since February of 2023, this horse has been stuck at the non-wins of 3 lifetime condition. I can't get past that. So for me, I think the 2 horse broke its maiden and then does something that doesn't happen very often. That is beats winners first time out. I think this horse goes right through conditions. And this is also a Baltus horse. And the jockey trainer combination with Baltus, on the one horse with Frey and Baltus is 0 for 3. And with Rispoli and Baltus, that's his jockey, 30%. The only other one I'd be looking at maybe is the 7 horse, Ankara, who is the EquinEdge long shot. And I think this horse is a major player in the race. The Baltus off the layoff, by the way, is 18% first race back, so he's pretty good. So the 7 horse, Ryan Hansen, Barrios. This horse ran okay last time out. It didn't run a bad race, 25,000 claimer. It got through conditions here, then ran very good at this level on 428. That wasn't a bad effort. Then broke through the gate here, so you can throw that out, and then came back and ran this. I mean, the 7's a player. For me, it's between the 2 and the 7. I don't know that I could separate them.
Yeah, and 2's the other horse I looked at. Richard Baltus, obviously. Rispoli is probably his go-to guy, right? The leading one of the leading riders. If not, he's still the leading rider there. And so Kyle Frey picks up the other mount, but there's always something with the same trainer going with the longer price horse, right? I think the 2 is this horse is likely to hit the board. But just for the price alone, I'm going to use the 1 over I guess.
All right, David's on the 1. I'm doing the 2-7.
Okay, Scotty on the 2. All right, we got another timer here. 6th race
number 6 at Del Mar.
All right, we have a scratch here in race 6 because I didn't get the late scratches.
There is no scratch.
All right, good. Then we're good to go here. Let me just see what the pace metric is. Oh my God.
Let's see here.
The one thing I can tell you that I see, and this would be a solid play for me, is the EE long shot or the Scotty long shot pick, Splashed in Gold, the number 1, has an 82 pace metric.
Wow.
Usually I say 2025 shows me lone speed, and it's just worth a play on that alone. Don't have to handicap the race. With an 82 as your top and a 39 as your second, I think that really even exceeds the definition of lone speed, right? This horse is going to have a clear lead. I don't know how he broke his maiden at 20 and now drops in at 12.5, which seems like the right spot. But the concern I do have with this horse is broke his maiden at 6. The only other race was a turf race at 6. Stretches out. We don't know if the horse wants to go that far. So even though we have such a huge pace advantage, I'm probably looking elsewhere. And I would go, and this is the horse I originally liked. I'm going to stick with the 3 Syntactic. This horse, even though it was 1 for 15, has had a few decent races at a mile. 2 back at Santa Anita, finished a decent third, a length and a half off the winner. Drops in from the 16 to its lowest level at 12.5. So just on the drop alone, I like this horse a bit, like the workout on August 12th. So I'm going to use the 3 horse here. And then my backup would have been the 7. So I would be 3-7 here. Another drop down for Hollendorfer, who's been cold, but only 7 starts, from a 25 to a 12, stretches out. So it would be 3 or the 7. So the 3 on a primary, 7 on a secondary.
So I have mixed feelings with this horse. I will say this, that the GSR goes up, and oftentimes these horses with this horse dueled last time out with 9 other horses and hung in there. And this field did not come up all that tough, David. And so I think stretching out this speed is not going to really be a problem. And what does catch my eye here is broke sharply and was hustled into stride, relaxed down the backside. I love to read that. That tells me that maybe this horse doesn't have to be all out, that the horse can relax a little bit, and the GSR actually goes up. So, that's a pretty big lead early on. And it's the horse is 2-1 on the EE morning line. What about this horse would make this horse 2-1 on the EE morning line? Think about that for a second. So the system believes that this horse should be 2-1. Wow. That's a really low EE morning line. You know what I mean?
Yeah. And so when you see that, which is a big play for me also, the EE morning line being a lot lower than the morning line, and then you have a pace advantage, just an overwhelming pace metric advantage. That's alone enough justification for me to play the horse. But as a handicapper, I can't get over the mile. If this was 6 or 7, I'd probably be all over this horse. I just can't get past the mile distance thing.
Yeah. And then what about the 6 horse? I noticed, Keen to Go is the top win percentage is 33%. And, it obviously faced much tougher last time out. The race before that, there was a runaway winner, but this horse has had a couple of layoff lines in a row. Maldonado jumps aboard. And I don't know. What do you think about this horse?
The 6 is obviously a contender. I mean, this horse is even a bigger drop down from racing at 32 before. Well, it had a 16-14 voided claim back in August. This horse had a layoff, came back at Santa Anita, now a little bit of a layoff. The layoffs are a little too spotty for me, and I'd be concerned with that. Especially avoided claim back in 23. This horse must have had an injury issue, but works are steady. This horse could win, but at 2-1, I'd probably let this horse beat me, but it could easily win.
Well, you can see the comment by Bruno on the July 27th workout at Del Mar. 19 of 87, 3-star work. Worked in 24, 47 and 3, 1 minute and 2. Out well and went nicely late. Good body language. I mean, that's what you want to see from a horse that's coming off of a layoff. 33% win. Look, the last time this horse had, look at the 2 times this is one of the things I like to see as well. The 2 times this horse has had good win percentages, both in the 30s. It won, that was over 10 horses, and then it broke 8th and was wide and lost by a half of a length. So I think the 6 horse makes a lot of sense. And I like Syntactic as well, your horse. I think this horse deserves a long look, but I don't like how it burned money as the favorite 2 times in a row. It got third, yes, but that was against an easier field and against 4 other horses. 1 win in 15 tries. For me, it's not, this 3 is not my type of play. It would be for me the 6 or the 1. And I'd have to give the 2, a 2 a shot as well. And I'll tell you why. It broke its maiden by 2 lengths and then came back for 16,000. They could have put the horse in for 12.5, and it really didn't run a bad 4th place finish, and it got bet. So the horse has some past class as well. The last 3 races, the horse has lost by a length after breaking bad, won and lost by 2.5 lengths against winners first time out. So, and by the way, Freysu jumps back aboard. I mean, I'm just such a big fan of Freysu. He's my favorite jockey down in Southern California. I think the 2 horse deserves a look as well if the 3 and the 6 don't run.
Okay, so what's your final answer? I can lock it in. Do you need to phone a friend?
Well, I just want to point out one more horse. I know it's coming off a layoff, and that's the 4 horse Supermax. I mean, this horse is going up in GSR. I had a 41 last time out. Throw that out. Didn't like the turf at all. I don't even know what Sadler was thinking putting that horse on the turf. And I mean, there is 0. He needs the GSRs is what he needs. I mean, this is a clear dirt horse. And I mean, certainly deserves a look. It's 8-1 on the EE morning line. Are we going to get caught up in favorites in a race like this? It might be a mistake, You get a horse like the 4 horse who wins off the layoff. 3 looks okay. I mean, 2 looks okay. And then you have the 4 horse here with Kyle Frey and Hollendorfer, and the jockey trainer combination is they're 1 for 3. I'd be inclined to maybe take a horse like that, or do we go for the 1 horse to go gate to wire? This one's going to get bet. You know that, right? It's going to get bet down. I have no doubt.
Absolutely. There's no way this horse is up 12.
Yeah, it's going to get bet down. There's no question. And the stretch out shouldn't be a problem. I'm more having a problem just in general with this horse's GSR. I mean, it's a 49.
Mm-hmm.
Supermax, by the way, the 4 horse is 1 for 1 going 8 furlongs on the dirt.
Yeah, I noticed that, but this horse also comes out of Emerald Downs, right? I'm not sure what the competition. I don't pretend to be familiar with Emerald, but that would be my concern. But this is a huge drop down off a layoff. I think, that's why I'll let this horse beat me. But yeah, it wouldn't surprise me to see this horse run well. There's so many question marks in this race.
Yeah, at the end of and look at the 6. None of these are really these are not winners. I mean, they don't like to win. So for that reason, we'll just look at this 5 horse. Went 22, finishing up. It got a 3-star work for Bruno in 12 tries. Bless you. Not a good breaker is the 5. The 6 horse. There's only 1 horse that has speed in here, and it most likely will stop. I'm going to take the 6. I'm going to go with the EquinEdge top pick. Yeah.
The 6 for Scotty. Lock it in. To go 2-1 EquinEdge. Yep. I mean, it's a logical horse. I agree.
Yep. I'm going to go with the 6.
All right. Scotty with the 6. I just locked it in.
All right. Race number 7, the last race we have to cover. All right, man. We've been going since 11:30.
Yeah, I know.
5 hours.
Rolling. Oh, hold on a second. I screwed something up here. All right. I listened to your show yesterday, this morning, the replay,
Yeah.
And I understand that there's a lock in this race. And I will acknowledge this horse, she's going to be very, very difficult to beat. So then, but you know me, I'm going to always try to look for something outside the box.
Yeah.
But that horse that we're talking about is Linda's Gift. Obviously, a must use. This horse is just, I mean,
Thank you, Mike.
10 for 15 on the turf. I mean, seems to love the distance and looks like the absolute lone speed and is just going to be coasting all the way around the track. The horse who's got success at this distance is 1 mile 3/8. There's another horse here. That's Duvet Day. I pronounce that right? Yeah, this horse has had success at 1.5 miles. And 2 back at 1.5 miles in the Santa Barbara. This horse just missed, had the lead, and just got caught by Musical Rhapsody, who's also in this race, the 8 horse. But yeah, so the question is, do you just go with the logical favorite at 3 to 5 or 4 to 5? This is the last race in the contest. You may need the $3 or $4 that this horse is going to provide in order to get you a seat. However, is there another horse that could possibly give this horse a run for its money? So if everybody here wants to single the 2, I have no issue with that. I was thinking of doing the same thing, but I did have one comment. I looked at the 1 Sunset Glory here, and let me just believe. I believe that's the EE top pick, Scotty top pick, correct?
It is. It's 23%.
Yes.
It's also 2 to 1 on the EE morning line. My problem with this horse is it's dropping from a 72 GSR to a 56 GSR.
Right, and here's the issue. So we've seen most of these other horses. Duvet Day has got a shot. Musical Rhapsody. These horses have had many starts. 20 starts for Duvet Day. Linda's Gifts, 15 starts. Musical Rhapsody, 18. The reason Sunset Glory stuck out to me, this horse has only had 4 starts. This horse came over to Santa Anita in October 2023, ran a decent second in a maiden special weight. Long layoff. This horse came back off a year and a half. Oh, hold on a second. That's almost 2-year layoff. Yeah, year and 3/4, and actually won in a maiden special weight. Now, this could have been a weak field. This horse was bet and rallied and won. But then, off another small layoff, this horse comes back in an optional claimer at Del Mar, where this race is, and won by 3 lengths at 4 to 1 in an 11-horse field. So this horse is regarded. Rispoli keeps the mount for Michael McCarthy, and I think this is the only horse. This is a horse I would consider because lightly raced and may have more upside. Is this horse a possible stakes horse? Well, we'll find out in the small stakes. But to me, I'm going to take a shot with the Scotty top pick, Sunset Glory, to beat Linda's Gift at the wire. So it's a 1-2 for me, Scotty. Sunset Glory.
Let me tell you why I just don't see it happening, okay? And I'll show you why. This horse has run great. No question about it. Off of that long layoff, a year and a half. Yeah, it's just nuts. Like, yeah, no doubt. But it was against a 54 group and a 62 group, and the GSRs were 74 and 72. Now it jumps up to a 66 SOR, and the GSR drops 16 points. Like, that's a really big drop. Oh, and by the way, you get to face Linda's Gift, who in every race that she's run that's been 10 furlongs, 11 furlongs, and 12 furlongs, she hasn't won. She's dominated. You mean it's just, yeah, no. I mean, 6 wins and 15 tries. Like, I don't want to jinx it, but I do think Linda's Gift is a different ballgame here. I just think Sunset Glory is a horse you should follow, but it should be more around, the mile to a mile and an eighth. That's
yes, correct. However, yes, so I never want to bet a horse that hasn't gone that distance or tried the distance before. And I see Dan, don't look a gift horse in the mouth. Well, when a gift horse is 4 to 5, I'm going to have a problem with it. I'm trying to always beat a 4 to 5. But
That's true.
I agree. This horse is unproven going that far and could be way beyond the horse's capabilities. But I like the horse because the lightly raced and has a possible upside to possibly handle a distance more than, and give Linda's Gift a run for her money. And remember what I said before, this is the last race of the qualifier, right? And I said before, no guts, no glory.
No glory. Yep.
And what time is this race? 6:02. And it's about dusk, sunset here in Western New York, maybe a little by in the late August. So if you want glory, I'm looking for a little sunset glory that this horse is going to push me over the top and I'm going to win this qualifier. So
there you go.
I'm confident, and it's in the cards. It's going to give me a little sunset glory. Big upset of Linda's Gift. So give me the 1 over the 2.
All right, so that's it for us. Although they're going into the gate. They're at the gate over at Laurel Park. One more race, Dave. Can we just handicap this race number 9 and then we call it?
Sure. But I did want to know, this is Laurel?
Laurel race number 9.
Okay. Yep. My agent, we
can do that.
We get a little extra compensation for a handicapping Laurel.
That's fair.
After 4:30. Okay.
Let's see here. I look for horses in races like this that have been competitive at, even in similar. And the horse I can see is the 6. 6 is going to get a good trip. 6 is tactical. And off the layoff. And the trainer is 30% in 47 tries off the layoff. And the 4 horse is nice, but it usually needs to be really near the pace. And there's a lot of speed in here. And the 6 is actually faster. And the outside of the 6, sitting behind the 1 and the 3, the 1 horse is on the rail of the 3. The 3 can't win, and it hurts the 1 horse's chances. And the 6 gets first run at 5-2. Lock it in. That's done.
So you like the 6? Not so fast.
Uh-oh.
Are they going in? Do I have time?
I think you have a little bit of time. Let's see here. They're at the gate now. Yes.
The Kozan Blonde.
All right. I'm going to go with Coffee with Chris.
Who's at the 8?
The 8 horse. Yep. I'm going with the 8. John's. I like the drop.
No easy days.
Not sure about the distance, but what the hell? Let's give it a shot. I'm on the 8, 9-1.
All right.
We'll close it out with that. Coffee with Chris.
Coffee with Chris.
6 horse sitting in 3rd place. Watch. Right behind the 1 and the 3. 3 needs to go hard. Don't give the 1 an easy lead. Thank you, Dan. What's up, Ryan? Ryan likes the 2. 5 is acting up.
Take care, Mike.
So always a great sign that the 6 didn't even budge with the 5 horse acting up like that.
And the 8 can stay clear of all that trouble.
Take charge.
6 horse broke very good, but so did the 4. 4 break good, but luckily the 5 horse broke really good on top of the 4, but the 1 horse has got the lead but getting pressed, and the 6 horse just sitting beautifully. I love this is the trip I envisioned.
Racing off the inside. Coffee with Chris is next. The Kozan 1, and trailing the field is Take Charge 2. Into the turn they roll with 3.5 left to go. Real Talk pressed by No Easy Days on the outside. John the Bear attempting to keep up but dropping back a bit under a ride. And Take a Hint on the far outside. Now begins to move. Take a Hint. 3 deep bid. Catahoula Moon down to the inside pushing along to 4th. Coffee with Chris is next. Take Charge 2. And the Kozan 1 on the inside. They're at the top of the stretch now. No Easy Days. No Easy Days at a battle.
I don't want to see the 6 lugging in. That's unfortunately what's happening.
In the meantime, Take a Hint continues to get just a bit. About a 6th mile left to go. No Easy Days and a real.
Here comes the 2. Ryan said he liked the 2. Good handicapping, but he had to sell for third. 4-1-2.
And we got the 6-5 shot to close out the day. Thanks everybody. Thanks Dan. Thanks everybody.
Thank you everybody. Appreciate you guys.
We're gonna.
Great job.
Gonna score some 4 points today. I feel real confident about these qualifiers, Scotty.
All right.
Been a pleasure, my friend. And by the way, in the Alabama, I got a long shot special for you. I'm going to give it out tomorrow, but since you're on,
Okay. Nobody did. Yeah. Don't tell anybody. Just tell me.
Okay, you ready? It's
Yeah, I'm
Neon Icon. Neon Icon.
Neon
Upset
Icon in
of
the Alabama. Okay.
And Candide, I agree with you. Candide is a very vulnerable favorite in that spot.
Absolutely. All right. Best of luck.
All right, brother.
And don't forget the stretch run show tomorrow. We'll see you.
Yep.